Chapter 1, You have conquered all the worlds, but you are still a bootlicker? Chapter 1, You have conquered all the worlds, but you are still a bootlicker? Chenzi, are you crazy? You know how difficult it is to obtain the landing qualification. It's the landing qualification for the Fourth Order world, and you just gave it to Lu Qingxia like that. Well now, you can only draw the unknown world authority like those students who didn't win the lottery. I think you're really crazy. In a daze, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Zhang Chen gradually regained consciousness, but when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Why, how come you are so young? A strange voice sounded. Zhang Chen looked puzzled. The person who appeared in front of him was Yu Yang, his best classmate and best friend in high school. But the other person's bald head disappeared, replaced by a young face, but his cheeks were still covered with acne. What are you talking about, Chenzi? Did you hear me? Go to the Academic Affairs office and tell them that you were forced to give me the gift. Go now while you still have a chance. Otherwise, if you log in randomly, you'll be in big trouble. Yu Yang spoke in a bad mood, looking a little anxious. What landing? Hearing these familiar yet somewhat childish words, Zhang Chen became even more confused. He subconsciously looked around, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Because at this moment he was no longer in his small room, but in a spacious classroom. A familiar podium. Familiar yet unfamiliar voices. Boom! The memories in my mind exploded instantly. The next moment, countless memories flooded into Zhang Chen's mind. It made him stand there in a daze for a moment. Of course he was stunned, but Yu Yang didn't notice and continued to speak anxiously. Chenzi, I'm not kidding you. You know that the probability of death in random landings every year is more than 70%. If you go up, you will almost certainly die. In comparison, you have landed in the 4th level world ninja. Not only do you have a 90% chance of survival, but you are also the lucky one in our class. You have the 2nd level intelligence given by the school. With these, you will definitely be able to enter the ranks of the 1st level extraordinary people very quickly. Hurry up, or it will be too late. Chenzi, Chenzi. As the voices continued to murmur, Yu Yang suddenly realized that Zhang Chen seemed to be in a trance, which made him angry and he shook violently. What? The shaking of his body instantly sobered Zhang Chen up, but at this moment he looked dazed. He looked at Yu Yang, then at himself, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. A flood of memories flooded in. At this moment, Zhang Chen finally understood what was going on. He was reborn. No, it should be said that he traveled through time. He traveled to a world that was exactly the same as his previous life. The only difference is that this world is not the materialism of the previous life, but a world with extraordinary powers. 300 years ago. The world has changed. The dimensional door opened wide. Humans have the ability to connect to dimensional gates. This also gives you the opportunity to step into those dimensional worlds. This opportunity to enter the dimensional world is called the landing of all worlds. Once you enter high school, you will get such an opportunity at the age of 16. What surprised Zhang Chen even more was that most of these dimensional worlds were actually evolutions of the animation, movies, and novels that he was familiar with in his previous life. For example, this time, the world that they, Shaoxin City No. 8 Middle School, obtained to land in seemed to be a world called Ninja. Even with just some simple information, Zhang Chen could be sure that this definitely belonged to the world of Naruto. Hey, Chenzi, you don't want to get it back, do you? This is no joke. Hurry up. His mouth opened slightly, his expression filled with shock, while Yu Yang's voice still rang beside him. Even his body was pulled and moved. The movement of his body brought Zhang Chen back to his senses. That, I'm afraid, I can't get it back. He looked at his best friend and confidant, opened his mouth, and spoke with helplessness. I can't get it back. You haven't been bound, have you? With a jolt in his heart, Yu Yang's face changed and he couldn't help but speak. Correct. Zhang Chen nodded helplessly. Now that he had accepted all the memories of his previous life, he naturally knew what was going on. The corners of his mouth twitched at this moment. My goodness, although this world is almost exactly the same as the previous one, the people are the same, the things are the same, but the world is different, and he is different too. In this world, he has a childhood sweetheart named Lu Qingxia, for whom his previous life gave everything. Even before, he had been lucky enough to draw the login rights to the known world Ninja World, which he gave to Lu Qingxia. That is a fourth-order world, an opportunity that is difficult to obtain even in the capital of Jiangnan Prefecture in Daxia, or even in the capital of Daxia Prefecture. The predecessor not only gave it to her, but also thoughtfully spent a year collecting a large amount of Ninja World intelligence for Lu Qingxia. You should know that the number of login permissions to known worlds is actually limited. Only when a part of an unknown world has been conquered can you obtain the corresponding number of login permissions. Compared with landing in unknown worlds, these known worlds have more intelligence, more opportunities, and a higher survival rate. Everything in the unknown world is unknown. No one knows what kind of world they are stepping into or what kind of scenes they will face. Even the reason why the mortality rate is not over 90% is because many worlds are too ordinary. Although death after logging into the world is not real death, once you die, you will lose the opportunity to log into the world unless someone is willing to give you a new opportunity to log in. But Daxia will nominally only give one chance to students who are 16 years old or above, and other opportunities depend on your own abilities. So generally speaking, as long as conditions permit, everyone is willing to choose to land in the known world. In order to ensure fairness, Daxia adopts a lottery system, with an intelligent computer controlling the entire process to prevent all cheating. Who wins depends purely on luck. And once it is obtained, it can only be transferred by the person himself with absolute sincerity, and no one else can deprive it. Even forced transactions are not allowed. It will be detected by Daxia intelligent brain. And the federal government will definitely impose severe punishment for this incident. So it's fair. I just couldn't stand it, my predecessor really transferred it sincerely. Even the predecessor did it better. Not only did he transfer his qualifications, but he was also directly bound to his personal login to the unknown world. That's a road that won't leave you any regrets. Even Zhang Chen at this moment couldn't help but feel his heart twitching. Hokage, that's the Hokage. Especially if he hadn't transferred, with his foresight as a fan of the Naruto forum for 20 years, he would have been able to get into a top university 100%. The investment has been made and the contract has been signed. Please feel free to collect and invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, The Dog Licker Will Not Die Well. Chapter 2, The Dog Licker Will Not Die Well. At this moment, Zhang Chen really wanted to slap himself. This guy must be mentally retarded to a certain extent. This is the extraordinary world, and yet he still plays like this. I don't know what's going on in my head. It turns out that those who lick dogs will never have a good death. Yu Yang, who was listening to Zhang Chen's words, was completely furious. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, I've done it, and there's no way to go back on it now. Why, by the way, what world did you log into? Zhang Chen spoke reluctantly, as if he had thought of something, and his eyes turned to his best friend and confidant. What other world could it be? A fourth-order fruit world. It's probably very difficult to make a name for yourself in that world. Yu Yang sighed helplessly, then shook his head and spoke. Fruit world. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, but soon his memories came back to him and he instantly understood what was going on. The fruit world, judging from my memory, should be the world of One Piece. Unlike the world of Naruto, the guide to the world of One Piece has been around for some time and there is more information. and the chances of ordinary people getting ahead are not high. After all, not everyone is lucky enough to pick up a devil fruit. Although there is an option to join the Marine headquarters, it is not so easy to join the Marine headquarters. In the past, when entering the world of One Piece, the number of people who could obtain supernatural powers was not large, probably less than 1%. And most of them are not powerful supernatural powers. Except for a few lucky guys. Yes, it's the fruit world. You have such good luck. That's the world that the 4th level just started to conquer, and you actually missed it. Yu Yang nodded, then became even more angry, and couldn't help complaining. Why, you should know that my sister has a special talent. I know some special information. Maybe you can try it. Zhang Chen shook his head, his mind moved, and he spoke in a low voice. Xiao Xi. Really? Yu Yang, who had been complaining, suddenly brightened up his eyes and spoke excitedly. Real? Do you know any Navy heroes? Zhang Chen looked around and found that no one noticed them, so he spoke to Yu Yang in a low voice. I know. He's a legend in the Navy. Yu Yang was a little confused and nodded slightly. As you explore the world of One Piece to a certain extent, you will naturally already know some basic information. Even if it is not complete, or even has a lot of omissions, the information about some key characters is no longer a secret. For example, the 3 admirals of the Navy, the Marshal of the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors. Some big pirates. As this is the world of One Piece, Yu Yang naturally knows about the Navy hero Garp, a man of the moment. According to me, not my sister, the Navy hero Garp has a grandson in the East China Sea Windmill Village. As long as you land there and get along well with Garp's grandson, and even better, become sworn brothers with him, you will definitely be taken to the Navy headquarters for training by Garp. Zhang Chen spoke. Zhang Chen thought about it and decided to help his best friend. After all, they had known each other for decades in their previous lives. And the other party was trustworthy in terms of character and other aspects. As for why he didn't choose other methods, such as the Thunder Fruit of Sky Island, the Devil Fruit on the black market, or other places, Zhang Chen gave up after just a passing thought. These things are so much about luck. For a close friend like me, the most important thing is to get started. Compared to others, Kabi's path, or Sabo's path, is the most suitable for him. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang's eyes lit up and he quickly looked around. Are you telling the truth? It was not until a moment later that he spoke nervously. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you have to believe my sister. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. Yes, Chenexai is now a special student of Daxia Academy. I almost forgot. Yu Yang couldn't help but slap his forehead, and his expression became even more excited. While the two were talking, a pretty figure walked in slowly. Okay, everyone, please be quiet. A soft voice sounded, and it seemed to carry a certain power, and everyone stopped talking involuntarily. The same was true of Zhang Chen and Yu Yang's conversation. The two looked over and saw a young woman in her 20s sitting on the podium. She has long purple hair, delicate facial features, and a beautiful figure. As a top student at Daxia Academy, Luo Qingzu, no one knows why she came to work in this ordinary middle school. This class teacher was very mysterious in the previous life, and he is obviously even more mysterious in this life. Everyone, you should be ready now. In 1 hour, it will be time to land. I have already mentioned this important point countless times, but I still want to repeat it here. That is to survive. Only by surviving can you have everything. Even if you don't gain anything at the beginning, you can still survive. Every year, universities not only recruit students, but also the whole society. As long as you can gain better abilities in the dimensional world, you can be specially recruited. A pleasant voice came out of Luo Qingzu's mouth. Below the stage, each student was either nervous, excited, or serious. No one dared to neglect it. Compared to the previous life, this world is more cruel, and the students in this world are more aware of the rarity of opportunities. Extraordinary people and ordinary people are from two different worlds. Extraordinary people can ensure that their families have enough food and clothing, and even enjoy a life that ordinary people cannot enjoy, while ordinary people can only live at the bottom of the society. It hardly needs any explanation as to how to choose. Looking at the students below, Luo Qingzuo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She knew very well that there would not be many people in this ordinary class who were truly qualified to enter the school. As for institutions of higher learning, that is something that no one has. Of course there might have been one, but unfortunately there is none now. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chen in the corner. But he only glanced at it and quickly looked away. Everyone has their own choices, and whether they are right or not, they need to pay the price for their actions. Especially this student has no way out. She is directly bound to log into the unknown world. Even if she wants to do something, she can't do it. Zhang Chen had no idea of Luo Qingzuo's psychology at the moment. He looked a little strange. For some reason, he always felt that Teacher Luo was looking at him. But that's where he's weird. Yu Yang next to him couldn't help but poke him. Zhang Chen turned his head subconsciously. Hey, did Mr. Luo look at me? Yu Yang spoke in a low voice, his face showing some excitement. Why, do you know the three major illusions in life? Zhang Chen's mouth twitched, and then he spoke with a smile. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Strongest in History? Chapter 3 The Strongest in History? Chenzi, you haven't told me yet, what are the three major illusions in life? No, I definitely saw Teacher Luo looking at me just now. As soon as Teacher Luo left, Yu Yang couldn't wait to speak to Zhang Chen. Okay, Teacher Luo is indeed watching you. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily, with a hint of speechlessness. But just as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. He subconsciously picked up the phone and found that it was his sister Zhang Xi calling. My sister's calling. Zhang Chen spoke, then picked up the phone and walked to the side to answer it. Hey, what's wrong, Xioxi? The call was connected, and Zhang Chen spoke subconsciously. Brother, I asked my teacher to find out the information about the ninja world that you asked me to learn. Now I have a brand new piece of information. This is the brand new content of the first stage of the Daxia Academy's strategy. You should study it carefully. This world is said to be very valuable. If you can grasp it, you will definitely be able to enter a higher education institution. A pleasant voice came from one end of the phone, and at the same time a ding sound was heard from the phone. I subconsciously looked at my phone and saw a document was sent to me. Looking at this document, Zhang Chen couldn't help but open his mouth. Just like in his previous life, his sister was worried about him. Even in this situation, he was given more detailed information urgently. But at this moment, Zhang Xi probably doesn't know that he is no longer useful. Zhang Chen was speechless. Zhang Xi seems to be very busy. Okay, brother, that's all. I have things to do. I wish you all the best. After confirming that the file had been sent, he said something hurriedly and hung up. The call is interrupted. Zhang Chen couldn't help but shook his head. His right hand subconsciously opened the file. The file opens. Lines of text come into view. Brother, the first intelligence is wrong. It is best not to choose the strongest ninja village, the hidden cloud village, when you log in. You can choose the hidden rock village or the hidden leaf village. Although according to the intelligence, the hidden leaf village has declined and the young fourth Hokage has died in battle, there is only an old third Hokage in the village, but the future story is likely to take place in the hidden leaf village. You can choose the Hyuga clan. According to the information in the first volume of the strategy, the Hyuga clan will be the first ninja clan in Konoha in the future. Don't choose the Uchiha clan. According to the main storyline at this time, they will be wiped out in 7 years. Also, according to information from Daxia Academy, traces of the final boss of the main storyline have been vaguely discovered in the mission space of this world. We may be able to pass it soon. That boss's name is Orochimaru. He is an S-rank rebel ninja from Konoha village. In the future, he will kill the third Hokage, who is known as the strongest Hokage of all time. You'd better stay away from him. The best in history. Looking at the information, especially the last paragraph, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. I wonder how many people were killed by Kakashi's words. As for Hinata, it's even more of a trap. It is undeniable that the subsequent theatrical versions gave the Hyuga clan a patch. But that was just a patch. The overall upper limit of the Hyuga clan is still too low. Moreover, the setting of the branch family and the main family is a complete pitfall. If ordinary people do not have foresight and choose the Hyuga clan, then it is basically the end of the game. Shaking his head, Zhang Chen immediately deleted the file. How is it? Did Xioxi give us new information? Yu Yang watched Zhang Chen finish his call and couldn't help but lean over excitedly. I gave you some information about the ninja world, but unfortunately I can't use it now. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. This. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel helpless. Let's go, I should go get ready, the landing will begin soon. Looking at the helpless Yu Yang, Zhang Chen shook his head and changed the subject. Row. Let's go there first. Yu Yang nodded. The two of them took a step and quickly walked out of the classroom. The landing location is at the center of the school. In half an hour, the landing will begin. So at this moment, many students have already gone to the center of the plane. As Zhang Chen and Yu Yang walked, they met many students on the road. It was just when the two of them had just arrived at the classroom door. A pretty figure appeared in front of them. Seeing the person coming, Yu Yang's face suddenly turned cold. What are you here for? Yu Yang spoke coldly. Zhang Chen, didn't you say before that Zhang Xi would give you another piece of information today? The figure spoke with a pitiful tone. Ah! Yu Yang couldn't help but sneer. His right hand couldn't help but pull Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen was speechless as he looked at the familiar figure in front of him and listened to the other party's words. My goodness, this is really shameless to a certain extent. He actually dared to come over at this time. Zhang Chen didn't know what to say. Chenzi. Yu Yang was a little anxious and shouted subconsciously. Let's go. Zhang Chen chuckled and his figure instantly passed by. There were no words and no answer. He is not the predecessor. The predecessor needs to lick the other party, but he doesn't. Since it is not needed, there is no need to pay attention to it. As for the information given by his sister, it is indeed useless to him now, but why would he give it to a gold digger? It's not like he's mentally ill. Good Ellie. Seeing Zhang Chen's behavior, Yu Yang's eyes lit up and he quickly followed him. Just this scene. Lu Qingxia was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. She had never expected this to happen. Zhang Chen. Subconsciously speak. The voice sounded a little anxious. Zhang Xi's information is extremely important to her. She must get it no matter what. However, his words only made the figure in front of him pause slightly, and then he continued walking. He seemed to be ignoring her completely. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many students. For a while, many people pointed fingers and talked. This suddenly made Lu Qingxia's pretty face look embarrassed. I couldn't help but stamp my feet. Quickly walked in. At this moment, quite a few people have gathered in the center of the entire plane. This world is completely different from the previous life. Generally speaking, there will be a diversion in the high school entrance examination. And only students with talent will be eligible to enter high school. Although Sheoksan No. 8 Middle School is not a top high school, it has about 300 to 400 first-year students. At this moment, most of these people have gathered at the center of the plane, waiting for the next landing to begin. At this moment, every student was nervous. After all, this was related to their future. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Landing in the World. Chapter 4 Landing in the World. Of course, Chenzi, it seems that you finally see her clearly. I told you, that woman is not suitable for you. Yu Yang couldn't help but give Zhang Chen a thumbs up. Zhang Chen smiled and said nothing. His eyes scanned the surroundings. This is a huge platform. There are strange inscriptions engraved all around, making the entire surrounding area extremely sacred. It was like stepping into the extraordinary in an instant. What else are you doing here? Just as Zhang Chen was looking around, Yu Yang's unhappy voice sounded again. Zhang Chen subconsciously looked over and found that Lu Qingxia was actually walking towards him again. Zhang Chen, I'm sorry. I can go to the movies with you next time. You know, this is very important to me, please. Seeing Zhang Chen looking at her, Lu Qingxia once again put on that pitiful expression and spoke softly. Ah! Yu Yang couldn't help but sneer and was about to speak again. Lu Qingxia, I remember you haven't completed what you promised me last time. By the way, I think you agreed to accompany me for a midnight snack last time. And the last time. Before Yu Yang could finish his words, Zhang Chen's voice sounded with amusement. I'm sorry, Zhang Chen, I'm sure this time, please, this is very important to me. Lu Qingxia's expression kept changing, but at this moment she still gritted her teeth and spoke pitifully. Zhang Chen had already agreed to this expression from his previous incarnation. Unfortunately, he is no longer his former self. Even if the information in his hand is not important, as mentioned before, why should he give it? Ah! Lu Qingxia, do you think I'm a fool? I can't give you the information. You'd better stay away. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? What do you want to do by getting so close? Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer. You. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Qingxia's face turned pale. Zhang Chen ignored all this and turned around and walked to the other side. Watching Zhang Chen leave, Lu Qingxia's face turned even greener. But looking at Zhang Chen's leaving back, he stomped his feet, gritted his teeth and followed him. Zhang Chen. I was wrong, can't you forgive me just once? Why have you become so stingy? Lu Qingxia spoke pleadingly. Mean. Am I stingy? Where did you get the nameplate on you? Where did you get the latest model of mobile phone? Lin Xiun. Zhang Chen sneered again, then he saw a figure and couldn't help but shout. As he spoke, a beautiful figure in front of him turned around and looked at Zhang Chen curiously. Student Zhang Chen, what's wrong? The figure was a little confused, but still responded subconsciously. I have a copy of Daxia Academy's Ninja World Intelligence here. I can give it to you. How about 50,000 star coins? Zhang Chen spoke. From Daxia Academy. The girl was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Then a figure quickly walked over. Student Zhang Chen, is this something your sister prepared? The girl couldn't help but speak, her expression a little excited. Yes, how? Zhang Chen nodded. I can transfer the money to you right now. The girl spoke quickly. Ding dong. The next moment, there was a sound of money being credited to the bank card. I'll add you. It is good. It's been turned around. Thank you very much, thank you so much. I will treat you to a meal after this time. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened as she looked at the scene in astonishment. Look, if I give this information to anyone, I can give them 50,000 star coins, and even gain their favor and a free lunch. What can I get if I give it to you? Is it your stinky face that didn't even say thank you? Do you think I'm stupid? Looking at Lu Qingxia's expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer again. While listening to Zhang Chen's words, Lin Xiun glanced at Lu Qingxia with a thoughtful expression, but soon just smiled. You. Lu Qingxia finally reacted at this moment, and her pretty face turned completely pale in an instant. Subconsciously, she was angry, but at this moment Lu Qingxia didn't know how to speak. In the end, I could only leave with an embarrassed look on my face. Ha 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 ha. Killing me. That's how it should be. Seeing Lu Qingxia leaving with a livid face, Yu Yang couldn't help but speak with a smile. At this moment, he looked extremely happy. All right. It's time to get ready. It should start soon. Remember what I said before, that's your only chance. If you miss it, it will be hard for you to get started again. Zhang Chen shook his head. He didn't care too much about what happened just now. Instead, he reminded his best friend again. I see. Yu Yang nodded. After instructing Yu Yang, Zhang Chen thought about it and edited a message to send to Lin Xiun. Thank you very much. In return, I will give you another piece of information. After choosing the Haiga clan, you can try going to the women's bathhouse. There may be an unexpected surprise there. After the text editor sent it, Zhang Chen ignored it. Lin Xiun had helped him a lot, even if it was in a different world, Zhang Chen wouldn't mind giving her a hand. The Haiga clan is indeed the best choice for ordinary people. As for the bird in the cage, it is not a big problem for the main world. At most, it will have an impact on the landing world, but this impact is actually very large. As long as you live to the end, you can solve it. Of course, that's all there is to it. There have been too many leaks and the risks are still too high. This is enough. The other side. Lin Xiun was originally studying the information given by Zhang Chen. But suddenly I received a message. When the information came into her sight, she was stunned. She subconsciously looked at the information sent by Zhang Chen, then looked at the message again, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. But it was only for a moment. After thinking about it, Lin Xiun quickly edited a message and sent it. But the message fell into oblivion in an instant and there was no response. She was speechless for a moment, thought about it, and then walked over. But at this moment, buzz! A ripple spread. The next moment, lines of inscriptions on the platform began to light up. All students, get ready. The landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself. Report it again. All students, get ready. The landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself. The principal's voice rang out during the broadcast, causing Lin Xiun to stop in her tracks. Here we go. Someone spoke excitedly. The next moment, countless people's faces couldn't help but blush. Yu Yang, same with Zhang Chen. Buzz! A ripple spread further. And the next moment all the inscriptions lit up completely. At the same time, Zhang Chen's eyes blurred, and his consciousness seemed to rise rapidly at this moment. It was unknown how much time had passed, or how long it had lasted, before Zhang Chen's consciousness suddenly sank. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 What the hell, Dragon Ball? Chapter 5 What the hell, Dragon Ball? His consciousness sank slightly, and the next moment Zhang Chen felt that he was in a white world. There was nothing around him and he could not see anything. At the moment when his consciousness was intertwined, a series of mechanical voices without any emotion resounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Plane raiders detected. Data binding in progress. Binding successful. The world is being positioned. Along with the sound, lines of text flashed across the white world. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although according to the information currently known, many worlds are worlds he is familiar with. However, this is a random landing after all. Even Zhang Chen was not sure whether the world he randomly landed in would be the one he was familiar with. Once you are not familiar with it, or the normal world. Then he'll be in big trouble. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for him to get his next chance. And just as he was nervous and expectant. Positioning successful. The world is matching. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Next moment. Buzz. A ripple instantly spread throughout the entire white world. As the ripples spread, sporadic pictures appeared, which were some basic information about the world. World name, unknown. World level, unknown. Whether to match immediately. Ding, you can choose fixed point identity matching or random matching. The mechanical voice sounded again. However, Zhang Chen didn't care about these at the moment. His mouth opened wide involuntarily, and his eyes also widened at this moment, with only shock in his expression. Because the sporadic images that appeared in the white world at this moment were enough for him to know where the world he had randomly landed in this time. Fuck, Dragon Ball! Zhang Chen couldn't help but swear at this moment. It's not that he's not calm. But the level of the world before him far exceeded his imagination. The currently known New World landings include One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan, Under One Person, Soul Land, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Return of the Condor Heroes. These are either anime from previous lives or novels from previous lives. But whether in novels or animations, their power levels are actually not that high. However, what appeared at this moment was Dragon Ball. Zhang Chen was really confused at this moment. I was unable to react for a moment. He looked at the screen carefully several times. But the familiar scene, the familiar Kame Island, and even the familiar figures undoubtedly made him understand that this was indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Ding, do you want to start the login? Please select the login method. While Zhang Chen was shocked, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again. This voice immediately woke Zhang Chen up. A flush appeared on her face at this moment. Dragon Ball! This is Dragon Ball! Among the known landing locations in this world, it is obvious that there is nothing higher than the Dragon Ball world. All the previous uneasiness and tension disappeared at this moment, and only excitement remained. A world of a higher level, and a familiar world. Zhang Chen could almost imagine what he would gain. Ding, please select the login method. A familiar voice sounded again in the excitement. Choose a fixed identity to log in. Zhang Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down, then spoke in a deep voice. Among the fixed point identity selections, please choose your identity. Note, you can choose humanoids, humans, and beasts. A mechanical sound was heard, and the next moment a series of simple pictures appeared, representing the corresponding identities. Looking at these identities that appeared, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Obviously, the Dragon Ball that was opened at this moment was only the first chapter, and the races that appeared were basically the races that existed on Earth. If you choose these races, there is obviously no future. Fortunately, Zhang Chen knew that there were more options for this kind of identity choice than just these hints. In theory, the world can choose any identity and race as long as there is a corresponding matching existence. It's just that most people don't know the information about the world, so the conditions for their choices are undoubtedly much lower. But obviously, this does not include Zhang Chen. Choose Scion. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen spoke directly. Ding, identity check in progress. Testing completed. Identity matching in progress. Name, Aspera, Zhang Chen. World, unknown. Identity, Scion from planet Vegeta. Main quest, survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. Current reservation time, 1095 days. Identity matching completed, do you want to log in immediately? The familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Zhang Chen couldn't help but blush when he saw the message. Sure enough. Zhang Chen whispered, his expression filled with excitement. Then there was no more hesitation. My heart was moved. Log in. as thoughts intertwine. Next moment. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the vast white world, an extremely huge beam of light came down from the sky and instantly shone on Zhang Chen. Accompanied by a beam of light. In an instant, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. And at that moment Zhang Chen disappeared from the spot. Kyoto. The center of the Daxia plain. Alarm, alarm. Alert, a large world is being extracted. The countdown to world invasion begins. The sound of a rapid alarm. In an instant, all the figures in the center of Kyoto were startled. Swipe. Several figures flashed in an instant. What happened? A low voice came from an old man's mouth, and his expression was solemn. Minister, a student has started landing on a large world. It should be randomly logged in and pulled. A staff member quickly reported. Random landing. Detect the size of this world now. Also see if we can force a second landing. The old man's brows jumped, then he thought of something and quickly started giving orders. There may be various problems with random logins every year, and there have been unlucky people who have been drawn into a large world. It is bad luck for the person who gets drawn, but it is good news for Daxia. After all, the help that a large world can provide is unmatched by other worlds. Once conquered, Daxia's strength will be able to reach a higher level. It can even be said that the higher the world level, the greater the benefit to Daxia. In this regard, the Daxia Plain Center has already had a complete response plan. Yes. We're forcing a match. It might take some time. The staff nodded and quickly operated the relevant instruments and equipment. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, People on Planet Vegeta, Fighting 5 Scumbags. Chapter 6, People on Planet Vegeta, Fighting Against the Scumbag. Zhang Chen was unaware of the Education Bureau's alarm. As the beam of light fell, his consciousness began to feel groggy again. When he came to his senses, he felt as if he had fallen into a ball of warm liquid. An extremely comfortable feeling spread over him, as if he had returned to the mother's womb at this moment. This is... I couldn't help but feel a little confused. But just as he was wondering, he seemed to hear the sound of footsteps around him. Simonel, is the test completed? It sounded with a strange pronunciation. Zhang Chen had obviously never learned this language, but at this moment he could completely understand it. Testing completed. Among this group of children, the most outstanding one should be the boy from the Nappa family. He was born with a full 500 points of combat power, worthy of being a famous scion family. 500, so high. Yup. What about this? This one is just a low-level combat power. I just checked and it shows that the birth combat power is only 5. 5. You sure? It's confirmed. I thought the test was wrong before, so I retested it and it's indeed only 5. Tisk tisk, the scions actually have newborns with such low combat power. 5. This is the weakest among the low-level warriors. Ha ha ha, it seems so. Okay, let's not discuss this anymore. A new batch of scions will be sent here soon. It seems that Mr. Riku's eldest son will be among them this time. I wonder how strong his fighting power will be. Yes, hurry over there. The sounds gradually faded away. Zhang Chen regained consciousness immediately. Combat strength 5. Could it be me? Zhang Chen couldn't help but look a little strange. But it's just a little weird. He doesn't care about his own combat power. At this moment, I quickly checked my own condition. During this examination, he suddenly found himself as if in a huge nutrition warehouse. There was also a vague feeling of a hairy thing behind him. I twisted my body subconsciously and suddenly saw my long tail. Success! Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited while muttering. Scions, these are scions. It is undeniable that there are many beings in Dragon Ball whose talents, strengths, and abilities are superior to those of the scions. For example, the Ice Demon Clan, angels and gods of destruction. But on the one hand, this world is a scion story. In terms of potential, even a powerful king in the late stage may not be able to compare with the scions. On the other hand, the identity login also needs to be able to match. For example, if you are an ordinary person but want to become an angel or a king of the gods, that is totally overthinking. Your own dimension and the dimension you log into must be on the same level. Just like before, his strength was probably a little stronger than that of an average person, and the scions that landed only had a combat power of 5 points. It is impossible to give him a scion with 100 or even 10,000 points. So in this case, there are not so many racial identities to choose from. Scion is undoubtedly the best choice among them. Name: Aspera, Zhongchen. World: unknown. Identity: scion from planet Vegeta. Main quest: survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. Current reserved time: 1095 days. His mind moved. And the next moment a line of text appeared before his eyes. This is a list of his personal attributes. It is also an existence that he must pay attention to when he logs in for the first time. Generally speaking, along with the start of login, the plain login will actively issue a main task. Only after completing the main task, the login task can leave with the reward. This task is basically a death task. If it cannot be completed, the result is needless to say. This can be seen from his mission. The main quest is to survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. If it is completed, there is no need to say more. If it is not completed, it will of course be destroyed along with planet Vegeta. Thoughts flow. Thoughts flowed through my mind at a rapid pace. Zhongchen was thinking about what to do next. This main quest doesn't seem difficult. But in reality it is extremely difficult. Judging from the original work, if we don't take the movie version into consideration, except for Vegeta's team, Son Goku who was sent to Earth early, and Broly and his son who were exiled, all the scions on the entire Vegeta planet died. Among them, Son Goku and Raditz were able to succeed thanks to Bardock's wish at the Hillel Star Dragon Ball. The main reason for this result is not that Frieza wants to destroy the scions, but that the god of destruction Beerus wants to destroy the scions. Given the status of the god of destruction and the order given, it is a miracle that the scions did not become extinct. It's not so easy for him to add himself. For others it's almost a dead end. After all, even if someone landed on Dragon Ball and became a scion, they would not know that Frieza would destroy planet Vegeta, and naturally there would be no way to escape. But for Zhongchen, there are still many ways. One is to choose to go on expedition to other planets like Kakarot. When the time comes, he can change the address and cut off the signal. In such a vast universe, as long as he is not too high profile, Frieza will not care too much about a small shrimp like him. The second is to infiltrate Vegeta's team. As long as he can successfully replace Nappa, there is a high probability that he will survive. Third, you can try to contact the god of destruction Beerus. If you can do it, you can solve the problem in one fell swoop. Fourth, you can also sneak into Bardock's team, go to planet Hillier, and obtain the 2-star Dragon Balls to solve the problem perfectly. At this moment, thoughts flashed rapidly. However, the child's body obviously could not bear so many thoughts flowing through it. Soon Zhongchen felt a little drowsy. After a while, Zhongchen fell into a deep sleep. Life in the nutrition warehouse was much better than Zhongchen had imagined. It's not too boring. After all, he needs to sleep most of the time. He lived in the nutrient chamber for almost a year before he was released. Of course, this was counted from the time he was born. If counted from the time he landed, it was only 3 months. However, when he came out of the nutrient chamber, it was different from what he expected. With a combat power of only 5, he was not arranged to attack some low-level planets, but stayed. Some basic training is being carried out. And he seemed to have become a logistics worker. And that's why. The reason was because Bardock greeted him. That's right, Bardock. As for the reason, it is that the father of this body was once Bardock's teammate. Although he died in the battle, Bardock still took care of him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He never thought that his login identity was related to Bardock. This is the most important character in Dragon Ball. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, People on Planet Vegeta, Fighting 5 Scumbags? Chapter 7, People on Planet Vegeta, Fighting Against the Trash? Bardock does not appear in the original Dragon Ball, but the entire Dragon Ball is filled with his legends. He is more than just the father of the savior Kakarot. They are even called the pioneer of history, and the rebel against fate. The legendary Super Saiyan. The beginning of a legend. The man who fights endlessly. Jiang Chen wasn't sure whether this was the original Dragon Ball or the old version of Dragon Ball, but it was obvious that no matter which one it was, Bardock was special. The former is the beginning of a series of subsequent stories, and the latter is the beginning of a legend. Jiang Chen never thought that logging in with this identity would allow him to get close to this person. With this relationship, some of his seemingly unfeasible ideas seemed to have feasible solutions. After all, Bardock is not only the beginning of everything, he is also extremely powerful. More importantly, Bardock is different from other Saiyans. Compared with other Saiyans who are cold, brutal, and unkind, Bardock is one of the few Saiyans who has deep emotions among the Saiyan people. This is true for his comrades in arms, and also for his wife and son. Jiang Chen had already confirmed this when he first met Bardock. Aspera. Ha ha ha, you're already this big. How was it, did you have a good meal? In the simple room, Bardock picked up Jiang Chen and spoke with a smile. Bardock. Aspera is very obedient. She has started to help me cook these days. Bardock, you don't know that Aspera is very talented in cooking. Now she cooks better than me. Jin looked at her husband Bardock, who was holding Aspera, and couldn't help but smile and speak. Really? Aspera is amazing. Bardock couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. Aunt Jin. I'm still a long way from here. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Cooking his own meals, well, he had to admit that he had no talent in this area. As an alternative, or one of the best options, of course, is to find a way to get closer to Beerus and Whis. As long as you can do it. Not to mention the main quest, he can even soar to the sky. So after leaving the nutrition chamber and being able to live independently, Jiang Chen began to try delicious food. There is no other way. If you want to get close to Beerus and Whis, food is the best way. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's because Planet Vegeta doesn't have the soil for culinary delights, or if he just doesn't have the talent for cooking, but after a year, what he made can only be described in one sentence. At least I can eat it. With food like this, let alone whether he could contribute it to Beerus and Whis, even if he could, he estimated that he would be destroyed by Beerus. Although due to the characteristics of the plane landing, even Beerus's destructive characteristics should not be able to hurt his body. But that also means that his future is basically over. This is not the result Jiang Chen wanted. So during this period of time, he has begun to consider new options. Ha ha ha, our Aspera now knows how to be shy. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Bardock and Jin clearly misunderstood and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Faced with the misunderstanding between the two, Jiang Chen didn't explain either. Instead, he felt something in his heart and spoke with curiosity. By the way, Uncle Bardock, how come you have time to come back recently? He now urgently wants to know the timeline. There is no clear time record on Planet Vegeta now. The only thing he knows is that Nappa was born in the same year as him. He doesn't know if it is that Nappa. Apart from that, he doesn't know anything else. I just completed a mission recently, so I came back to take a look when I had time. Also, the king arranged for Raditz to follow Vegeta. Bardock patted Zhang Chen's head and explained with a smile. Brother Raditz. Zhang Chen's heart tightened. Although the time is still unclear, Raditz is now joining Team Vegeta, which means that the destruction of planet Vegeta may not be too long. Maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. Maybe 3 years. The only thing to be thankful for is that Kakarot has not been born yet. That means there is still time. Yeah, that kid is too unreliable. If only you were half as obedient as Aspera. Jine couldn't help but sigh and speak. By the way, Aspera, this is for you. You are 3 years old this year, and you are a qualified warrior. I probably won't be on planet Vegeta on your birthday in a few days. This is an early birthday present for you. Bardock spoke with a smile, then tossed Frisia's standard combat suit over with his right hand. Thank you. Zhang Chen took it and thanked him quickly. Bardock smiled and shook his head. The Aspera in front of him was different from most scions, which made him engine-like him very much. In less than a year, they had even gotten used to treating Aspera as their own child. Let's go, let's eat. I'm looking forward to trying Aspera's delicious food. Zhang Chen's mind was in a state of confusion, but Bardock and Jinia didn't think too much about it. Bardock spoke with a smile. Then 3 people walked into the room. Scions are indeed big eaters. Even Zhang Chen, a kid, ate enough for 20 people on Earth, and Bardock ate enough for 300 people. With such a large-scale food intake, we can roughly understand why scions don't have much delicious food. After meal, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally found Bardock. Describe your requirements. You want a machine to adjust gravity. Bardock was a little surprised. Yes, Uncle Bardock, I wonder if you can make it. Zhang Chen was a little nervous. There is no way. Since the best path cannot be chosen, he has to consider other paths. As for other paths, no matter which one you choose, it is necessary to improve your own strength. As a scion, the simplest and most direct way to improve your strength is to die and resurrect. As long as you reach a certain level, this set is almost a perfect way to improve. Unfortunately, without senzu beans, shenlong, and namekians, Zhang Chen still didn't dare to play this way. Near death, maybe really dead. Apart from this method, there is only one thing left: gravity. Ordinary people still need to worry about the gravity chamber affecting their development, but scions don't need that at all. Goten, who is 6 or 7 years old, and Trunks can jump back and forth in a gravity chamber that is hundreds of times heavier. Although he is only 3 years old, it is unlikely to be a big problem. As for how to get gravity, it's also very simple. Today's scions serve Frisia, so all we need to do is ask the aliens to customize them. Although he can't do it, Bardock can. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 1 years. Chapter 8, 1 year. It has been almost a year since Zhang Chen landed. When he first landed, his strength was 5 and he was selected as a low-level soldier. Because of Bardock's relationship, he was kept back to be trained as a logistics personnel. As a low-level soldier, his talent was indeed almost non-existent. After a year, his combat effectiveness had only increased from 5 to 10. At the current rate, it is still questionable whether his combat power can be raised to 100 by the time he reaches adulthood. If he fails to handle it properly, he, a scion, will have to set a new record for the lowest combat effectiveness in the history of scions. It will definitely be a shame for the scions then. Well, that's assuming planet Vegeta still exists at that time. Of course, the main reason why the rate is so low is that he did not choose to practice during this year, nor did he use his foresight. After all, in his opinion, instead of wasting time tinkering with it myself, it's better to wait for Beerus and Whis. As long as he can follow those 2 big guys and run away, he will not only be able to complete the first main mission, but also be able to soar to the sky, which is better than practicing blindly on his own. However, after this year's attempt, Zhang Chen had to give up. I'm not that cut out for it. Beerus and Whis are out of options. Then you can only choose again. This is where gravity comes into play. Control gravity. Okay, I'll go ask later, it shouldn't be a big problem. Although Bardock was a little confused, he quickly nodded in agreement. This was not a problem for him. Although he is a low-level warrior, Bardock's combat power has reached 7,000, which makes him stronger than some elite warriors. Naturally, his status has been greatly improved. Thank you, Uncle Bardock. Hearing Bardock's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Ha ha ha, what are you thanking me for? I'll help you after I finish dealing with Radit's matter. Bardock smiled and patted Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen also had a smile on his face. Bardock then left and headed for the palace. The next day, Bardock returned and handed Zhang Chen an item similar to a bracelet. Aspera, it's done, but this thing can only adjust 10 times the gravity at present. You can play with it first. When the time comes, I will go to the Frisia Corps headquarters and get you a higher level one. Bardock smiled and spoke. Thank you. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded again to express his gratitude. He didn't expect there would be a sequel. I told you not to say thank you, little guy, you're still so polite. Bardock couldn't help but speak with a straight face and some anger. Got it, Uncle Bardock. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. That's right. Aspera, I'm leaving tomorrow, remember to take good care of yourself. Bardock nodded in satisfaction, and then patted Zhang Chen's head again. The next day, Bardock left quietly. Seeing several spaceships taking off in the distance, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a long breath. Next step, improve your strength. Zhang Chen whispered and calmed down. Now that you have given up the best option, it's time to take the next step. With the gravity ring and all the knowledge from his previous life, he believed that his strength should be able to be improved to a higher level before Vegeta exploded. As for how far it can reach, then it depends on the follow-up. He raised his right hand and the gravity bracelet appeared in front of him. The right hand touches lightly. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. Please adjust the gravity multiple. A mechanical sound sounded. Double. Zhang Chen's mind moved, and he whispered, the gravity parameters have been set. Gravity loading. Buzz. The sound of machinery was mixed, and the next moment a ripple spread. Bump. Zhang Chen's standing figure staggered and almost fell down. Although it was only twice the gravity, he only had 10 points of combat power and he couldn't bear it in an instant. Even her little face suddenly turned red. Quickly turned off the gravity bracelet. Gravity disappears. Zhang Chen only felt the pressure disappear instantly, and the exploding feeling in his body then subsided. Call. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Zhang Chen began to restart the gravity bracelet. Please adjust the gravity multiple. A mechanical sound sounded. 1.5 times. Zhang Chen spoke. The next moment, his body sank again. A pressure spread throughout my body, but fortunately, compared to twice the gravity, 1.5 times was undoubtedly something I could still bear. In just less than a week. Under 1.5 times gravity, Zhang Chen could already barely survive. A month later. There are no major problems with basic life, except for some minor impacts. Of course, even though he had adapted to the 1.5 times gravity, Zhang Chen did not rashly turn on the double gravity. Although the Scion physique is very strong, he is only 3 years old after all. He is not the descendant of a Super Scion like Trunks and Goten. Zhang Chen is still very clear about his own abilities. And time passes slowly and quietly. 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. This year, under 1.5 times gravity, he not only began to live, but also started some basic training. These trainings include the Scion training in this world, as well as some training that Zhang Chen knew in his previous life. 1 year down. Training day after day. The improvement in strength has obviously undergone earth-shaking changes. On a plane. Zhang Chen stopped panting. With an idea in mind, he turned on the detector in his left eye. Drib. The values jump rapidly. A moment later, a somewhat surprising number appeared before his eyes. 65. Is it 65? Zhang Chen whispered and couldn't help but smile. Such little combat power is naturally nothing for the Scions. But the problem is that he only had 5 points of combat power when he was born, and he is only 4 years old now. For ordinary lower-level soldiers, it is difficult for their combat power to exceed 50 points at the age of 4. It only took him 1 year to reach a combat effectiveness of 65 points. This is also the reason why he did not further start gravity training, otherwise his combat effectiveness could be further improved, and it might not be impossible to reach 100 points. You should know that under normal circumstances, those with a birth combat power below 30 points are rated as lower-level fighters. 30 to 100 points is an intermediate warrior. Those with more than 100 points are considered superior warriors. Throughout his entire life, the combat effectiveness of a low-level soldier is only about 200 or 300, and at most no more than 400 or 500. At the age of 4, he was able to reach 65 points of combat power, which made him no longer a weakling among mid-level fighters. Even many mid-level warriors may not have 65 points of combat power at the age of 4. After all, the main growth period of Scions is between the ages of 18 and 50. The improvement in combat power before the age of 18 is actually very limited. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Strength Leaps Up, the first time is about to end. Chapter 9, Strength Leaps, the first time is about to end. The grasslands in the west of planet Vegeta. A small figure is closing his eyes. There was a faint whirlwind sweeping around the body, and gradually the whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, and the small figure began to be lifted up, until it was completely in mid-air. The small figure slowly opened his eyes. As expected of a Scion. Feeling the majestic energy in his body at this moment, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He also clearly remembered that in Dragon Ball, it took Videl a long time to learn how to control her chi. This is even with the guidance of the martial arts master Sun Gohan. Although Zhang Chen had memories of his past life, those memories were only fragmentary after all. Zhang Chen had originally planned to spend a year or even longer to explore. But the result was unexpectedly smooth. He just tried it for the first time and he felt the existence of chi. He even succeeded in performing the aerial dance technique simply by following the instructions of Sun Gohan from the anime in his previous life. There is no way. The Scion's aura is too powerful. Even if he is just a child, or even just a low-level warrior, the aura on his body is not comparable to that of an ordinary earthling. Especially this year, under his long-term training, this energy has grown stronger unknowingly. These things will come naturally. What surprised Zhang Chen even more was that his control over chi began to progress. His fighting ability seemed to have improved again. Drip drip. With a light touch of his finger, the combat power detector above his left eye started to jump up and down rapidly in just an instant. In a moment, the value was reset to a completely new number. 85. It's increased by 20 points. Zhang Chen whispered, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. These were just some simple exercises, but they had improved his strength by 20 points. Zhang Chen couldn't imagine how much his combat effectiveness would improve if he could inherit the martial arts from Master Roshi or the God of Earth. 100, or a few hundred. It's unimaginable. Of course, Zhang Chen was only excited for a moment, and soon calmed down. Now that he is on planet Vegeta, there is basically no way for him to obtain Master Roshi's martial arts inheritance or the inheritance of the Earth God. All he could do was train himself based on some memories from his past life. Shake his head. Gather your thoughts. Zhang Chen's figure slowly descended from the sky. Start adapting to 8 times gravity from today. With a whisper, Zhang Chen adjusted the gravity bracelet on his wrist. Please adjust the gravity multiple. A mechanical sound sounded. 1.8 times. Zhang Chen's heart moved, and then he whispered. Gravity parameters are set. Gravity loading. Buzz. The sound of machinery was mixed, and the next moment a ripple spread. Zhang Chen's body couldn't help but sink, but this time he didn't almost fall down like before. The long-term 1.5 times gravity training, even if the gravity was increased by 0.3 times, could not give him the same strong pressure as in the beginning. At this moment he just felt his body became heavier. After trying it a little, I was able to basically maintain my condition. Took a deep breath. Zhang Chen began to continue training. Time passes slowly. Time on planet Vegeta is boring and monotonous. Apart from receiving regular training for the logistics staff on planet Vegeta every 7 days, Zhang Chen was completely immersed in cultivation. He began to try out the training methods from various animations, movies, and TV shows that he remembered from his previous life. Although the effect was not very significant, his strength was indeed improving in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. During the past 6 months, everything on planet Vegeta was peaceful. Bardock did not return. However, what made Zhang Chen feel a little nervous was that Aunt Ginia's belly was getting bigger and bigger. If nothing unexpected happens, Kakarot will probably be born soon. The birth of Kakarot also announced that the countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta has begun. Zhang Chen is currently unclear whether this Dragon Ball world comes from the Dragon Ball authentic timeline or the Dragon Ball original timeline. But no matter which one it is, it will obviously not last long. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although he had made a lot of preparations. But this is ultimately a major event that concerns his future achievements. If he fails, his future will be in real trouble. Of course, compared to this, the most important thing for him at the moment is that his first login time is almost over. He first landed for 3 years. At this moment, there is less than a month left until the end of time. Early morning. When the morning sun shines. At Jinna's house. Zhang Chen arrived here early in the morning. Help Jin do things within your ability. At this moment, Jin has been pregnant for almost 9 months, and if nothing goes wrong, the baby will be born in the next 2 months. Even though Gnei didn't need anyone to take care of her, Zhang Chen still insisted on coming. Aunt Jin, I'll do it, I'll do it. Zhang Chen's voice spoke, busying himself quickly. Aspera, you are really sensible, unlike that brat in our family. I hope Kakarot can be like you. Jin couldn't help but speak with a happy face. Kakarot, has Uncle Bardock picked a name yet? Zhang Chen asked curiously. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jin's bulging belly. Yes, a few days ago, Bardock and I communicated and gave him a name, Kakarot. Does Aspera sound good? Jin smiled and spoke. That sounds good. Kakarot will definitely be a very powerful warrior in the future. Zhang Chen nodded heavily and spoke seriously. Joke. This is the savior of the future universe. Ha ha ha, thank you Aspera. Jin smiled and nodded. He was obviously happy about Aspera's words. Zhang Chen then accompanied Jinia for lunch, and only when the sun set did he slowly walk back to his home. A month. It is said that this is the first landing, and we can return with all our strength. I don't know if it is true. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited as he whispered softly. As the conquerors of the universe, these people have certain authority. For example, after logging in for the first time, you can carry all your strength with you, and you can even convert yourself into a logged-in identity and return to the main world. Although this kind of authority is only temporary, and the power it carries does not completely belong to oneself, it is similar to a temporary grant of power. Once his main task cannot be completed, this authority will be directly revoked. But even so, it is enough to make people excited. Especially now, after more than half a year of training and practice, his strength has reached a new level. Although it is not worth mentioning in the Dragon Ball world, this is the Dragon Ball world. It would be completely different in the real world. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, The Beginning of the Era. Chapter 10, The Beginning of the Era. Drip drip. The values on the detector of the left eye jumped rapidly, and the time value at that moment froze again. 123. 123 points of combat power. Zhang Chen whispered, and a smile appeared on his face. More than half a year had passed, and his combat effectiveness had increased from over 80 points to nearly 40 points. And at this moment, if we only talk about combat power, he is already comparable to some of the lowest level senior warrior scion cubs. After all, he is only 5 years old now. For ordinary scions, although their combat effectiveness will fluctuate between birth and the age of 5, the increase will generally not be too much. However, Zhang Chen's combat power has increased from just 5 to 132. Such a result, once leaked, would be enough to shock countless scions on planet Vegeta. But it was obvious that Zhang Chen didn't intend to be so high profile. Today should be the last phase of logistics training. Zhang Chen whispered, glanced at the sky, and then quickly controlled the gravity bracelet with his right hand. Please adjust the gravity multiple. A mechanical sound sounded. Double. Zhang Chen's heart moved, and then he whispered. Gravity parameters are set. Gravity loading. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and instantly he felt as if his body was almost crushed, and his internal organs all felt an unprecedented sense of squeezing. Normally, Zhang Chen would only open up a little bit of 8 times gravity to practice, unless he was going for training. After all, his current combat power improvement is too eye-catching. Once discovered, it will easily attract attention, and Zhang Chen doesn't want that. So generally speaking, when he goes to the training place, he will use the gravity bracelet to perform high multiple gravity suppression. Under this kind of high gravity pressure, both his chi and energy would be compressed to the lowest level. Drib. 55. The value jumps. The right hand touched the detector, and soon a new value appeared. Is double gravity not enough? Looking at this number, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Then, without any hesitation, he added 0.5 times the gravity again. The gravity was increased by 0.5 times again. Zhang Chen staggered instantly and almost fell down. I even felt as if my internal organs were completely crushed. Layers of sweat began to seep out of his forehead. The body suddenly became heavier. After raising his hand with difficulty and turning on the detector. Drip drip. 25. The value jumped again, and a new combat power emerged. Under 2.5 times gravity, his combat effectiveness was once again suppressed. Only at this moment did Zhang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Even if they participated in the training, it was not certain that anyone would deliberately turn on the detector to check on the logistics personnel, but what if it happened? No one could guarantee it. Especially this time, the place they are heading to is the Vegeta Planet Logistics Center, where there are more masters. There are also more strong ones. There are naturally more surprises. The best way is to prevent this from happening. The figure took heavy steps and walked towards the Vegeta Planet Logistics Training Center with difficulty. It has to be said that the scions are terrifying in both physical and adaptability. As he gradually walked, Zhang Chen was able to adapt. Although there are still some problems, at least on the surface there are no major problems. Even the deep pits under the feet that used to form with every step gradually disappeared. It's not that gravity has disappeared, but Zhang Chen began to learn how to tread water like in Naruto, using the energy to attach to his feet to support his own body. On the one hand, this can avoid being too conspicuous, and on the other hand, it can also exercise the use of qi as much as possible. In the past 6 months, Zhang Chen has practiced countless times. Now, even if his own gravity has increased again, it is still not difficult for Zhang Chen. The morning sun gradually reached noon. Zhang Chen arrived at the Vegeta Planet Logistics Center. At this moment, Planet Vegeta can be said to have truly been transformed into a war fortress. Except for the palace, everything was preparing for war. The same is true for the Vegeta Planet Logistics Center. Among them are a large number of aliens and scions. The main purpose of these people is to serve the scions who are conquering alien planets. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Chen will become one of them. The entire service center is made of the hardest metal in the universe. Even planetary-level cannons would find it difficult to break through. Zhang Chen walked into the service center and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The air under his feet was dissipated and his body stepped on the metal. His face turned slightly pale at this moment. This is the reason for the large amount of gas consumption. Even though his control over qi is already very high now, this kind of treading water similar to Naruto's consumption is also very low, but Zhang Chen is now under 2.5 times the gravity, so the consumption is completely different. Aspera, you're finally here. If you don't come soon, you will miss this opportunity. When Zhang Chen walked in, an alien quickly noticed Zhang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly came over to greet him. What's wrong, Phil? Zhang Chen spoke in surprise, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the alien in front of him. Of course he knew this person, a native of Filania, and also one of the personnel trained by Vegeta Planet Logistics Service Center. Hehe, you may not know that not long ago, Lord Bardock has successfully conquered Kanasa, which is a high-level planet. It seems that he will return today. If you are late, you may miss the opportunity to meet Lord Bardock. Phil spoke with excitement, and when he mentioned Bardock, his eyes were filled with endless admiration. Bardock! Kanasa star! Zhang Chen's brows couldn't help but jump. It's not because of the Bardock that the other party mentioned, but because of the Kanasa planet that the other party mentioned. There have always been 2 versions in Dragon Ball, one is the old version and the other is the new version. The old version of Bardock seems to have been cursed by the Kanasa people when invading Kanasa and gained the ability to predict the future. In the new version of Dragon Ball, Bardock entered the planet Hillier and obtained a 2-star Dragon Ball and made a wish. Zhang Chen had been wondering whether this was an old version or a new version, but now it seemed that there was a result. Hey, excited! Hurry and follow me. Lord Bardock will arrive at planet Vegeta in an hour. We will all have a chance to meet him then. Phil looked at the shocked Zhang Chen. At this moment, he thought that he was as excited as himself, so he couldn't help but pull Zhang Chen and talk with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 The Beginning of the Era. Chapter 11 The Beginning of the Era. In space. Several spaceships fell directly from the sky like meteors. Inside a spaceship, Bardock couldn't help but frown, wondering if it was the final curse from the Kanasa alien. During this period of time, some fragments would appear in his mind from time to time. These clips seem to be things happening in the future. What worries him most is that his team members, Toma, Selava, and Papuzen will all be killed by Dodoria of Frisia's army in the near future. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Bardock murmured and shook his head vigorously. Although he didn't trust Frisia very much, Frisia had no reason to deal with them. Their team is not considered weak in the entire Frisia army, and there is no benefit in killing them. Toma, Selava, and Papuzen, we will be returning to planet Vegeta soon. Just take a good rest during this period of time. We will take on another mission in half a year. Retracting his thoughts, Bardock spoke to several of his teammates through the combat power detector. Yes, Captain. Ha ha ha, Captain, I heard that your little son is going to be born soon. It looks like another superior warrior is going to be born. What are you talking about, Thomas? I think the captain's son can probably become an elite warrior. Yes, I think so too. From the combat power detector, the laughter of several teammates could be heard. Bardak's originally worried expression gradually eased, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, he hurried back for one main reason: his youngest son Kakarot was about to be born. Bardak was also extremely looking forward to his youngest son. In the spaceship, a few people talked and laughed. Soon it crashed into the Vegeta Planet Logistics Center. The hatch opened quickly. Several figures then walked out. Ha ha ha, you're finally back. This damn space voyage is just too long. A rough voice sounded. An obese scion couldn't help but curse. Dodebo, stop complaining. We are doing well this time. A cold female voice sounded, and then a beautiful female scion walked out. Bardak and another tall scion came out shortly after. Lord Bardak! Lord Bardak! A few people came out, and the aliens around them quickly spoke respectfully, even the scions along the way were no exception. Although Bardak is just a low-level warrior. But before, Bardak's combat power was already as high as 7,000, and now he has captured a high-level planet. If nothing unexpected happens, Bardak's combat power will probably increase again. Look, that's Lord Bardak. Let me see how much fighting power Lord Bardak has. Phil excitedly pulled Zhang Chen to the side and spoke, and took out a combat power detector with his right hand and brought it up. Drip drip. The detector jumped rapidly. Soon a value is frozen. Hiss. 9,000. Phil looked at the numbers in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Chen couldn't help but raise his brows. I quickly turned on the detector and soon the same values appeared. Not good. It seems like Lord Bardak is coming towards us. Aspera, hurry up and turn off the detector. While Zhang Chen was shocked, Phil's face changed and he spoke anxiously. His figure was also a little flustered. But just as he was in a panic, Bardak and his men had already walked over. Aspera. Bardak spoke with a smile. Uncle Bardak. Uncle Thomas, Aunt Celieba, Uncle Papuzen. Hearing the familiar words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but speak with a smile. Little Aspera, long time no see. Little Aspera, call me sister, not aunt. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the female scion next to Bardak and the fat scion next to him couldn't help but smile. Humph, kid, why do you still have so little fighting power? Have you not been practicing for a while? Papuzen could not help but snort coldly and spoke with dissatisfaction. Papuzen, don't be like this, Aspera is still young and not a combatant. Celia spoke unhappily. Humph. Papuzen couldn't help but snorted coldly. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't take it too seriously. It has been quite some time since they landed, and he has some understanding of the members of Bardak's team. Like Bardak, both Papuzen and the other two are actually scions with relatively good character. Papuzen actually cared about him, but he was relatively cold. Celia shook her head and then looked at Bardak. Captain, we'll go back first. Just notify us when we're ready to assemble. As he spoke, he couldn't help but touch Zhang Chen's head with his right hand. Ro. You should also take a good rest for a while. Bardak nodded. After Bardak nodded, several people waved, said goodbye to Bardak and Zhang Chen, and then left. Even Papuzen snorted coldly and told Zhang Chen to practice well. Come on, Aspera, let's go back too. After watching his teammates leave, Bardak smiled and spoke to Zhang Chen. Uncle Bardak, I still have training to do. Please go back first. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Training. Bardak looked at the alien next to him. Lord Bardak, this is very simple. It's just the logistical personnel landing and assessment. You can leave first. I will send a document over when the time comes, and Aspera will fill it out. The alien who was following nearby felt his heart tighten and he quickly spoke. Ha ha ha, that's fine. Let's go back. Bardock smiled and spoke, then he picked up Zhang Chen. But the moment he picked him up, Bardock couldn't help but be stunned. But he was only stunned for a moment, and soon returned to his normal state. Then we walked out of the logistics center. Behind them was Phil, who was in shock, and the alien, who was hurriedly wiping his sweat. Aspera, he. Phil murmured softly, and his wide-open eyes took a long time to close. But when they did, his expression was filled with excitement. He never imagined that the scion he knew had such a close relationship with Lord Bardock. Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but flush. Of course, Zhang Chen and Bardock didn't know this at the moment. Bardock lifted Zhang Chen up into the air and headed home. The logistics center is not far from Bardock's home. Especially with Bardock's speed, even if he didn't fly at full speed, it would only take a few minutes for him to reach his home. Bardock. When Jine saw Bardock's expression, she couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Bardock's Shock. Chapter 12 Bardock's Shock. Bardock, eat more. Besides, I'll get it for you right away. Aunt Jine, let me do it. In the room, the conversations of the three people were heard from time to time, and it seemed particularly warm for a moment. Jine's face was filled with a smile that she had not seen for a long time. For Jinea, nothing could make him happier than Bardock's safe return. After meal, Zhang Chen originally planned to leave, not wanting to disturb Jinea and Bardock's rare reunion. But he didn't expect that he would be stopped by Bardock just as he said goodbye. The courtyard is located. Looking at Bardock who called out to him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel confused. Uncle Bardock, what's going on? The words came out subconsciously. Aspera, you have activated the gravity bracelet now, right? Can you turn it off temporarily? Bardock hesitated for a moment, then spoke with curiosity. His right hand subconsciously pressed the detector. Watching Bardock's actions and listening to his words, Zhang Chen's heart moved and he immediately understood what was going on. But after a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. His right hand quickly controlled the gravity bracelet to close. Drip drip. And the moment his gravity bracelet was turned off, the detector in front of Bardock began to jump rapidly. Bardock's eyes gradually changed from expectation to shock. Especially when the final value froze, his pupils couldn't help but widen instantly. Because at this moment, the jumping number in front of his eyes froze at a number that even he had not expected. 108 points. A lot of energy has been consumed, and the combat power has declined. Even Bardock had guessed it when he discovered that Zhang Chen's weight was unusual. Now he knows that gravity has a very obvious effect on science. If Aspera keeps the gravity bracelet on for a long time, his combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. But no matter how much he improved, he never expected that the other party could be promoted from the lowest among the lower-level warriors to the level comparable to ordinary senior warriors. 100 points, that's a full 100 points of combat power. If Zhang Chen were to be re-evaluated at this moment, he would not be able to be rated as a senior warrior, but at least being a mid-level warrior would not be a big problem. Of course, there are no ifs. The level of a scion is usually determined at birth and will not change even if his strength increases. Otherwise, he would have been called a superior warrior or even an elite warrior long ago. Uncle Bardock. Looking at Bardock's ever-changing expression, Zhang Chen spoke subconsciously, with a conflicted look on his face as he considered how to say it. After all, although this thing is not a big deal, it doesn't seem so easy to explain. Call. Reopen the gravity ring. After taking a deep breath, Bardock spoke softly. Oh. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and nodded quickly. Next moment. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and the next moment the gravity bracelet lit up again, and Zhang Chen's fighting power was suppressed once again. However, this time, since he had left the logistics center, Zhang Chen only turned on a little bit of 8 times gravity. Let's restore the previous gravity. Although your body is having a hard time, you should be able to bear it. But just as he activated gravity, Bardak's voice sounded again. Yes. Zhang Chen's mind moved, and without any hesitation, he activated the 2.5 times gravity again. Bump! The gravity of 2.5 times came down again, and the ground made a slight sound instantly. During this period of time, try your best to maintain 2.5 times gravity. I will go to Frisia's army and get you a higher level gravity bracelet. However, you must remember that your combat power cannot exceed 50. Don't tell anyone else about this, Aspera, do you understand? Bardock watched as his fighting power was suppressed again, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Clear. Uncle Bardock. Zhang Chen was a little confused, but he quickly agreed. Although they didn't spend much time together, he knew that Bardock would not harm him. Okay, go back and rest first. I will be at home during this period. Starting from tomorrow morning, remember to come over and I will start training you. Bardock nodded, but didn't explain anything. Instead, he spoke after a slight pause. Okay, thanks Uncle Bardock. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Although he now has many memories of his past lives, these memories are fragmented. The effects of their use in cultivation were okay except in the beginning, but now they are somewhat unable to keep up. With Bardock's training, he would undoubtedly be able to get back on track. Bardock's combat power is now close to 10,000 points. Even if Planet Vegeta does not have any advanced training methods, it is enough to meet his short-term training needs. As for the doubts just now, he chose not to ask. If Bardock wanted to say it, he would have said it long ago. He was unwilling to say, and he had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. The figure left with excitement. It wasn't until Zhang Chen disappeared that Jin appeared next to Bardock. That little guy actually has a combat power of up to 100 points. Isn't there only 5 points in the test at birth? Jin spoke quietly, still looking a little shocked. It should be more than that, maybe even higher. Bardock shook his head and spoke softly. Although he didn't understand the practice of qi, Bardock knew about qi and was aware that Zhang Chen consumed a lot of it. Naturally, one can guess that 108 points is not the limit of Zhang Chen's combat power. And listening to Bardock's words, Jin couldn't help but become even more shocked, and her beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Chen is only 5 years old, but he has a combat power of over 100. When he becomes an adult, his combat power will be at least over 1000. This is not weak among the scions. While Jin was shocked, Bardock didn't say anything. For some reason, he recalled those pictures again in his mind, and his mood began to fluctuate again. Aspera. Bardock couldn't help but whisper in his heart, and his thoughts gradually subsided. Night gradually passed. The morning sun shines down. Zhang Chen arrived at Bardock's house early in the morning. Bardock was indeed at home. Let's go. From today on, I will train you to become a qualified warrior. It will be hard, Aspera, I hope you can hold on. On an empty lawn, Bardock looked at Zhang Chen in front of him and spoke with unprecedented solemnity. I know. Zhang Chen took a long breath and nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Strength Leaps Up, Kakarot is Born. Chapter 13, Strength Leaps Up, Kakarot is Born, Part. Wrong. Wrong. Your attack posture here is wrong. Right foot, right foot. Yes, here, you should use your left elbow. As long as my fighting power is not much higher than yours, I can't block it at all. On the plane, two figures kept colliding. Bardock's instructions were simple and rough, without too many techniques. Every move and every style was formed by fighting for life on the battlefield. There is no systematic training method like Master Roshi's. There is only one, and that is the skill that Bardock has honed in life and death battles. But for Jiang Chen, this was enough. The reason for the gravity bracelet is not considered. Less than a month of training. Although the improvement in his combat effectiveness was not very obvious, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen could almost see the improvement in his strength with his own eyes. Bardock couldn't help but be surprised by this. Jiang Chen's talent is even better than he imagined. This is not simply a question of improving combat power, but a simple question of learning talent. This has nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Even if the combat power is high enough, it is possible that the learning ability is low. That's the case with the big guy from Nappa's family. In addition, there are many scions who are the same. But Jiang Chen had a very high aptitude for learning. After fighting with him, even without his guidance, he could make great progress by exploring on his own. With his guidance, the progress was even faster, which even he found incredible. Bump! Another collision. Two figures stopped in mid-air. Okay, let's stop here for today. We may have to take a break for the next few days because Kakarot is about to be born. Bardock spoke up. Okay, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he nodded. There is no objection to this. After all, compared to training, Kakarot's birth is the most important thing. It was just right that he could use this time to take a short break. After a year of high-intensity training, he felt a little overwhelmed because he was not a true scion with muscles all his brains. Let's go. Just in time. The new gravity bracelet I asked Thomas to make for you at Frisia's headquarters should have arrived. Bardock smiled and spoke. So fast. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the new gravity bracelet would be completed in less than a month. Luckily enough, the Frisia army has set up a branch on planet Sarka, not far from planet Vegeta. Bardock explained with a smile. Planet Sarkar. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but jump. The joy on his face gradually faded. As expected, Frisia has already begun monitoring planet Vegeta. Otherwise it would be impossible to set up a branch on the planet Sarka. What puzzled him was that, logically, Beerus had not arrived yet, and the scions should still be Frisia's most loyal dogs, so there was no need for this at all. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and subconsciously looked at Bardock. Is this really the old version? I murmured softly in my heart, and ripples appeared. What happened? Bardock seemed to notice Jiang Chen's strangeness and subconsciously asked. No, nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head and quickly put away his thoughts. Then he changed the subject and looked at Bardock with curiosity. Uncle Bardock, can you tell me about your previous mission? Phil said that you captured a planet with high-level life. Is that true? Jiang Chen spoke with curiosity. Ha ha ha, of course it's true. Bardock smiled and spoke. The two talked and laughed as they walked back home. What made Jiang Chen frown was that during the conversation, Bardock did not mention the matter of the curse of Kanasa. He didn't know whether it had not happened or Bardock did not mention it. This made Jiang Chen hesitate again. He also understood something about this period of time. But the more I understand, the stranger it becomes. On the one hand, the entire planet Vegeta looks very much like the new version, but in some places it overlaps with the old version. But just in the hesitation, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the room. Uncle Thomas! Jiang Chen shouted quickly. Team leader! Looking at the two of them, Thomas quickly came over and spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha, little Aspera, here, your Uncle Thomas has wasted his rare vacation time. Thomas smiled and touched Jiang Chen's head, then handed him a metal box. Thank you, Uncle Thomas. Jiang Chen quickly thanked him. It's troublesome. Bardock also smiled and spoke. Captain, I'm just kidding. It's no trouble. By the way, I have to go first. Celia asked me to come over. Thomas quickly waved his hands and spoke with a smile. Bardock nodded slightly. Then Thomas quickly flew into the sky. Try it. We'll be there in a minute. Bardock looked at Zhang Chen and spoke with a smile. It is good. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then he took off the gravity bracelet in his hand. Put on the new gravity bracelet. Buzz. Do you want to activate the gravity bracelet? A mechanical voice echoed, and then pieces of text appeared one by one. Looking at these words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel happy. As expected of a product of Frisia's army, even if it was just a branch, the level of this gravity bracelet was much higher than the previous ones. Not only did the activated gravity increase from 10 times to 30 times, but it also had the ability to detect various body data. But after the surprise, Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly. Take off the gravity bracelet. What happened? Is there something wrong with Aspera? Looking at Zhang Chen's actions, Bardock looked a little confused. Uncle Bardock, can you help me take this and check if there are any monitoring or surveillance devices? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Monitoring, monitoring. Bardock was stunned for a moment, then reacted, frowned slightly for a moment, and then nodded. It is good. I'll have it checked out in the next few days. Bardock took it and immediately agreed. Obviously he had thought of this problem too. Zhang Chen put on the gravity bracelet again and turned on the 2.5 times gravity again. Now, after a month of training, his gravity bracelet has increased by 2.5 times, and his combat power has reached more than 30 points. But it doesn't matter. With only 30 points of combat power, it is still the lowest among the scions, but it is at most the last. Not many people will care. Gravity adjustment completed. Bardock then took Zhang Chen to the Vegeta Planet Logistics Center. Kakarot is about to be born. Engine has been transferred to the Logistics Center a week ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Strength Leaps Up, Kakarot is born. Chapter 14, Strength Leaps Up, Kakarot is born. After visiting Jinia at the Logistics Center, Zhang Chen returned home. In the next few days, Zhang Chen had some free time. He put aside everything except gravity. 5 days later, Zhang Chen hurriedly came to the Pregnancy and Infant Center of the Logistics Center of Planet Vegeta again. At this moment, there are rows of pregnancy and baby cabins with the Scion logo. In the pregnancy and infant cabin, there are Scion babies. Zhang Chen soon spotted Bardock and Jinia. Uncle Bardock. Aunt Jin. Zhang Chen ran over quickly. Little Aspera, you're here. Jin was not weak at the moment. The Scion's physique was stronger than one could imagine. Even after giving birth, she recovered quickly. Zhang Chen nodded quickly, and his eyes turned to the pregnancy and baby cabin in front of the two of them. At this moment, there was a small baby lying in it. Crab head and pink body. Is this Kakarot? Zhang Chen asked curiously. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the future Dragon Ball protagonist in front of him. Yes, this is Kakarot, he is very quiet just like you, Aspera. Jin spoke with excitement. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. But during the conversation between several people, there was a sudden commotion in the nursery at this moment. What happened? Bardock grabbed a spaceman and spoke with a frown. Lord Bardock. Being caught, the alien couldn't help but look a little annoyed, but he soon noticed that it was Bardock, and quickly spoke respectfully. What happened? Bardock asked again. Lord Bardock, the news came from Area A. It is said that a Scion baby had such high combat power that it caused the gestational pod to explode. The Cosmic Man spoke quickly. The fighting power is too high, and the pregnancy and baby cabin exploded. Bardock's pupils suddenly widened, with a look of surprise. You have to know that the Scion's pregnancy and baby cabin is made of special materials. Even if the combat power is as high as 2 or 3,000, it is impossible to blow it up. But at this moment, it exploded because of a baby. Yes, yes. The cosmic man nodded quickly. Bardock then let it go. The cosmic talent couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly ran away. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then spoke to the two of them. I won't go over there, you guys go ahead. Jine shook her head and spoke with a smile. Also, Aspera, let's go check it out. Bardock nodded and then called Zhang Chen. Okay. Zhang Chen's heart moved, as if he was thinking about something. He glanced at Cockroach's side and couldn't help but frowned again. There was a hint of doubt on his face. But doubts are just doubts. The figure still caught up with Bardock. But they haven't even entered Area A yet. However, a Scion has already blocked Area A. What made Bardock's expression tense was that these were actually the palace guards. Lord Bardock. Seeing Bardock approaching, the palace guards felt nervous and bowed quickly. The strong are respected on planet Vegeta, and Bardock's combat power of nearly 10,000 points is enough to make these palace guards respect him. What happened? Bardock spoke with a frown. Lord Bardock, the gestational pod was attacked by the Ziful people. The king has dealt with it and is ordering us to guard it strictly to prevent any more accidents. A Scion spoke respectfully. Zivr. Bardock was stunned for a moment, then spoke subconsciously. Yes. But it's been resolved. The figure nodded respectfully. Didn't they say that a Scion baby with high combat power was born? Bardock spoke in surprise. Lord Bardock, there was a system failure. It was the Zivul who destroyed the pregnancy system. The figure quickly shook his head and spoke. I see. Now that it's resolved, let it go. Let's go, Aspera. Bardock nodded, then called Aspera back. Zhang Chen didn't say anything and left with Bardock. I didn't expect that group of Ziful people would revive and hide in the nursery. Bardock spoke with a frown on his face, looking somewhat serious. His little son was still in the nursery, and he couldn't help but worry. Uncle Bardock, are the Zivuls really capable of sneaking into the nursery? Listening to Bardock's whisper, Zhang Chen suddenly said. What happened? Bardock was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Zhang Chen. He looked a little confused. As far as I know, the Zivul people should have been destroyed long ago. They should not be able to sneak into the nursery. And even if they could, what is their purpose in destroying the nursery? To destroy the Scions. There are 5 areas in the nursery, and they are not connected. Unless they can destroy them all, it makes no sense. And I didn't see any signs of fighting. Zhang Chen was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. He didn't believe a single word the Scion said just now. The Ziful people are a highly intelligent and civilized race. They barely have any role in the authentic Dragon Ball. Although we do not rule out the possibility of them appearing in Dragon Ball GT, that will be decades later. The probability of the Ziful people causing trouble now is too low, or perhaps they simply do not exist. You mean, not from Zivul? Bardock was stunned for a moment, then spoke with confusion. It's very possible. Didn't the alien just say that there was a baby with excessive combat power? Zhang Chen nodded and spoke slowly. At this moment he thought of a figure. An existence that did not appear in the original Dragon Ball story but was included in the original story. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. This person exists in both the new and old versions. No matter which version it is, it undoubtedly conforms to what the alien just said. More importantly, if it was Broly, then it would make sense. King Vegeta would never want the appearance of a being that could threaten him. Even Bardock and King Vegeta had begun to be wary of him, and even arranged Raditz to be a hostage next to Prince Vegeta, not to mention Broly, whose combat power was almost as strong as his at birth. In the name of the Zivul people, secretly getting rid of Broly is the best option. The only problem. If this world is the old version, Broly should be around Son Goku, but the result is Area A, which has nothing to do with Son Goku. But this cannot rule out this possibility. Especially the words of the alien just now are undoubtedly better proof. This. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Bardock couldn't help but frown. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Damn, it's Broly. Chapter 15, Damn, it's Broly. After seeing Jin, Zhang Chen said goodbye to the two and left the nursery. However, he did not leave the logistics center. Instead, he went to another place in the logistics center and found his colleague Phil. Aspera. Seeing Zhang Chen coming, Phil was a little confused. This colleague of mine had not come to work for a long time due to his relationship with Bardock, but this time he actually came over on his own initiative. Phil, have you been dealing with things in the nursery lately? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Yes, Aspera, you don't know that there are a lot of things going on in the nursery. I've been a little too busy these days. Phil spoke with a complaint. That's it. I want to ask if there was a scion child named Paragus born recently. Zhang Chen looked delighted, then he pondered for a moment before asking. Paragus, yes, I was taking care of them a few days ago. They seem to be in Area A. How do you know them? By the way, there seems to have been a big explosion in Area A today. It was said that it was caused by the Ziffel people. Those damn Ziffel people are going to give me a lot more work to do now. Phil nodded, then spoke again with a complaint. But Zhang Chen could no longer hear the following words. Really? Whispering softly. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Zhang Chen thanked him and left the logistics center. All right. Go ahead. Phil waved. He looked a little envious, but didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Chen quickly left the logistics center. It was not until he stepped out of the door of the logistics center that he let out a long breath. Is it really Broly? Zhang Chen murmured softly, his heart could not help but feel a little emotional. In the entire Dragon Ball, there are actually only two true legends among all the scions. One is Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, who grew from a low-level scion warrior with a combat power of only 2 to the strongest warrior in the universe. The second is undoubtedly Broly. In the history of scion legend, every 1,000 years, a super warrior with a bloodthirsty, violent and belligerent personality will appear, and possess extremely terrifying fighting power. Broly is this legendary super scion. In the old version, Broly was extremely powerful. In the movie, he alone is able to defeat Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Piccolo, and Gohan, completely crushing them. Even when he appeared again later, Son Gohan was hung up and beaten. In the new version, Broly's strength is even more terrifying. When he first appeared, he was not even a Super Saiyan, but gradually he was even able to suppress Super Saiyan God of Son Goku and Vegeta, and even Super Saiyan Blue. In the end, he was defeated by the strongest warrior Gogeta. Zhang Chen didn't think so much before. After all, I haven't heard any news about this. When Kakarot was born, Broly was not seen. But he didn't expect that Broly would still appear. But the plot was completely different from what he remembered. If Broly was next to Kakarot, he would be able to confirm that this was indeed the old version of Dragon Ball. But Broly is in a completely different area, Zone A. But at the same time, Bardock had experienced Kanasa, which made him a little confused for a moment. Perhaps the only thing that can be confirmed now is whether planet Vegeta will welcome Beerus in the next few years. Only when that person arrives can it be completely confirmed. But the problem arises again. Even if Beerus comes, with King Vegeta's character, such a shameful thing will not be leaked. The result is back to square one. Forget it, just practice with peace of mind. Zhang Chen shook his head vigorously and finally sighed. With his current identity and status, it is too difficult to confirm some things. And for him, there seems to be no point in confirming it at the moment. After all, he has to complete the first main mission before there can be any follow-up. If the first ferry fails, then everything will be in vain. It's not too late to consider this issue after you get through it. Jiang Chen temporarily suppressed his thoughts and walked back to his home. In the following time, with the birth of Cockroach, Jiang Chen returned to his previous training routine. On the third day, Bardock took back the new gravity bracelet and handed it back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also started using the new gravity bracelet. And under such high-intensity training, his strength has improved significantly. In just 3 months, his combat power increased to 180 points. It's only one step away from 200 points. You should know that the combat power of most Scion lower-level warriors is only 200 or 300 points when they reach adulthood, and only a few can reach 400 or 500 points. For example, Ant Giant's battle only lasted a little over 200 points. At this moment, Jiang Chen is not even 6 years old, but his combat power is no less than that of an average senior warrior, and he is even catching up with Raditz. It is said that Raditz's current combat power is only 210 points. It's just less than 30 points. At the current rate, it won't even take 2 months to catch up. Of course, he doesn't have 2 months now. There are only 3 days left until the first landing is completed. 3 days later, this landing will end. Judging from the current situation, the first main mission crisis should occur when you log in next time. After all, Cockroach is only a few months old now, and it will take at least 2 years, let alone 3 years, for Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta. This also made Jiang Chen feel relieved. Although even if something goes wrong now, he has a way to escape. But it would be good to stay for a while. At least it can improve his strength a lot. It is also relatively safer. After all, the universe is not a good place, and a combat power of more than 100 points cannot guarantee your own safety. It was within Jiang Chen's expectations. It would be best if his strength could be increased to 400 or even 500 combat points and possibly even over 1,000. Then try to master the technology of artificial moon as much as possible. With these 2 conditions, it will be safest to leave. After all, it has 400 or 500 points of combat power, plus the artificial moon, that is 4,000 or 5,000 points of combat power. Such strength is not considered weak in the universe. It can even be said that he is a strong one. Even though there are many people with a combat power of over 10,000 in Frisia's army, he is the overlord of the universe, Frisia. In fact, anyone with a combat power of over 10,000 is considered a top powerhouse in the universe. And it is almost impossible to meet one. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, End of the first login. Chapter 16, End of the first login. Of course, in addition to combat effectiveness and the artificial moon, there is a more critical point for Jiang Chen, that is how to maintain sanity while transforming into a giant ape. If he can do it, not to mention whether he can try to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 in the later stage, simply improving his own strength is also extremely important. But compared to the previous 2, the method of controlling the giant ape's rationality is more difficult. At least now, almost 3 years have passed, and he still hasn't found any way. In contrast, he had heard something about the technology of artificial moon from Bardock. It is said that as long as one can become an elite team among the Scions, one is qualified to learn this ability. As for what an elite team is, it is also very simple. As long as the team can capture a high-level life planet alone, it can be called an elite team. For example, the current Bardock team is one of them. Next, as long as Bardock's team successfully advances to an elite team, they will be able to learn the capabilities of the artificial moon. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Chen only needs to wait for Bardock to learn how to create an artificial moon, and then he should be able to obtain it. As for combat effectiveness, under the current circumstances, we just need to wait for his second landing. In another year or two, Zhang Chen was very confident that the score could reach, let alone 1000 points, at least 500 or 600 points. Time slowly passes. Although the distance to landing is about to end. But Zhang Chen did not stop, but continued to practice step by step. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quickly. As the time countdown ends, the first landing is over. Returning. Please wait. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The countdown entered its final stages. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light that only Zhang Chen could see fell from the sky and instantly enveloped his body. Zhang Chen felt his head suddenly sink, followed by a sense of weightlessness. After a moment, his eyes became dazed, and when he appeared again, he found that the world around him had turned white again. The first landing is over. Data matching in progress. Matching completed. You have been given a temporary character card, please accept it. A mechanical sound sounded. The next moment, rays of light quickly gathered in front of Zhang Chen, and then a phantom card appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Scion from planet Vegeta. Combat power, 195 points. The information on the card appeared, and at the same time a stream of information flooded into his mind. Let him understand the role of cards. Although his existence in the landing world could not be brought out due to the failure to complete the main mission, and his Scion body did not match his current body, as the permission for his first safe landing, he still obtained a card condensed by his landing in the world. As long as he uses this kind of card, he will be able to gain the strength of his identity in the world within a certain period of time. Just like at this moment, if he uses the Aspera card, then he will have all of Aspera's power, just like when he landed in the world, the only difference is that he only has 3 minutes. As for truly obtaining Aspera's strength and body, he has to complete the first main mission. Generally speaking, the strategy of Zushin is divided into several stages. By completing the tasks at certain stages, you can gradually gain the corresponding abilities, items, and everything in that world. And only after completing the first stage can one be considered a qualified conqueror of the heavens. As for now, to be more precise, he is still just an apprentice. Hey! Zhang Chen took a deep breath and exhaled. Then an idea struck. The next moment, the figure was gradually enveloped by a ball of light. When the light spreads, his figure then disappeared into the vast white world. Outside world. Shaoxing No. 8 Middle School Admission Center. Zhang Chen suddenly heard a series of noisy sounds, and his eyes opened involuntarily. As soon as he opened his eyes, a familiar voice sounded nearby. How about it? Chenzi, is your random world okay? Which world is it? Yu Yang's words were filled with concern. Zhang Chen immediately opened his eyes and saw Yu Yang leaning close to him. He couldn't help but be alert and quickly took a step back. Hey, don't get so close, or people will think we're gay. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. Screw you. Tell me quickly, which random world are you in? Have you completed the main quest? Yu Yang spoke in a bad mood and couldn't help but hit Zhang Chen. It's a world called Dragon Ball. The main quest will probably be unlocked next time I log in. What about you? How's it going? How's your relationship with Luffy? Have you become brothers? Zhang Chen shook his head, then looked at his best friend and confidant curiously. He did not forget that the other party had logged into the One Piece world. Hehe, don't you see who I am? Of course it's easy for me. I'm now best buddies with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. But the 3 of them are really perverted. Their bodies can't keep up at all. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang's eyes lit up and he quickly spoke with excitement. But as he spoke, he couldn't help feeling a little dejected. When he first landed, he was very excited to feel his body, which was almost the same as it is now when he was 6 or 7 years old. But when he saw Sabo, Ace, and Luffy, he was dumbfounded. They were completely on a different level. If the three of them didn't care about this, he felt that he would have been left behind long ago. Hee, of course. Those three are the future big shots. It's impossible for an ordinary person like you to compare with them. But don't worry, you just need to follow Garp into the Marine headquarters. Even if you can't become a top-level warrior, it will definitely not be a problem for you to enter the rank. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. He could also understand Yu Yang's depression. Although generally speaking, those who are qualified to enter high school and get the opportunity to land have good physique and talent, and those who land are generally stronger than ordinary people, but who are they compared with? Compared with the three perverts, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, they are not in the same league at all. It was like he had just landed as a scion, directly refreshing the lowest limit of scion combat power. Yu Yang is naturally not much better. Really? Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. They all looked a little excited. Why would I lie to you? Your world is a 4th level one. Isn't it easy to give birth to a 1st level expert? It seems so. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, A Dog Licker, A Step Back, A Broader World. Chapter 17, A Dog Licker, A Step Back will open up a new world. In the real world, due to its connection with various dimensions and worlds, the supernatural system is extremely complex, so more than 100 years ago, those who were not supernatural in the real world developed a complete new system. The system division is very simple. The world is divided into levels. Those who reach the 1st level of the world's limit are called 1st level extraordinary people. Those who reach the 2nd level of the world's limit are called 2nd level extraordinary people, the 3rd level is the 3rd level extraordinary people, and the 4th level is the 4th level extraordinary people. Currently, humans are divided into 6 levels of extraordinary people. Level 1 to level 6 have also become the standard for humans to evaluate extraordinary people. Of course, due to the differences between worlds, even in the same 1st level world, there are strong and weak ones. The 1st level strong men are divided into 4 levels: early 1st level, middle 1st level, late 1st level, and peak 1st level. The extraordinary people of other levels are similar. One Piece is a 4th level extraordinary world. Yu Yang just needs to follow Garp into the Marine headquarters. Not to mention the future 4th order strongmen. Not to mention the 3rd level strongmen. The 1st and 2nd levels are simply too simple. Even if he's luckier, and with some help and more information, becoming level 3 wouldn't be a problem. Don't think that humans have already divided things into 6 levels. But in fact, even the number of 1st level extraordinary people is not too many. There are even fewer 3rd order ones. Generally speaking, a 3rd level extraordinary person can already join major legions and become a school-level officer. If he stays in a higher education institution, he can also become a professor-level instructor. Few graduates from some high-level institutions can reach the 3rd level. Not to mention anything else. By the way, what is your main mission? Zhang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and then he spoke with a questioning tone. He was somewhat curious about what the main mission given to Yu Yang in the One Piece world was. The main mission seems to be to survive the arson at the terminal. Yu Yang was stunned for a moment, then he answered. You sure? Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, and spoke with a twitching mouth. Yes, this is it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yu Yang suddenly became nervous. No, no problem. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. He did know about the arson at the terminal. In the world of One Piece, the Sapphire Pirates colluded with the royal family and directly set fire to the terminal. What he paid attention to was not this, but whether the difficulty of this main task was too low. Looking at his main mission again, he just felt like he was being targeted. Especially if he didn't have foresight, it would be impossible to complete the main mission. I'm glad you're okay. You scared me to death. Yu Yang couldn't help but pat his chest. While the two were talking, there were some noisy sounds coming from all around. The two of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the noisy sound. Suddenly I saw a young girl walking towards me. Is it squad leader Lin? He seems to be coming towards us. Seeing the figure, Yu Yang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and spoke in confusion. Zhang Chen couldn't help but raise his brows and looked at the girl who was walking over. At this moment, all eyes are focused on it. The girl has come over. Thank you very much. Lin Xiun walked closer and spoke softly to Zhang Chen. At this moment, her mood was really complicated. Although it has only been 3 years since I entered the world. But only she herself knows how huge the harvest is in the past 3 years. The bloodline was beyond imagination. Once she could complete the main task and obtain it, she would have no problem enrolling in a higher education institution. You're welcome. It's just a deal. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't pay too much attention to this. As he said, it's just a deal. It may be true for you, but not for me. How about this, Zhang Chen, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Xiun blushed a little and spoke in a low voice. Hearing his words, Yu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But he quickly shook his head. No, I have something else to do tomorrow. The words were spoken with a smile. He doesn't have the mind to do this now. He has traveled through time and space, so who has the mind to fall in love? Becoming stronger is the key, especially since his initial landing is in Dragon Ball. There are still more than 10 days before the second landing. Of course, he had to take this opportunity to clear his mind and prepare for the second landing. That's it. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Chen, please contact me next time when you are free. Lin Xiun was a little disappointed, but still spoke with a stutter. After he finished speaking, he ran away. Zhang Chen was speechless after watching this scene. But at this moment, he felt an unfriendly gaze. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Yu Yang's gaze, Zhang Chen was startled and couldn't help but speak unhappily. You also told me, when did you hook up with squad leader Lin? You made me worry about you and that woman Lu Qingxia. Yu Yang spoke with displeasure. Don't talk nonsense about hooking up or not. Didn't you see it before? It's just a deal. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. Really? Yu Yang spoke with disbelief. Of course it is. Let's go, let's go. If you don't leave, I feel like I'm in trouble. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily, glancing around and seeing many boys staring at him, his scalp felt numb, so he quickly pulled Yu Yang away. He just left without noticing an ugly look in the distance. Lu Qingxia was extremely angry at this moment. Especially when she saw Lin Xiun and Zhang Chen together. As soon as she came out, she became even more angry. Although she didn't like Zhang Chen, she liked the feeling of being chased by Zhang Chen. The figure that was chasing her at this moment ran into someone else's arms, which made her extremely angry. Especially Zhang Chen's attitude before, which made her grit her teeth even more when she thought about it. Of course, even if Zhang Chen noticed Lu Qingxia's expression, he would not care too much. He is not the predecessor. Although there are many similarities, he did not inherit the other's dog-licking mentality and feelings for Lu Qingxia. What Lu Qingxia thought or how she looked was none of his business. His main concern now is still about landing and Dragon Ball, not anything else. The figure and Yu Yang left the center of the plane. The two walked on the campus, and Yu Yang's thoughts were quickly pulled back to the landing world. He excitedly told Zhang Chen about his landing world. Zhang Chen occasionally interjected with a smile. After the first login, you only need to register once more, and then you can go on vacation. All you need to do is enter the school and log in for the second time after 15 days. Compared with the previous learning process, it has completely changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Different Worlds, Different Destinies. Chapter 18 Different Worlds, Different Destinies. After the first login, the school will conduct a registration. Since the login worlds are different and the login times are also different, some students have started the main quest and some have not, so after the first time, the school will conduct a new round of registration, or more accurately, divide the classes. That's right, it's class division. The most important thing in this round of registration is to exclude those students who have failed the main mission. As expected, these students have lost their ability to become extraordinary, but as students who can go to high school, even if they have lost the qualification to log in, they are still more talented than ordinary people, so in this case, they will be divided into classes. Students who have passed the main mission or have not yet completed the main mission will be reallocated to a class. Zhang Chen and Yu Yang returned to the classroom after talking for a while. The class teacher Luo Qingzu had already arrived. Okay, first of all, congratulations to the students for completing their first landing. I don't need to explain the next process. Fill out this form later. Luo Qingzu waited until all the students entered the classroom before clapping his hands and speaking softly. That. Teacher Luo. But just as she finished speaking, a weak voice was heard in the class, and the right hand was raised hesitantly. Student Li Qinghua, what's wrong? Looking at the figure raising his hand, he couldn't help but shook his head, but still opened his mouth and pointed to the figure. Teacher, I'm going to go back and help my parents. This. The figure stood up and faced the gazes. There were tears in his eyes and his words became a little stammering. Hearing his words, many people in the class couldn't help but lower their heads. Some girls even burst into tears. For them, this is their only chance. If they miss this opportunity, they will hardly have another chance in their life. The pressure and pain are simply unimaginable. I see. Student Li Qinghua, you just need to go to the school office to complete the withdrawal procedures later. Others can do the same. I will also try to apply to the school to see if I can refund some of the tuition fees. Luo Qingzu looked at the reactions of many people in the class and the cries. She couldn't help but sigh. Instead of comforting them, she spoke softly. That was all she could do. Her words immediately caused more crying in the class. Even some students who have not yet completed the main task feel a little sad. Luo Qingzu shook his head, then called a student and distributed reports one by one. When the report was handed out, Zhang Chen's gaze shifted away from the other students in the class and fixed on the report. The report is simple. Name, gender, world, main quest, world overview. There are only 5 items. Obviously, this is a census of the Daxia Federation, whose purpose is on the one hand to understand them, and on the other hand to understand the world as much as possible. Zhang Chen thought about it, then started filling it out. He quickly filled in the first 4 items. For the 5th item, he hesitated slightly. But soon I had an idea. In just a few minutes, Zhang Chen had finished filling out the form. Hey, Chenzi. Do you think I should write down what you said? Just as Zhang Chen finished writing, a head came over and Yu Yang spoke with a conflicted tone. But soon he was met with Zhang Chen's look of looking at him like an idiot. Cough cough. I'm just saying it casually. By the way, Chenzi, you haven't told me what kind of world yours is. It is said that the accidental landing is very serious, and it is easy to appear in an ordinary world or a too advanced world. Seeing Zhang Chen's gaze, Yu Yang couldn't help but cough twice quickly. He also felt stupid and quickly changed the subject. But his words had just fallen. A figure came over to collect the report. And he's an acquaintance. Yu Yang quickly shut up and poked Zhang Chen. Student Zhang Chen, have you finished writing? Lin Xiun's voice rang out softly. It's written. Trouble. Jiang Chen nodded, smiled, and handed over the report. Lin Xiun took it immediately, smiled and nodded. Hey, I think I'm not mistaken. Lin Xiun has definitely been looking at you since she got up. Yu Yang spoke a little frantically. Are you done yet? Think about how to make the second landing first. Navy headquarters, it's easy for you to get in now, but it's not that easy to stay. Jiang Chen spoke unhappily. Hey, don't change the subject. Tell me, you two are definitely having an affair. Yu Yang couldn't help but speak frantically. Jiang Chen simply ignored him. This kid was extremely shameless in his previous life, and it's clear that he hasn't changed in this world. His thoughts raced as he began to think about the next landing. Seeing that Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to him, Yu Yang couldn't help but curl his lips, but a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the back in the distance and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course Jiang Chen didn't notice all this. On the high platform, Luo Qingzhe didn't have the mind to pay attention to these things. After finishing the report, her voice then rang out again. Okay, students, from today on, those who have not passed the main mission or have completed the main mission will become members of the Transcendent class. The other students will be reassigned to ordinary classes or apply to drop out. I will try my best to apply to the school to refund some of the tuition. As for the class date, the regular class will start at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will be in this class. The Transcendent class is located on the first floor of the center of the plane. Remember to report in 3 days. Get out of class is over. Luo Qingzhe finished speaking. At the same time, the get out of class was announced to be dismissed. After this class, if nothing unexpected happens, many people will hardly see it again in their lifetime. They were also completely separated from each other. Especially those who have completed the main quest. Even if what you get is not much, it is enough to enroll in an ordinary institution, and you are no longer in the same world as ordinary people. In the true sense. Go. Let's go back quickly. Ragnarok has been updated today. I haven't been online for a month in order to log in. Let's get started. Jiang Chen was somewhat affected by the emotion, and Yu Yang pulled him up and rushed out of the classroom in a hurry. Jiang Chen felt a little helpless, but the infected emotions were gradually diluted. He shook his head and followed Yu Yang out of the classroom. It's just that the two of them just walked out of the classroom. A familiar voice sounded behind me. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Yang's face darkened slightly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his brows. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Next Step Landing Plan. Chapter 19, Next Step Landing Plan. Go. Ignore her. Yu Yang spoke unhappily, pulling Jiang Chen towards him and moving forward. Jiang Chen smiled. Then he paused and moved again. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, stop right there. The voice behind him changed from complicated to angry, and he couldn't help but shout out. Her voice immediately attracted the attention of many people around her. Jiang Chen couldn't help but stop again, his expression turned a little ugly. Seeing Jiang Chen stop, Luo Qingzhe quickly ran over. Jiang Chen, are you in love with Lin Xiun? Luo Qingzhe spoke angrily, her teeth clenched and her eyes filled with anger. Student Luo Qingzhe. Watch your words. Jiang Chen frowned, took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Jiang Chen, tell me, are you in love with Lin Xiun? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Luo Qingzhe still spoke up unwillingly. At this moment, more people paid attention to him. Many of them had their eyes lit up, and some looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of hostility. Student Luo Qingzhe, I told you to be careful with your words. I don't know you well, and there is no need for me to report anything to you. Jiang Chen spoke coldly, then turned around and walked away again. Jiang Chen, stop right there. Jiang Chen. Luo Qingzhe spoke angrily. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored it. Such a scene immediately caused many people to point fingers. There were even sounds of low conversations being heard, and Lu Qingxia's face turned blue and purple, with a look of shame and anger. When had she ever been ignored by Zhang Chen like this? This made her extremely angry, but it was useless. Zhang Chen simply ignored her, and her previous tricks that had always worked were completely ineffective. Anger was spreading in his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Yu Yang had already left the school. Hey, Chenzi, is this the way it has to be? Lu Qingxia, they are simply treating you as a fool. Yu Yang spoke with a smile. Zhang Chen shook his head with amusement. Okay, why, I'm going to go back first. Don't just remember to play games. I'll give you a new set of information later. Please organize it and be ready for the next login. At least go to a higher education institution and make Uncle Yu happy. Words speak. Hey, you don't want to masturbate. When Yu Yang heard Zhang Chen's words, he looked at him in shock and spoke with disbelief. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. In his previous life, his two major hobbies were licking Lu Qingxia and masturbating. But that was in the past life. This world is so magical that he doesn't have the energy to care about it anymore. You've changed. Yu Yang spoke with a look of disappointment. Go. Gone. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily, then waved and boarded a bus that had just arrived. Watched Zhang Chen leave. It seems like it has really changed. Yu Yang muttered something, then walked to the side, hailed a taxi and left as well. Zhang Chen's home is about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the school. It only takes about 20 minutes by bus. Zhang Chen arrived home soon. This is a rundown community located on the edge of Shaoxan City. The house is only about 60 or 70 square meters. This was not bought by Zhang Chen's parents, but given by Zhang Chen's uncle for their family of 4 to live in. The family environment can be said to be extremely poor. As far as I can remember, the situation didn't change until my sister graduated from college. Looking at the familiar door, Zhang Chen was a little hesitant to knock on it. Although the world is different, the familiar people are still familiar people. Zhang Chen felt extremely indebted to his parents. At this moment, I don't know how to respond. After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Chen finally calmed down. But he didn't wait for him to knock on the door. The door was opened. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary face appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen, are you back? The door opened and the middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment when she saw Zhang Chen, but soon she spoke in a surprised voice. Mom. Zhang Chen calmed down and then spoke with a smile. Come on in. What are you doing standing at the door? The middle-aged woman spoke unhappily and placed the garbage at the door. It is good. Zhang Chen nodded and walked into the room. We have to wait for dinner. Your father will be back late today. I heard that there are still many things to do in the factory. The middle-aged woman spoke with a smile. Good. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Then he walked into the room. The mother and son had a brief conversation. Surprisingly, my mother did not ask about landing. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and tried to speak several times, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, he did not land in the Naruto world, but a completely new world, and he had not completed the main quest. Half an hour later, we had lunch. Zhang Chen returned to his room. As a room of only 50 square meters, the individual rooms were divided, especially his bedroom, which was divided into 2, leaving less than 10 square meters of area. Zhang Chen came to the desk. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. I began to reorganize my thoughts. Night gradually passed. Soon the door creaked. A sound of light footsteps was heard. After a while, a small voice was heard from outside the room. Liwa, didn't Xiao Chen log in today? What's the situation? Hush, I'm afraid that's not good. This. When I put out the garbage before, Xiao Chen didn't dare to come into the house. Don't say that later. Okay, hey. Soft words were spoken, then turned into sighs. It was intermittent and Zhang Chen didn't listen very carefully. Zhang Chen subconsciously wanted to get up, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. Let's just wait until he completes the main mission. No matter how confident he is this time, it is just confidence, not facts. If something unexpected happens, saying these things now will only make your parents happy in vain. Shake his head. Zhang Chen looked at the densely packed contents on the white paper in front of him. If someone from the Dragon Ball world came here at this moment, they would find that it was full of information about the Dragon Ball world. Just as he and Yu Yang had said, when he returned, he began to prepare for the second landing. It is true that he has foresight, but what he needs to do is to make use of this foresight, which requires him to organize the information in his mind. The night is getting darker. It was not until 12 o'clock that Zhang Chen fell into sleep. Zhang Chen woke up at 7 o'clock the next day. The long-term training on planet Vegeta had almost made it a habit for him. Shake his head. Looking at the sky. He simply got up and made himself something to eat. Then I continued to organize the relevant information that I was sorting out last night. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Daxia Academy's Information on the Hokage. Chapter 20 Daxia Academy's Information on the Hokage, Words. While Zhang Chen was busy thinking about his next landing, the entire Daxia was not too calm at this moment. The strategy for a fourth-level world began, which was extremely important even for Daxia. After all, a fourth-level world, once used well, is enough to give birth to many fourth-level strongmen. A fourth-order strongman is considered a mid to high-end force even in the entire Daxia. So after the first login is over, a large amount of information began to converge on the entire Daxia official. As the leader of this new world, Daxia University naturally participated in it. Daxia Institution of Higher Learning. In an office, a woman was frowning as she looked at the documents in front of her. His expression was filled with confusion. But just as she was confused, dong dong, there was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. The woman spoke, and the next moment a girl about 14 or 15 pushed open the door and walked in holding a thick stack of information. Teacher, the information has been delivered. Is it placed here? Zhang Xi spoke in a low voice. Put it there. The woman nodded without looking up. Zhang Xi put the information aside and prepared to leave. Xiao Xi, don't leave yet, come here. However, before she could step out of the office door, she was stopped by the woman. Is teacher? Zhang Xi nodded quickly and walked up. Xiao Xi, something is wrong with this world. It doesn't seem as good as I expected. How about I change your initial world to log in? Zhang Xi approached, and the woman raised her head and spoke with a frown. What? Zhang Xi was startled, then his eyes widened. The initial world is extremely critical. I chose this world called Ninja World for you because according to our investigation, this world is probably at the 4th level of the limit. It is the best result for you. But after a preliminary exploration, I found that my previous prediction seemed to be wrong. This world seems to be just an ordinary level 4 world, and its rating may even be the lowest among the level 4 worlds. The woman sighed softly and spoke helplessly. He had not expected this situation. This world is clearly very high according to preliminary investigation. But the result was unexpected. A 4th level top world is undoubtedly the best choice for a new student like myself. It is enough for the other party to complete the extraordinary foundation. But an ordinary 4th level world, or even a low-level world among the 4th level worlds, is not a good choice. This student of hers is very talented and she doesn't want to waste his talent. Teacher, let's not change it. Zhang Xi felt a little conflicted after listening to the woman's words, but after hesitating for a moment he still spoke. Xiao Xi, this is no joke. The initial world is related to how far you can go in the future, so you can't be careless. Hearing Zhang Xi's words, the woman couldn't help but frown and spoke seriously. I know. Teacher, I think this world is great. You also said that the initial investigation showed that this world is a fourth-order peak world. Although we have discovered that it is not, this may not be a problem with the world. It may also be that we don't know much about this world at present. Zhang Xi spoke seriously. This. Hearing Zhang Xi's words, the woman couldn't help but concentrate. Teacher, I think this world is suitable for me. Seeing the woman concentrating, Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and couldn't help but speak again. Xiao Xi, are you sure? The woman took a deep breath and looked back at her students. Teacher, I'm sure. Zhang Xi nodded and then spoke again to affirm. Okay, I hope you won't regret your decision. Take a look. These are the preliminary statistics. They should be helpful for your initial landing. The woman looked at Zhang Xi with a determined gaze, sighed slightly, then nodded without saying anything else. Everyone has their own choice. Zhang Xi was so determined, she couldn't say anything, but greeted him and spoke. Is teacher? Zhang Xi nodded and walked up. When Zhang Xi picked up the documents on the desk, the voice of the woman next to her also rang out. According to the information we know so far, this world is not small. It is almost as big as reality. The extraordinary system in this world is the existence of ninjas. They have the ability to manipulate the 5 elements of nature: wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang. In this world, the current system is a system of countries and ninja villages. Among them, the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages are the main dominant forces in this world. They are Konoha village in the fire country, Kumagakure village in the lightning country, Sand village in the wind country, Mist village in the water country, and Rock village in the earth country. Among them, the most powerful ninja village is the Hidden Cloud village in the land of lightning. After the 4th Raikage took the throne, the Hidden Cloud village is constantly expanding its military strength. The second most powerful ninja village is the Hidden Leaf village in the land of fire. This was once the number 1 village in the ninja world, but it has now declined. During the last Ninja World War, the Hidden Leaf village was besieged by the other 4 major ninja villages and suffered heavy losses. At the same time, the 4th Hokage, who was his successor, died in a storm half a year ago. Currently, only the elderly 3rd Hokage has taken over the Hidden Leaf village again. The entire village is currently experiencing a decline in talent. The second most powerful village is the Hidden Rock village. As for the Hidden Sand village and the Hidden Mist village, they should be considered the last ones. The woman spoke softly, slowly telling Zhang Xi the information. Teacher, didn't you say before that according to the latest information, Konoha village is the strongest, here? Listening to the teacher's words and looking at the information in his hands, Zhang Xi couldn't help but speak. My heart couldn't help but tighten. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Xioxi, I haven't finished yet. This is just superficial information. In fact, Konoha is indeed the strongest. According to the higher-level intelligence of Daxia Academy, the strength of Konoha village is not what it seems. Although the 3rd Hokage is old, according to the intelligence, he is the strongest Hokage in history. It is said that in the future of this world, the old 3rd Hokage will even have a record of fighting against 3 Hokages alone. The woman smiled and explained softly. The strongest Hokage of all time. Listening to the teacher's words, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up. Yes, they are the strongest in history. And Konoha village also has the most powerful ninjas. Those ninjas have all kinds of strange abilities, so they are the best choice for the initial landing. Like I told you before, the Hyuga clan has a special ability called the Byakugan. The Byakugan is very powerful. Look at this. The woman chuckled and spoke, then took out another piece of information from the drawer with her right hand and handed it over. Zhang Xi took it quickly, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the words on it. His eyes were focused on the words, and Zhang Xi was completely attracted. It was not until a moment later that she happily put down the documents in her hand and looked at her teacher. "You've finished reading it, how is it? Is the Byakugan powerful enough?" The woman smiled and spoke. "Yes, very powerful." Zhang Xi nodded quickly. Even with just some simple descriptions, she could feel the power of the Byakugan. At this moment, the previous uneasiness and tension disappeared completely. "Ha ha ha, Zioxi, you should know that the Byakugan is one of the three major eye techniques in this world. Apart from the Rinnegan that has long disappeared in the mythological era, the Byakugan may be stronger than the other eye technique called the Sharingan. After all, it is said that the Sharingan seems to have evolved from the Byakugan. More importantly, the Byakugan's ability will be of great help even if you land in other worlds later on. That's why I didn't completely dissuade you." The woman nodded, then spoke seriously. "I understand. Teacher." Zhang Xi nodded seriously, with a look of excitement. "Go ahead, get ready. Since you don't want to change it, then just start the second login. Also, you should study these materials carefully during this period of time." The woman waved her hand and then spoke. "Yes." Zhang Xi responded respectfully and then quickly left the office. Waiting for Zhang Xi to leave, the woman couldn't help but frown again. Such a dense energy cannot possibly be a fourth-order primary world. Is there something wrong with the detection? Muttering softly, the woman was a little confused, but she quickly shook her head and put these thoughts aside for the time being. Compared to this, she should deal with her own matters first. The first login has ended. As one of the vice presidents of Daxia Academy, she has a lot of things to deal with. And the other side. After leaving, Zhang Xi couldn't wait to return to his room. As a special student of Daxia Academy, she has an independent residence. "I don't know how my brother is doing." Zhang Xi murmured softly, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Early morning. In the room, Zhang Chen was originally sorting out the information. Suddenly, the cell phone placed beside me rang. The sudden voice brought Zhang Chen back to his senses from his deep thoughts and he subconsciously picked up his phone. When he saw the caller, a smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he answered the call directly. "Hey, Zioxi, what's wrong?" Zhang Chen's voice rang out. "Brother, I got some more information. I'll send it to you. Remember to receive it." As soon as the voice fell, the serious voice of his sister came from the other end of the line. "This." Ding dong. Before he could react, a message came on his phone the next moment. "Brother, I have sent it to you. This time you choose the Hyaga clan, right? You don't know. But my teacher just told me that the Hyaga clan in Konoha village has an extremely powerful ability. Brother, as long as you can pass the first main mission this time, you will definitely be able to enter a higher education institution." Along with the ding-dong sound of the cell phone, my sister's words rang in my ears again. Listening to those voices, Zhang Chen felt a warm feeling in his heart. In the previous life, his sister had worried about him a lot, and it seemed to be the same in this life. Even if he didn't look at the information, he knew that his sister probably put a lot of thought into it. "Thank you, Xiao Xi." Zhang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say that he didn't need it, but in the end he just whispered. "Brother, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and spoke with confusion. "Nothing. Just to say thank you." Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. "Brother, are you okay today?" Zhang Xi spoke in a strange voice. "You big head ghost, okay, I'm still preparing for the second landing. Thank you for this time." Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. "That's right. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, just take a good look for yourself." This information is very valuable. Zhang Xi spoke with a smile and then hung up the phone. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, then casually clicked on the message his sister sent him. As expected, compared to the previous intelligence, this time the intelligence was undoubtedly much more detailed. What surprised Zhang Chen was that it even contained information about some of the next parts of the world's plot. Although it is extremely fragmented and even contains many inaccuracies, it is already incredible. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This world. Zhang Chen murmured softly, his brows slightly furrowed. Although it was just some simple and fragmentary information, he still felt that there was something unusual about it. But he only frowned for a moment, and soon Zhang Chen shook his head and gathered his thoughts. For him, the second landing is the key. As for the secrets of this world, that is not what he needs to explore now. Xiao Xi, as a special recruit, you should be able to start your enrollment early next year. I hope it's a familiar world. After whispering, Zhang Chen immediately turned his attention back to the written document in his hand. Time passes slowly. 3 days passed quickly. Later, Zhang Xi continued to provide information. 3 days later, Zhang Chen gathered his thoughts, then walked out of the house and headed towards the school. Take the bus to school. Walked into the classroom. Compared with the previous classes, the current class size is obviously reduced by more than half. After the first login, Shaoxin No. 8 Middle School divides the first-year high school students into 2 classes, one is a regular class and the other is a transcendent class. There are 3 transformation classes in total. At this moment, the total number of students in the 3 transcendent classes is less than that of the previous class. Zhang Chen's class only had 25 students. Moreover, these 25 people are the current number. It can be expected that with the start of the second login and the main task, more than half of these 25 people may be eliminated. If they are unlucky, there is a high possibility that 70% of them will be eliminated. Judging from past experience, generally speaking, there is only one class by the time they reach the second year of high school. Even ordinary classes are not much better in this regard. Having lost the extraordinary opportunity, for most families the cost and benefits of continuing to study are no longer proportional, and most people will choose to drop out. Chenzi, this way. As soon as the figure walked into the classroom, Yu Yang started to greet people in the corner. Zhang Chen smiled and walked over. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 World Raiders. Chapter 21 World Raiders. How's it going? Have you not been playing these days? Zhang Chen sat down and spoke with curiosity, looking suspiciously at Yu Yang next to him. Of course, I have been preparing seriously these past few days. How could I just be playing around? Yu Yang almost jumped up when he heard Zhang Chen's words. Really? Of course it's true. Chenzi, you don't know that my father has shut down my internet connection. I can't play even if I want to. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. The two chatted and laughed, and more people filled the classroom. Soon all the students in the transcendent class arrived. At the door, Luo Qingzhou also walked in. As a top student at Daxia Academy, Zhang Chen's former class teacher naturally became his current class teacher. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Luo Qingzhou came to the podium and spoke in a soft voice. The invisible force spread all around, making the classroom quiet in an instant. Even Zhang Chen and Yu Yang couldn't help but stop talking. And waiting for everyone to stop, Luo Qingzhou's words rang out again. My fellow students, I think you have all had enough rest in the past 3 days. Now it is time to work hard. Whether you can be admitted to a school or even a higher education institution will determine your future destiny. I hope that every student will not neglect it. Luo Qingzhou's voice was not loud. But everyone listened to it. Yes. Yes. One voice after another responded, and no one raised any objections at this moment. This is true even for those who are a little nervous. It was as if at this moment all the most instinctive passions in my heart were aroused. Very good, then let's start the first lesson. This is also your first lesson after landing in the plane. Looking at the expressions of the students, Luo Qingzu nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and wrote a line on the blackboard. Luo Qingzu's handwriting was not as delicate as imagined, but instead carried a sense of oppression. Dark Age. After whispering, Zhang Chen's eyes instantly turned to the words on it. Classmates, can anyone explain to me what the Dark Age is? A pleasant voice sounded and the classroom became quiet again. Yu Yang shrank back all of a sudden. Zhang Chen could even hear Yu Yang whispering not to choose him. Zhang Chen found it a little funny. While Zhang Chen was smiling, Luo Qingzu's voice sounded again. Yu Yang, you speak. The pleasant voice was as usual, but it made Yu Yang's face fall all of a sudden. This. The Dark Ages was the greatest upheaval in human history. It. Yu Yang spoke subconsciously, but his words were somewhat intermittent. This is the knowledge point for the first half of the first year of high school, and it is also the most important knowledge point. Yu Yang, this is how you learn it. Zhang Chen, you tell me. Luo Qingzu spoke coldly, and even a frost appeared on her beautiful face at this moment. Zhang Chen was startled and stood up quickly. The Dark Ages was a huge upheaval that began 300 years ago and lasted until 100 years ago. Due to the fluctuations in dimensions, the world changed drastically. The dimensional door opened wide. Humans have the ability to connect to dimensional gates. As a result, they had the opportunity to enter the dimensional worlds one by one. However, at the same time that humans gained the opportunity to land in the 10,000 worlds, countless terrifying beings from the dimensions also descended upon the world, causing the world to fall into chaos for 200 years. This chaos was the Dark Age. Fortunately, the memories had already been integrated, and Zhang Chen quickly found the memory and answered quickly. Yes, what Zhang Chen said is correct. This is the Dark Age, and it is also the prelude to our era. Student Zhang Chen, please sit down. Yu Yang, please stand at the back. Luo Qingzu spoke coldly. Yu Yang couldn't help but lower his head and walked to the back of the classroom. Zhang Chen smiled and sat down. At this moment, after Luo Qingzu finished speaking, he quickly wrote 4 new words on the blackboard. World Strategy. Looking at the new words on it, Zhang Chen couldn't help but raise his brows. Classmates, does anyone among you know the purpose of landing in this world? Luo Qingzu's voice rang out. As she spoke, the figures below looked at each other in bewilderment. It wasn't until a moment later that someone spoke in a low voice. Teacher Luo, the purpose of landing in this world should be to obtain extraordinary power to resist the invasion of the dimensional world, right? The first person to speak was a little girl in the front row. As he spoke, many people's eyes turned to him. You're right, but not entirely. The original purpose of world landing was indeed to obtain extraordinary power to resist the invasion of the dimensional world. However, nowadays, world landing has a greater purpose, which is world strategy. Each world has its own level, just like the world you chose to land in. There are level 1, level 2, and level 3. The same is true for the world we are in. These intertwined dimensional worlds are extremely special. In theory, as long as we can conquer them to a certain extent, these worlds will become nutrients and integrate into our own world, raising the level of our world. To this day, when the world lands, a large part of it is not just extraordinary power, but world strategy. Luo Qingzu nodded and spoke slowly. Listening to Luo Qingzu's story, the students below couldn't help but look surprised. Even Zhang Chen is no exception. He had never expected that there would be such a part in the world landing. The dimension is transformed into fuel and integrated into the main world. Such a situation is unbelievable even just by hearing about it. Teacher, can the dimensional world really be integrated into our world? Even at this moment, some students couldn't help but ask out loud. The others also looked incredulous. Of course. At present, our world has actually been integrated with more than a dozen worlds. There are still a few worlds, such as the fruit world which are also being integrated. It is said that the attack speed has reached 20%. As long as it can reach 100%, it can be completely integrated. In addition to the fruit world, there are many other worlds that are also in the process of merging. In theory, as long as the conquest begins, it can be considered the beginning of fusion. Listening to the students' surprised questions, Luo Qingzu nodded seriously. She could naturally understand everyone's surprise, as she had been equally surprised when she first found out about it. Teacher, what counts as the beginning of the strategy? And amidst the mixed voices, a sudden voice sounded. The words spoken were not loud, but they could not be covered up. Luo Qingzu subconsciously looked over and immediately saw Zhang Chen. He was startled for a moment, then nodded. On the other side, Zhang Chen had a solemn expression. He had not expected the fusion of worlds. He had not thought about it so much just now, but soon he suddenly woke up. The world he landed in was different from other worlds. Whether it was the Naruto world or the One Piece world, these worlds were good, but at most they were level 4 or 5, which would not cause any crisis to the whole world. It won't cause too much problem. To put it simply, humans have the ability to suppress these worlds. But he is the Dragon Ball world. What level is Dragon Ball world? Zhang Chen didn't know. Level 6, level 7, or even higher. It is obvious that no matter which level, once the fusion occurs, the entire main world may face big problems. So at this moment he couldn't help but ask. And in his nervousness, Luo Qingzu clapped his hands, quieting the classroom. Her pleasant voice sounded again. Classmates, what Zhang Chen asked is the most important point of the world strategy. Although landing in the world means the start of the strategy, in order to truly begin, certain conditions must be met. To land in a world, you first need to capture the world or randomly locate the world. No matter which one, there won't be too many places for landing in the early stage. After these landers have enough influence on the world strategy will really begin. These worlds will gradually materialize some beings to descend on the main world. If you can defeat these descenders, on the one hand, you can speed up the progress of the strategy, and on the other hand, you can obtain relevant intelligence and more landing places. A year ago, the captain of the Black Cat pirates landed in our Sheoxin city and was killed by the city lord. Only then did we have the right to land in part of the fruit world. Luo Qingzu's voice rang out in the classroom. At this moment everyone was listening attentively. Zhang Chen is no exception. While listening gradually, Zhang Chen finally had enough understanding about world fusion, strategies, and the landing of all realms. According to Luo Qingzu's description, world fusion is not that easy. The world must be conquered 100%. If you want to achieve 100% success, not only do you need more people to land, but more importantly, you need to defeat all the powerful enemies who land. Given this situation, it would be difficult to satisfy any of the requirements in the Dragon Ball world. It is almost impossible to integrate in a short period of time. Such a result made him feel relieved. The worries also completely disappeared. And the worries disappear. The next period of time passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, the first day of class was over. Compared with previous courses, there have undoubtedly been a lot of changes now. First of all, regarding the landing of all worlds, more information about the world is taught. Secondly, the course begins to include training of personal martial arts and various physical fitness components. And this takes up nearly half of the course. Of course this is understandable. Log into the world. Many times, it all comes down to strength. The stronger the main body is, the stronger the strength gained after landing will be. Although this kind of improvement is limited before obtaining extraordinary powers. but any slight improvement may be spread and affected in the landing of all worlds. The Daxia Federation has already conducted in-depth research on this. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Chen was completely immersed in it. Although his current improvement may have a worse effect on his login identity than others, or even be negligible, he did not show any eccentricity. On the one hand, Zhang Chen didn't want to stand out too much. On the other hand, no matter how small the improvement is, it is still an improvement, and Zhang Chen thinks it would be better if he doesn't ignore it. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Chen spent just 10 days at school. These 10 days, in school life, his understanding of this world became deeper and deeper, and he also had a clearer understanding of the landing of all worlds. At the same time, I gradually integrated into this world. Night gradually passed. In the room, the lights still illuminated the room. On the white paper, there were new lines of text. Next, the second step, after leaving planet Vegeta, you can choose Namek or Earth. No, the best ones are Namek and Yudrit. But how can we rescue Aunt Jin and Uncle Bardock? Zhang Chen whispered, frowning slightly. During this period, while he was receiving instruction at the school, he was also trying his best to perfect his plan for the second landing. More than 10 days passed. His plan has gradually been perfected. The only problem is Jin and Bardock. Although it was just a landing world, Zhang Chen had lived with Jin and Bardock for 3 years. If possible, he still wanted to rescue them as much as possible. But Jin is still okay. A low-level soldier still has a good chance of escaping. Bardock is as difficult as climbing to the sky. After all, Bardock has now become the second person under King Vegeta. Regardless of whether Frieza received orders from the god of destruction Beerus or was simply afraid of the Scions, there was no possibility of letting Bardock go. Want to save Bardock? Unless his strength is enough to crush Frieza. Otherwise there really seems to be no solution. This cannot be achieved simply by finding a spacecraft and flying into outer space. As the second strongest Scion today, Bardock's every move will be watched by Frieza's army. All his plans are actually difficult to implement. This is also the second time he has been stuck while logging in. If Bardock wasn't taken into consideration, he would be able to ensure that he could truly soar into the sky after completing his second landing. It's different from the first time you log in. As long as we leave planet Vegeta, the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap and the sky will be high enough for birds to fly. At that time, the potential of the Scion he landed on could be truly unleashed. Instead of being like before, in 3 years, the combat effectiveness only increased by less than 200 points. Take a deep breath. Zhang Chen immediately shook his head and glanced at the sky. After organizing the contents in front of me, I washed up and went to bed. Just when he had just fallen asleep. What no one noticed was that an invisible wave swept across the entire Sheoxin city at this moment. Wow! An illusory tide flowed up, and the next moment ripples spread out. Faintly. Some illusory images are constantly interweaving. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 The World Comes, Stage 1 Strategy from the Ninja Village. Chapter 22 The World Comes, the first stage strategy from the Ninja Village. Invisible ripples swept across the entire Sheoxin city. At the same time, if you look down at the entire planet, you will find that such ripples are not only in Sheoxin city, but also in Daxia capital, Jiangnan Prefecture, Northeast Prefecture, and other places. This kind of fluctuation is also occurring at this moment. Also, as these waves spread, illusory images were constantly interweaving. The capital of Daxia. Ministry of Education. The moment when the waves swept away, the shrill sound of alarms instantly rang out one after another in this most important institution of the Great Xia Federation. Alert! Alert! A Level 1 advent is about to begin. The target point is being determined. The target point has been determined. Jiangnan Prefecture, the city on the west side of Daxia Prefecture, Yangcheng in the northeastern prefecture, and Sheoxin City in Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the advent is being assessed. Assessment completed. The current level of advent is generally at the second level. Daxia capital and Jiangnan capital are at the first level of advent, while Shaoxing City in Jiangnan Prefecture and Yangcheng in Northeast Prefecture are at the second level of advent. Contacting the local garrison. Mechanical sounds echoed in the education department of Daxia Prefecture. Countless people were running back and forth in a hurry. Brush. An old man appears. Minister. As soon as he appeared, the staff members quickly greeted him. Dare not be negligent in the slightest. But the old man didn't pay attention to these, but looked at the huge screen in front of him. His brows raised slightly. When the first level descends, there is actually a second level. The old man spoke with surprise, and his eyes couldn't help but look at a figure walking towards him in a hurry. Yes, Minister, we have completed the test, and it is indeed a second-order advent. The figure spoke respectfully, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. The old man in front of him was a big shot even in the entire Daxia Federation, and was the real ruler of the Daxia Federation Ministry of Education. Interesting, it seems that this world is not as simple as we imagined. Hearing the figure's words, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. Minister, what do you mean? The figure was startled, his eyes widened instantly, and he spoke with shock. Pay close attention. Send us the new intelligence we obtain as soon as possible. The old man didn't explain anything, but spoke softly. The next moment his figure disappeared from the spot. Yes. Although the figure was shocked, he quickly responded. But other people don't know what is happening here at this moment. When the message spread quickly, Northeast Prefecture and Jiangnan Prefecture were both shocked. Especially Shaoxing City, Jiangnan Prefecture. In the huge city lord's mansion. What? Level 2 Advent? Xiang Kuowu stood up suddenly, a look of shock appearing on his face. As the lord of Shaoxing base in Jiangnan Prefecture, Xiang Kuowu's strength is not too outstanding, only at the peak of the second level. After all, Shaoxing base city can only be regarded as a small base city of the 4th or 5th tier. Of course, under normal circumstances, this strength is enough. It can deal with some common adventing entities and dimensional invasions. For example, the strong man from the fruit world who came before was dealt with by him. However, this is normal. Obviously, this is not a normal situation. A second level being actually descended into their small place. The second stage arrives. This means that the adventor has at least the strength of the second level. And it may not just be an ordinary second stage, it may be the middle, late, or even the peak of the second stage. Once you reach the peak of the second level, if things go wrong, the entire Shaoxing city will suffer heavy losses. His face kept changing. Although Xiang Kuowu was shocked inside, he also knew that this was not the time to be dazed. The order was quickly given. The deployment began. Silent all night. Zhang Chen slept very soundly. I was awakened by the shrill sound of an alarm in the morning. What happened? Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. The figure then climbed up. Is Xiao Chen up yet? Just as he got up, he heard his mother's anxious voice at the door. Wake up, Mom! Zhang Chen responded subconsciously and then went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my mother Yang Luo's anxious expression. What's wrong, Mom? Zhang Chen spoke with doubt. Xiao Chen, the East City District has activated the first level combat readiness and has been blocked off. Your father is still there. What should I do? Do you think a new dimension has arrived? Yang Luo spoke in an anxious voice. Level 1 combat readiness. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then spoke subconsciously. Yes, I just saw the news. There were a lot of military vehicles roaring past early in the morning. Yang Luo nodded, looking more worried. Living in this world, most ordinary people don't actually have much protection. Whether it's a dimensional invasion or a dimensional advent, it's enough to completely destroy a family. Especially due to the collision of the worlds, no one knows in what circumstances and in what form it will come. Mom, don't worry. It'll be okay. Well, I'll go to school right now and I should be able to learn more. Zhang Chen spoke quickly to calm his mother. Thoughts flashed through my mind quickly. Yes, the school will have detailed information. Xiao Chen, you should go to school quickly. Yang Lihua also reacted at this moment and nodded quickly. It is good. Zhang Chen responded, without even bothering to tidy up, and quickly left the house. But after leaving the house, he did not choose to go to school as his mother said, but turned around and went directly to Dongcheng district. It is true that the school has detailed information on every dimensional invasion and dimensional advent. And it is usually the first-hand information, and its purpose is to be used for teaching. But what Zhang Chen needed was not information or teaching, but to ensure his father's safety. As for how to ensure, Zhang Chen closed his eyes. The illusory card then appeared. When Zhang Chen saw the Aspera card again, his nervousness completely disappeared. Even though Aspera is just an underage scion, his strength is nothing compared to other scions. But that is the Dragon Ball world after all. If it is placed in the main world, theoretically there shouldn't be too many problems as long as it doesn't encounter a world of level 5 or even level 6 or above. The figure ran quickly. Soon I found a shared electric car on the side of the road. Without saying a word, Zhang Chen quickly scanned the code and started writing. He is very fast, and his physical fitness has been improved over a long period of time after this period of training. If he was a weakling before, then now his combat effectiveness is at least 60 or 70 points. The strength naturally increased a lot. The figure rode, rushing towards the destination like a gust of wind. At this moment, the destination was the base city guards who had quickly blocked off the East City district. At the same time, a large number of people are evacuating rapidly. Fortunately, Dongcheng district is a factory cluster, so evacuation is much easier than in the general main urban areas. However, no matter how easy it is, this is still a huge area. Even after one night of evacuation, there was still a large area that could not be completely evacuated. And at this moment, in the void, that illusory picture is almost solidifying into reality. It was a vast forest. In the forest, a huge python that was several stories high appeared, and there were many figures among them. These figures seemed to be fighting a giant snake. Even if you ignore those figures, that big snake alone can make people feel an unprecedented terror. How long will it take? Xiang Kuo spoke in a low voice and looked at the commander of the city defense army next to him. It will take at least another hour. The inner city area is still being evacuated. The Legion commander's expression was equally solemn, and he spoke in a deep voice. That's too late. Wu Hao, go and notify everyone to evacuate. In addition, immediately activate the city's defense system to deal with emergencies. Xiang Kuo spoke quickly. An hour, he knew very well, would not be enough time. At the current speed of materialization, that part of the dimensional fragment will completely descend in a quarter of an hour at most. Yes. Wu Hao opened his mouth, but still responded quickly. His figure left quickly. And it took less than 20 breaths for him to leave. Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently. The next moment, all the houses around began to collapse rapidly, and at the same time, countless trees began to rise from the ground. Wow! An illusory tide flowed out, and in an instant the whole world trembled. So fast! Xiang Kuo's face changed, with a hint of shock in his expression. Not good. The Lord City Lord has arrived. A figure appeared in the distance. At this moment, the burly figure of the bear had disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the entire Dongcheng district is changing rapidly. A large number of houses collapsed and were destroyed. The ground, which was originally made up of steel bars and concrete, began to be gradually covered by soil. Tall trees rose from the ground, and new buildings appeared and disappeared at the same time. At this moment the dimension has arrived. Compared to dimension invasion, the advent of a new dimension is an inevitable process in conquering the world. When a world is extracted and logged in, the world will be intertwined with the main world. The villains of these worlds will begin to descend into this world as more and more people log in. Only by defeating these existences can we gain new landing opportunities and more world intelligence. Compared to dimensional invasion, the risk factor of dimensional advent is generally relatively smaller. After all, only when the strategy reaches a certain level will a stronger existence descend. This is not an uncontrollable situation like a dimensional invasion. However, it is relatively small. That also poses huge dangers. Like this moment. Dimensional advent. The entire Dongcheng district of Shaoxing City underwent rapid topographic changes. Some people who did not have time to evacuate even had many of their houses and trees taken away by the collapsed houses and trees. Located in the center of Dongcheng district, a car repair shop. Zhang Huaqing was struggling to dodge the collapsed buildings and growing trees around him. Fortunately, he had joined the army in his early years, and the long-term high-intensity physical activities made his physique stronger than others. Although it was difficult at the moment, he could still barely save himself and even take care of several of his co-workers. "Are you okay, Lao Hai?" Zhang Huaqing pulled his good friend up and spoke with concern. "Damn it, we're in big trouble now. The dimension has arrived, and it has appeared here. Huaqing, we have to leave here quickly, otherwise it might be really dangerous." Lin Hadian couldn't help but speak. "It may not be so easy to leave now. We don't know where the advent will extend to." Zhang Huaqing spoke helplessly, looking outside at the moment. The hustle and bustle of traffic and the steel and concrete that were once displayed had now disappeared without a trace, and what appeared before them was a huge, impenetrable forest. Each of the tall shrubs is probably hundreds of meters high, and it takes at least hundreds of years to grow. In such a drastically changed terrain, another dimension has arrived. It is not clear where the spread will reach. Wanting to go out is almost a pipe dream. Then what should we do? A new dimension is coming. We don't know what will come, or how many creatures there will be. We don't have any extraordinary powers. Lin Hadian looked unhappy and couldn't help but speak. Zhang Huaqing's expression was also solemn. For ordinary people like them who are deeply trapped in the advent of the second dimension, this situation is almost a dead end. Unless the Daxia Federation can quickly resolve the dimensional advent. However, this is difficult. After all, just considering the scale, it is not so easy to solve. Let's go back first. See if we can find some weapons. Zhang Huaqing took a deep breath and then spoke. Although the people around them all looked anxious, they quickly agreed. The group then retreated to a distant location. And at this moment the outside world. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the next moment, a huge python hundreds of meters long appeared instantly. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura covered the entire surroundings. Just feel that breath. The expression of the burly bear who had just flashed into the jungle changed involuntarily. Level 2 peak. Damn it! The voice couldn't help but blurt out, and at this moment he couldn't keep calm. The peak of the second stage is extremely difficult to deal with, let alone a behemoth of this level. At this moment, Xiang Koa was very doubtful whether he could solve the problem. After all, his strength is only at the peak of the second level. He would have a hard time facing an ordinary peak level second level monster, let alone a behemoth type. "President Zhang, President Li!" Xiang Koa shouted loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, the next moment, the expression on his face changed again. Because at this moment, the giant beast appeared. The manifestation is not over yet. Ripples spread out. At the same time, figures wearing strange costumes and strange forehead protectors also appeared. There are still some. The burly Xiong's voice was now trembling. End of this chapter. Chapter 23: A small shock from the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 23: A small shock from the Dragon Ball world. The arrival of a dimension usually means that a fragment of a dimensional world descends upon the main world. This may be the past time and space of the dimensional world, the present time and space of the dimensional world, or even the future time and space of the dimensional world. The moment these fragments descend, they will turn from illusion into reality and become a real part of the main world. And because of the interweaving of dimensions, they are naturally hostile to the main world and will try their best to destroy the entire main world. Only by killing them completely can we resolve this dimensional advent. But a smooth solution is not always possible. Even in the relatively stable past 100 years, many base cities were completely destroyed by the advent of the dimension, including some that served as the base city of Jiangnan Prefecture 70 years ago. Because advent is uncontrollable. Even if the level of advent can be detected. But it is only the level of descent, and does not represent the number of descents. Just like this moment, when the huge snake descended, a series of strange figures also descended. What made Xiong Kuo look solemn was that there were even some second-level ones among them. President Zhang, President Li. Stop them. All city defense forces, obey orders and strangle all enemies from this dimension. Xiong Kuo opened his mouth and spoke quickly. The original plan was changed by him in an instant. Originally, he planned to deal with the giant snake together with the two deans. But now there is a new second-level existence, so he has to consider withdrawing his strength to deal with those other second-level existences, and he will deal with the giant snake alone. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward in an instant, and the next moment his muscular body began to swell rapidly. Strands of bristles grew out, and the pupils gradually turned into animal pupils. Roar! A huge roar was heard, and the next moment his figure turned into a huge brown bear that was 4 or 5 meters tall. A violent atmosphere swept across. His figure rushed directly towards the giant snake. The other side. The figures of two old men instantly fell towards the jungle. Directly intercepted the figures wearing ninja costumes. Lao Zhang, this looks like we're in real trouble. An old man smiled bitterly, his expression taking on a solemn look. Delay it as long as possible. Jiangnan Prefecture should send support soon. The other man shook his head and spoke softly. As the principals of two provincial key high schools in Shaoxan City, both of them knew that it would be very difficult to stop them with their strength. Not to mention whether Xiong Kuo can stop the giant beast that is also at the peak of the second level, it is still a question whether they can sustain the battle in front of them. Although both of them are already at the second level. But the bodies of the two men are already old, and being at the second level, they may not be a match for these dimensional arrivals. This is especially true when you are not familiar with these people. But now they can only hold on. Once the defense line is abandoned, so many second-level powerhouses, including the peak second-level behemoths, are enough to completely destroy the entire Shaoxan base city. The battle broke out in an instant. In the distance, the burly bear transformed into a huge brown bear and collided directly with the giant snake. However, his size is still extremely small compared to the giant snake. The giant snake's tail struck him, and he had to dodge every time. Damn, how can it be so huge? Xiong Kuo was anxious and his eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. The current situation made him feel even worse. A large number of city defense troops had fallen, and the speed at which they were killed was faster than he had imagined. Even the two deans were obviously suppressed. This made him even more anxious. Xiong Kuo knew very well that even if he had asked for help as soon as he rushed out, it would take at least a quarter of an hour to get from Jiangnan Prefecture to Shaoxan City, and they wondered whether they could really hold out for a quarter of an hour. His expression kept changing. The anxiety grew. And this moment. On the street, Zhang Chen was riding a shared electric bike and coming towards this side quickly. More than 10 minutes later, he finally arrived in Dongcheng district. At this moment, the huge illusory picture suddenly descended. Zhang Chen finally saw the scene in the distance. This is... The figure stopped, looked at the huge python in the distance, then looked at the figures fighting not far away, and his expression couldn't help but take on a strange look. A familiar scene. Familiar sound ninja, sound ninja. At this moment, the scene he had seen in his memory appeared involuntarily in his mind. Chunin examination. He murmured softly, and did not dare to delay the next moment. His consciousness instantly reached the card in his mind. Buzz. A ripple spread instantly. The next moment Zhang Chen's figure changed rapidly. The body of a 16-year-old gradually transformed into that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Immediately, an itchy feeling came from my buttocks. The next moment, a brown furry tail burst through the clothes and popped out. At the same time, his facial features and hair also changed at this moment. The biggest changes were inside his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel an extremely powerful energy emerging in his body. At this moment he seemed to have returned to planet Vegeta again. Became the Sionospera. No, not like. But at this moment he is really the Sionospera. The only difference is that he only has 3 minutes to spare. Feeling his powerful aura at the moment, Zhang Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. Then something happened to me. The figure then gradually floated up. Floating in mid-air. At this moment, he undoubtedly saw the whole situation more clearly. Far away, a burly bear figure was fighting with a giant python. Not far away, a group of city defense troops were fighting with the sand ninjas and sound ninjas. And no matter where. Obviously, the occupation was not too smooth. The giant bear was obviously suppressed by the big snake. On the city defense side, a large number of people were also being quickly killed. Ninjas are good at assassination. The endless stream of ninjutsu caught the city defense forces almost off guard. Boom! The aura burst out instantly, and Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. Wrapped in the breath, his figure went straight towards where the big snake was. He's very fast. The battle lasted nearly 200 minutes, and in just a moment they crossed a distance of several thousand meters and rushed into the jungle. Boom! Boom! The trees were falling rapidly. The giant bear transformed by Xiang Kuowu was dodging with difficulty. His expression became increasingly ugly, and at this moment, his giant beast-like hand even showed irregular distortion. What worries him even more is that he can't solve it. Even if he used all his strength, he was still unable to resist this giant snake. His face kept changing. Suddenly Xiang Kuowu's face changed. His eyes instantly looked towards the sky not far away. But when he saw this, his expression was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a child's figure appeared in his sight in the sky. Yes, it was a child. He looks to be 5 or 6 years old at most, maybe even younger. But at this moment, the child was floating in the air, and the aura emanating from his body made even him feel a shudder in his heart. Terror. Unimaginable horror. In the eyesight, it was a child, but in the perception of the wild beast, it was an extremely terrifying beast. It was even bigger than the giant snake in front of him. When his body paused slightly, the big snake seemed to seize the opportunity and smashed its tail directly towards the burly bear. Boom! The air exploded and the wind whistled. Not good. Xiang Kuowu's face changed. The figure subconsciously wanted to dodge. But it's too late. A huge black shadow fell directly from overhead. His pupils widened and a hint of fear appeared in his expression. Bump! A dull sound arose, but the imagined severe pain did not come. Xiang Kuowu opened his eyes subconsciously and saw the calm gaze of a child. Looked over subconsciously. Just discovered. The child who was in midair just now appeared in front of him without him noticing when. And with one hand he directly lifted up the huge snake's tail. This scene was incredibly shocking. For a moment, Xiang Kuo's eyes widened completely. His expression was filled with uncontrollable horror. "Uncle, leave this to me. You go and deal with those beings that have descended, otherwise the city will be in big trouble." Zhang Chen didn't care about this person's surprise. He used the card to solve the problem, so the first time Xiang Kuo looked over, he spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Okay. I'll go right away." Hearing that somewhat childish voice, Xiang Kuo suddenly reacted. Nod quickly. He took a deep look at Zhang Chen, and the next moment Xiang Kuo left quickly without any hesitation. Even though he didn't know who Zhang Chen was yet, it was obvious that he was here to help him. And that's enough. As Zhang Chen said, the most important thing to do now is to quickly solve the current problem, which is the best option. The figure quickly disappeared into the distance. The burly figure of the bear left. His figure quickly appeared on the battlefield on the other side. With the addition of Xiang Kuo, the battlefield quickly stabilized. Although the strength of the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja is not weak, especially the Sand Ninja, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, even if it is only at the bottom, even if what has descended at this moment is only a part of the invasion of Konoha, its strength should not be underestimated. There are 2 jonins alone. Although they are not elite jonins like Maki, they are also senior jonins. In addition, there are a large number of elite chunins and several special jonins. Such strength is almost impossible to deal with the city defense army and the deans of the 2 schools alone. Even in such a short period of time, the losses were extremely heavy. Fortunately, Xiang Kuo rushed back quickly. Although Xiang Kuo was seriously injured, he was at the peak of the 2nd level after all. He alone was able to hold back 2 jonin and even suppress 2 jonin of the Sand Ninja. The remaining few special jonin were also quickly suppressed by the 2 deans. While the high-end forces were tied up, the ordinary elite chunins, and genins, as well as the city defense forces were enough to deal with it. Boom! Bump! Xiang Kuo threw a punch suddenly, and despite taking a wind blade's blow, he hit a senior ninja's head directly. The pupils of that jonin were filled with fear, and the next moment his head exploded. A stream of information quickly flooded into my mind. Xiang Kuo didn't have time to tidy himself up. He turned his body and the next moment kicked directly at another senior ninja who had just released a ninjutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. The jonin's expression changed and he quickly completed the hand seal. He opened his mouth and several wind blades came out and rushed towards Xiang Kuo, trying to forcibly change Xiang Kuo's movements. However, pfft! The wind blade directly cut through the body, blood spurted out, but Xiang Kuo did not dodge or evade, and kicked the Sand Ninja directly in the chest with his right foot. Boom! The body flew backwards instantly. The inner bones collapsed directly and did not stop until they fell 20 or 30 meters away. But there was no breath left. It was obvious that the blow had ended his life immediately. A stream of light also rushed in, and new information appeared. Call. Xiang Kuo exhaled a breath of foul air. After calming his breath a little, he quickly looked into the distance. When he saw this, his pupils widened instantly. This. There was a tremor in the words. And this is where the center is at this moment. The woods have completely collapsed. Zhang Chen stood in mid-air. And underneath him, at this moment, an extremely huge deep pit has appeared. Hundreds of meters long. The huge python lay lifeless in the deep pit. This giant snake summoned by Orochimaru was undoubtedly powerful. During the Chunin exam, even an ordinary jonin was unable to defeat it. In the end, it was Jiraiya who summoned a toad and used his own ninjutsu to suppress it. But that is for the Naruto world. For Zhang Chen, this big snake is too simple. His combat power is close to 200 points. Master Roshi can blow up the moon with just 120 points. Although the moon in Dragon Ball is not the same as the moon in the main world, it may not even be comparable to the empty shell of the moon in the Naruto world. But his strength is not 120 points, but closer to 200 points. Not to mention the snakes summoned by Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru arrived, Zhang Chen was sure that he could defeat him directly. Brush! A stream of light rushed up from where the python was. It instantly sank into Zhang Chen's mind. This is... There was a hint of surprise on his face. But soon, when the light poured in, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Eyes closed. Soon Zhang Chen opened his eyes. Chunin exam. Otonin and Sandanin united. Zhang Chen muttered softly, with a strange look on his face. Because what appeared in his mind at this moment was some information about the Chunin exam in the Naruto world. Apparently this was the reward he received for killing the dimensional descendant. This is also the main way for the main world to obtain dimensional intelligence. Generally, the more you kill, the stronger you are, and the more information you will gain. The greater the advantage for the next login. But it was obvious that this was of little use to Zhang Chen. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 The Mysterious Strong Man Shocked Xiao Xinqi. Chapter 24 The Mysterious Strong Man Shocked Xiao Xinqi. Zhang Chen stood high in the sky, and watching this scene from afar were Xiang Kuowu and the two principals who had just defeated their opponents. At this moment, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, with expressions full of shock and disbelief. Old Bear, who is that? The figure fell, and Dean Zhang spoke with a stutter. Not sure, probably a world raider. Xiang Kuowu shook his head and looked at Zhang Chen's tail swaying behind him in the distance. World raider, when did our Shaoxin city have such a powerful world raider? Xiang Kui's voice sounded, and another figure also landed, speaking with a puzzled look. Shaoxin city is just a small base city, and its strongest person is only Xiang Kuowu, who is at the peak of level 2. They don't remember such a powerful existence. Let's go and take a look first. Xiang Kuowu took a deep breath, then greeted the two of them and started to walk away. The two people behind him looked at each other, then quickly followed. And in the air in the distance, Zhang Chen quickly came back to his senses from the intelligence. Shake his head. The next moment, he looked around. Then it began to dive down. He did not forget the main thing this time. Wrapped in Qi, with a combat power of nearly 200 points, Zhang Chen's speed was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of Xiang Kuowu and the other two. The three of them were shocked and quickly quickened their pace. However, Zhang Chen's speed was too fast. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Don't look for him anymore. I guess he doesn't want to come out. Dean Zhang smiled bitterly. Xiang Kuowu and the other man couldn't help but feel helpless. Let's go and deal with the battlefield first. But there are still many adventures that have not been dealt with. Xiang Kuowu shook his head helplessly and then spoke. The two nodded. The three of them did not continue chasing after that. After all, it seemed to them that Zhang Chen could not have failed to sense them. As a result, as soon as they approached, he disappeared. In addition, his arrival was so sudden that they didn't need to think about why. They did not dare to offend such a powerful world conqueror. Just suppress your thoughts temporarily. Of course, the three people at the moment didn't know that Zhang Chen was not intentionally avoiding them. It's just to find my father. A figure passed by at low altitude. He quickly covered a distance of several thousand meters. In a jungle. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. The figure disappeared instantly. The original factory location. Of the original 20 or so workers, only 2 were left. They had retreated to the factory, obtained some weapons, and barely survived. However, a quarter of an hour ago, an adventure suddenly appeared here. More than 20 people. In less than a quarter of an hour, there were only 2 of them left. Watching, it looks like we have to explain ourselves here. Lin Hadian held an iron rod in his hand and spoke to Zhang Huaqing beside him with a wry smile. Zhang Huaqing looked forward, with layers of sweat oozing out of his forehead. It's really weak. A teasing voice came out, this one from a sound ninja genin wearing a ninja costume and a sound nin forehead protector. Of course, even if it's just a genin. Don't make it too easy for ordinary people. In just 2 minutes, he killed more than 20 people. At this moment, his chakra consumption was less than half. As for the 2 people in front of him, the fact that they were able to survive was just a cat playing with mouse. And now he has had enough. It's over. Your bodies will be left to Lord Orochimaru as material. The sound ninja sneered, and the next moment his figure moved instantly. Chakra is attached to the body. However, in an instant, his chakra suddenly stagnated. Then he felt a pain in his chest. Boom! In his last moment of consciousness, he only felt like he was hit by a huge mountain. Then he fell into a coma. This. Zhang Huaqing and Lin Hadian were almost waiting for death to come. But what happened next made their eyes widen. They only saw that incredible person coming and his figure flew out horizontally. In mid-air, his body suddenly exploded. The only person left there was a child of about 5 or 6 years old. The child was wearing strange clothes and had a furry tail swinging behind him. Gudong! Lin Hadian couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Huaqing also felt his body tremble. But at this moment, a faint light flashed from the child in front, and a familiar figure appeared. When Zhang Huaqing saw the familiar figure, he was stunned for a moment. Xiao Chen. He spoke with a stunned voice. Damn it, there are new arrivals. Watching, this one seems to be stronger. This time we are really dead. Lin Hadian murmured softly, feeling even more desperate at this moment. On the other side, I felt the light fading. Finished. Zhang Chen whispered and shook his head. As he hadn't completed the main mission yet, he only had 3 minutes left. From the time they appeared, to the time they killed the snake, to the time they searched for it, exactly 3 minutes had passed. The power of the cards is gathered. If you want to use it again, you need to log into the world again. This is also the current limitation. It will only change when he gradually completes the main task. Xiao Chen. As my thoughts were intertwined, a familiar voice sounded. Zhang Chen quickly gathered his thoughts and walked over. You. Don't come here. Seeing Zhang Chen coming, even though his appearance had changed, Lin Hadian couldn't help but step back. Dad, are you okay? Zhang Chen spoke softly, but the words he said made Lin Hadian stunned for a moment. Is it really you, Xiao Chen? Seeing Zhang Chen and hearing his words, Zhang Huaqing spoke with a hint of disbelief. You are Xiao Chen. Lin Hadian couldn't help but come back to his senses. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was indeed the son of his good friend. Just thinking about the scene just now, he couldn't help but speak in shock. It's me, Dad. I just used the power of World Raiders. Zhang Chen explained with a smile. World strategy. Did you successfully land? After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Huaqing was completely certain and couldn't help but speak with surprise. Lin Hadian beside him couldn't help but look shocked. Yes, I'm lucky. Dad, Uncle Lin, let's leave here first. I'm afraid the city defense forces will soon clear out this place. Zhang Chen nodded, then spoke softly. Yep. Come on, let's get out of here first. Zhang Huaqing reacted and nodded quickly. The 3 of them then walked outside. With Zhang Chen leading the team, there was no need to worry about the location. After all, Zhang Chen had already understood the location clearly. Half an hour later, the group came to the exit, where many people had already gathered. Although the dimensional advent was huge in scale and unexpected, thanks to Zhang Chen's intervention, the situation was quickly settled, and quite a few people in the huge Dongcheng district survived. However, the survivors need to stay and register, and the base city will generally provide certain compensation. When Zhang Chen and his 3 companions came out, the line was already quite long. I just lined up at the back of the team. More than an hour later, it was the 3's turn. The 3 of them first passed through a huge light gate. It is said that this is used to detect whether it is the existence of the main world. Zhang Chen and the other 2 naturally had no problem. Soon they came to the side to register. Registration is also simple. All you need is your name, gender, and home address. It was filled out quickly. However, the moment the 3 of them finished filling out the form, there was a sudden commotion at the light gate. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the next moment, a figure flew backwards. Zhang Chen raised his brows, somewhat surprised that the figure flying backwards was actually a sand ninja. He actually managed to get in. Zhang Chen murmured softly, feeling a little strange. He had thought about this before. Ninjas have the ability to transform, so it would be easy for them to blend in. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the light gate appeared. But I didn't expect that someone would verify it so quickly. There was a slight commotion among the crowd. But it soon calmed down. Zhang Chen and the other 2 took a look and then left. Road fork. Xiao Chen, thank you very much this time. Lin Hadian opened his mouth, then his expression straightened and he spoke with a hint of gratitude. He knew very well that without Zhang Chen's help, he would probably have to stay there this time. Even though Zhang Chen's main purpose was definitely to save his father, he was indeed saved. Uncle Lin, you're welcome. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. That's not polite. Lin Hadian shook his head solemnly, and then said goodbye to Zhang Huaqing and Zhang Chen. Farewell to Lin Hadian. Walking on the way home, both father and son were silent. Zhang Huaqing opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. It was not until a moment later that Zhang Huaqing could no longer hold back and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Chen, have you completed your main mission? The words sounded a little nervous, and a little at a loss. No. Zhang Chen shook his head. No, it's okay, don't be nervous, you can definitely finish it. And it doesn't matter if you can't finish it. Zhang Huaqing spoke quickly. Bah! You can definitely do it. Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was wrong and spoke quickly. Don't worry, Dad. I should be able to complete the first phase of the main mission. Looking at his somewhat uneasy father, Zhang Chen smiled. He naturally understood his father's thoughts. As a step from a carp to a dragon, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. Let alone a family like theirs that was even more ordinary than theirs. So he hesitated for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. His main mission in the first stage is to survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. With the preparations he has made so far, theoretically there won't be any problems. That's good, that's good. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhang Chen's affirmative words, Zhang Huaqing's eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. Being able to pass the first main mission means that Zhang Chen can definitely enter the academy. How can he not be happy with such a result? For a moment, all the previous tension and uneasiness seemed to disappear. Zhang Chen smiled. Looking at my father, who is still quite young at this moment, I feel inexplicably at peace. Half an hour later, the two returned home. When she saw her father, her mother's original uneasy and anxious mood disappeared completely. He couldn't help but show joy on his face. He even looked around at his father to see if anything happened. Dad, Mom, I'm going to school first. Looking at the two people who were getting along well, Zhang Chen immediately greeted them. Okay, please be safe on the road. The mother just said it without even turning her head. Zhang Chen shook his head with amusement. Without any hesitation, he quickly went out and took the bus to school. Dimensional Advent. In theory, all students have to go to school as soon as possible. He is a little late now. We have to speed up. An hour later, Zhang Chen arrived at the school. When he arrived at the classroom, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown. At this moment, everyone in the class has arrived. Zhang Chen, why did you come at this time? Do you know that the dimension has arrived? This is a critical moment. One of them frowned and spoke, looking at Zhang Chen with some displeasure, while his peripheral vision inadvertently glanced at Lu Qingxia. None of your business. Zhang Chen naturally noticed it and said coldly. What did you say? The boy who had just spoken suddenly looked dark with anger in his eyes. The figure directly blocked Zhang Chen's way. A dog catching a rat is meddling in other people's business. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Do you want me to say it again? Go away. Zhang Chen snorted coldly. You. The boy wants to talk again. The next moment, he felt his body lighten. Then there was a sudden pain in the abdomen. Bump. There was a slight sound, and then his figure just bent down. Zhang Chen didn't even look at him, he just walked around and went to his own seat. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. Lu Qingxia looked a little unhappy, while Lin Xiun was a little surprised. Many people's eyes flickered. Hee, that idiot thought he would step on you. Lu Qingxia would look at him more. You're going to suffer this time. Yu Yang spoke with a gloating tone. By the way, what world did you land on? That idiot's physique is not weak, it has 7 points. After gloating, Yu Yang became a little suspicious. Zhang Chen's move just now was obviously extraordinary. He didn't have this ability before. This made him involuntarily curious about Zhang Chen's world again. Physique is not strength. How's the situation? Any news from the school? Zhang Chen spoke casually, then asked curiously. As for the attack just now, it was just a casual act for him. The strength of this body of his was indeed not that good, even worse than that boy's. However, he had been trained in actual combat by Bardock for several months. As long as it was not too much beyond his strength, it would be easy to solve the problem. Not sure. The information came slowly this time. Teacher Luo hasn't shown up yet. Yu Yang frowned and spoke, but his attention was quickly diverted. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 The Mysterious Strong Man Shocked Xiao Xinqi. Chapter 25 The Mysterious Strong Man Shocked Xiao Xinqi. At the same time, Principal's office. The teachers of the transcendent class and relevant school leaders are already here. Isn't the principal back yet? One teacher couldn't help but speak. Not yet. We in Shaoxin City may be in a lot of trouble this time. After listening to the words, a school leader couldn't help but smile bitterly and spoke. What happened? The teacher who had just spoken felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but speak again. It is said that the one descending this time is at the peak of the second order, and it is not just one person descending. I'm afraid the city lord may not be able to handle it. The school leader sighed again. Second level peak. Not single. Listening to the words of the school affairs leader, everyone present couldn't help but frown and some even spoke out loud. For a moment, there was some noise in the room. Several school leaders looked at each other but did not stop it. And amidst the noise of the crowd, cough cough. 2 light coughs suddenly sounded. The familiar voice instantly stopped the noise in the room. When the sights converge, everyone couldn't help but look delighted. Headmaster! Headmaster! One figure after another spoke respectfully. As they were speaking, a figure that had appeared at the doorstep walked in. It's over now, and everything is back to normal. Dean Zhang looked around at everyone and then spoke calmly. Principal, you said it's over. Hearing what Dean Zhang said, everyone present was stunned, and some people spoke in astonishment. Yes, it has been resolved. Dinjong nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. This. The teachers and school leaders looked at each other in confusion, unable to react for a moment. But Dinjong didn't explain anything. Just waved his hand. Although everyone was full of doubts, they quickly retreated. In the end, only one figure was left. Principal, isn't the one descending this time at the peak of the second stage? Could it be that the city lord has already made a breakthrough? The figure spoke with a hint of surprise. No, something unexpected happened, and the next thing you know, you should step down first, too. Dinjong shook his head and then waved again. Accident. The figure was surprised, but still retreated. Soon, Dinjong was the only one left in the room. Level 2 peak, no, it should be at least level 3, maybe even stronger. When has Sheoxin City ever had such a powerful world raider? Dinjong murmured softly, his expression full of confusion. Of course, at this moment, there are many people who are as confused as he is. The same is true for Xiang Kuo from Sheoxin Base City and the principal of Sheoxin No. 1 Middle School. Shaoxin Base City is just a small base city. They are undoubtedly very clear about the powerful people in the entire base city, but the sudden appearance of this figure at this moment makes them extremely unfamiliar. This undoubtedly attracted their attention. As soon as Xiang Kuo returned, he began to investigate. However, it is obvious that getting any results is almost impossible. After all, after using the card, Zhang Chen's aura, appearance, and other performances have completely changed. Although Lin Hadian noticed it. But Lin Hadian didn't know the scene of Zhang Chen's previous battle. Naturally, I won't tell you anything. In the city lord's mansion, there's none. Xiang Kuo frowned and looked at the city defense army captain Wu Hao in front of him. Yes, it is impossible to query. The surrounding surveillance was destroyed when the dimension came. Even if we want to retrieve the surrounding situation, we can't do it. Currently, there are only records of dimensional intrusions, which only include the scope of the dimension and cannot query the surrounding location. Wu Hao smiled bitterly and spoke helplessly. That's it. Xiang Kuo frowned and then shook his head. Forget it then. By the way, have you finished counting the casualties? Xiang Kuo opened his mouth and turned the conversation to other issues. Since he couldn't find out, he could only give up. On the other side, the two deans were almost the same. In the classroom, Zhang Chen didn't know that his appearance had directly caused quite a stir in Sheoxin Base City. He was chatting with Yu Yang in a casual manner. My thoughts were immersed in the next world landing. If nothing unexpected happens, the second landing will begin soon. Zhang Chen was still somewhat looking forward to this second landing. Hey, Chenzi, what world do you think will land in this time? Will it be another fruit world? If it is, then I'll have more information the next time I land. Really been waiting. What are you looking forward to? Don't forget that the fruit world is a level 4 world. If a level 4 expert comes, everyone will be finished. Ahem, no way. Not always. Don't scare me. The two chatted and laughed, and time passed quickly. It was not until the sun gradually approached noon that Luo Qingzue finally arrived. With Luo Qingzue's arrival, the whole classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Luo Qingzue eagerly. Classmates, the dimensional advent has now ended. The city lord's mansion has been resolved, and the relevant video has been uploaded. Let's take a look first. Luo Qingzue took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. His right hand was quickly operating the terminal device on the podium in front of him. Soon, a ray of light came on. The next moment, an illusory scene appeared above the podium. As the illusory scene appeared, the attention of each student was immediately attracted. This time, the world that descended is a newly born 4th level ninja village. There are a total of 108 beings descending, including a peak 2nd level beast and 2-dimensional characters at the beginning of the 2nd level. The rest are mostly first-level beings. Luo Qingzhe spoke slowly. As he spoke, red dots appeared in the illusory picture. There is also a huge snake in the distance. Hiss, it's so big. This. The ninja village is actually the ninja village world. One voice after another was spoken, and many people couldn't help but gasp when they saw the big snake. I rely on so much. Yu Yang, who was standing beside Zhang Chen, couldn't help but swear. There's no way around it, the scale is really too big. Even though they were just students, they all sensed something was amiss. This is a big problem. Some people even murmured softly, with a solemn look on their faces. And as if to verify his words, when the power of the base city gathered, it was quickly suppressed by the arrival of the dimension. The losses are continuing to grow. Those who descended seemed to possess endless abilities, and for a moment the entire city defense army was caught off guard. Even the two deans were suppressed in an instant. Suddenly, many people in the classroom began to breathe heavily. In this world, everyone knows what the advent of another dimension means. It was even clearer what would happen if the base city could not withstand it. Many people clenched their fists at once. Zhang Chen could clearly hear the heavy breathing. Until a figure appeared on the screen. The next moment, all the students in the class widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Then, what is that? I rely on. Fuck. This. Solved. What a terrifying power. There were many voices mixed together, and even a loud fuck sound came from Yu Yang beside Zhang Chen. At this moment, it wasn't just him, everyone in the classroom felt the same. What they saw. The giant snake, which was extremely huge and was suppressing the mayor of Shao Xian's base city, was instantly solved by the descending figure. With a casual strike, an extremely huge deep pit appeared on the ground. The giant snake lay directly in the deep pit like a ball of mud. Gudong. Someone subconsciously swallowed his saliva, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Teacher, who is that person? Amidst the shock, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. I don't know. It should be World Raider. Luo Qingzhe shook her head with a wry smile. When she saw the video just now, she was no less shocked than the students in front of her. Even deeper. As a top student at Daxia Academy, Luo Qingzhe knew very well that such strength was definitely not comparable to that of the second level. It was at least the peak of the third level, or perhaps even higher. Because even with just a quick glimpse, she felt a shudder coming from the depths of her soul. What made her feel even more incredible was that the power used by the other party was something that even she, a top student at Daxia's university, could not see at all. Hiss, the World Raider is so strong. Then if we complete the main mission, will we be able to be that strong? Tisk, you're just dreaming, how is that possible? In the classroom, students were discussing excitedly. Many people looked at the small figure in the picture with shining eyes. Of course, Zhang Chen is excluded. When he saw the scene in the picture, his brows couldn't help but raise. He didn't expect that the base city actually recorded the footage. But he just raised his eyebrows and then didn't care too much. Of course he didn't care. Every student was extremely excited, especially Yu Yang who was standing next to him. His eyes were filled with excitement. The words kept coming out excitedly. Until a moment later, Luo Qingzhe's voice just sounded. The noise in the classroom gradually quieted down. Okay, everyone, please be quiet. Now let's talk about the existence of this dimensional advent. Luo Qingzhe's cold voice rang out, and invisible ripples swept through, making the classroom gradually quiet. When everyone stopped talking, Luo Qingzhe spoke. This time, the beings that descended are from the world of ninja villages. Not much is known at present. The only thing that is certain is that they are from the Sand Village. One of the 5 great ninja villages, and the Sound Village. Among them, there is a being that possesses extraordinary powers called ninjutsu. This is the basic supernatural power in the world of the ninja village. It includes the use of basic nature-changing escape techniques, which can control the 7 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin, and yang. In the world of the ninja village, to become a ninja one needs to refine something called chakra. Chakra can be used with specific hand gestures to perform ninjutsu. The currently known levels are Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Kage. Luo Qingzhe spoke slowly and began to talk about the relevant information about this landing. In the classroom, every student began to listen attentively. Especially Lin Xiun and Lu Qingzhe, their expressions couldn't help but straighten slightly. Listening to Luo Qingzhe's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think deeply. With just one login, the main world's understanding of the Naruto world has clearly improved by several levels. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the corresponding information obtained after the dimensional advent was resolved. He obtained some information when he killed the big snake. If nothing unexpected happens, the others who killed the descending being should have also obtained the corresponding information. Although this information is fragmentary, combined with the continuous acquisition of information from world logins, it can be predicted that the entire main world's information about the Naruto world will gradually increase. Of course, this has nothing to do with Zhang Chen. His thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment and he didn't take it too seriously. Unless you conquer the entire world, it is almost impossible to match his foresight. Of course, what's more important is that the world he landed in is not Naruto, so he basically doesn't need to pay attention to these things. Time passes slowly. Throughout this day, Luo Qingzhe was talking about information related to the Naruto world. Even the original physical training time has been compressed. Until nightfall. The course is over. With the bell ringing, one by one, the students rushed out of the classroom. Zhang Chen didn't run, packing things slowly and leisurely. But just as he finished cleaning up, a figure walked over. "What are you doing here?" Yu Yang spoke with a frown. Zhang Chen looked up and saw Lu Qingzhe. His brows couldn't help but raise slightly. "Zhang Chen, I am very grateful that you gave me the chance to log into the ninja village world, but don't think that I owe you anything. I will give you the chance to log in again." Lu Qingzhe took a deep breath, then forced herself to speak solemnly. "Laugh." Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer when listening to Lu Qingzhe's words. Then he glanced at the other person. "Let's go, it's time to go back, why?" Zhang Chen picked up the things, said hello, and then walked out. "Good Ellie." Yu Yang glanced at Lu Qingzhe with disdain, and then quickly followed. "You." Lu Qingzhe's face suddenly turned red. Zhang Chen didn't say anything, but that sneer seemed to be equivalent to countless words. "People, you have to know yourself. What do you have to pay back for your first landing opportunity?" A cold voice sounded, and Lin Xiun spoke calmly. "Lin Xiun, what did you say?" Lu Qingzhe's eyes instantly sparked with anger, and her gaze was fixed on Lin Xiun. "You know exactly what I'm saying. Besides, I'm not as easy to talk to as Zhang Chen. Don't talk to me in that way." Lin Xiun spoke calmly, then ignored him and walked away. At this moment, Lu Qingzhe's face turned completely purple. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage of all time? Choose the Sarutobi clan? Serious? Chapter 26. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage of all time? Choose the Sarutobi clan? Seriously? Xiao Chen, you're back. Come in, your mother has prepared your favorite roast duck for you today." A figure walked into the room and a familiar scent wafted through. Just as Zhang Chen was stunned, his father Zhang Huaqing's voice rang out with a smile. "Roast duck." Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Yes, go wash your hands." Zhang Huaqing smiled and nodded. At this moment, people are full of glory. He was very excited that day. Although his son had not yet passed the main mission, his successful completion of the first landing was a rare happy event for him. Looking at his father's excited expression, Jiang Chen shook his head in amusement. The figure obediently went to wash his hands. At this moment, the mother brought up a sumptuous dinner. "You kid, you landed successfully but you didn't tell us. You made us worry." Yang Luo spoke with a hint of complaint. However, even though his words were complaints, there was still a smile on his face. At the dinner table, Zhang Huaqing was smiling. The family of three were all feeling rare relief at this moment. In this world, whether or not a family can successfully land almost determines their future. Jiang Chen successfully logged in. Not to mention anything else, at least at this moment Jiang Chen has the opportunity to enter the school. For the Jiang family, nothing is more important than this. By the way, Xiao Chen, Zioxi is said to be logging in soon. Has she sent you a message? As the three of them were talking, Zhang Huaqing seemed to have thought of something and looked at Jiang Chen with a questioning look. Xiao Xi is about to land. Isn't she only 14 years old? Jiang Chen frowned, looking a little surprised. Yes, this seems to be the decision of Daxia Academy. They said that this time there is a world that is very suitable for initial landing, and Zioxi's tutor helped her apply for it. I just found out today when I called Zioxi. Xiao Chen, you didn't know that Zioxi was extremely happy when she heard that you had successfully landed. Zhang Huaqing said with a smile, as a parent, what could be more exciting than having two successful children? Before, he had always been worried about his eldest son. The landing was a critical issue, especially the first time. It was said that the elimination rate was over 50%. He could not guarantee that his eldest son could successfully land. Now, after passing the first login, the success rate has been significantly improved. Not 100%, but at least there is a great hope. Is that so? I'll call and ask later. Jiang Chen nodded, with a look of surprise on his face. And a family of three was chatting in Shaoxin base city. Daxia Academy. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. What happened? It seems that there is no existence with a tail. Jiang Xi murmured softly, with a puzzled look on his face. Her father called her before, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Her brother successfully completed the first landing. Although the main task has not been completed, it is still a good start. So she spent the whole day looking up relevant information. I want to see if I can help my brother the next time I log in. After reading through a large amount of information, especially some recent new information, Jiang Xi did not discover that there was an existence with a tail in the world of the ninja village. But just as he was wondering, the cell phone rang. Jiang Xi picked up the phone and immediately found that it was his tutor calling. Some doubts. But the call was quickly answered. Teacher. Jiang Xi spoke respectfully. Xiao Xi, Shaoxin City has sent new intelligence, and there are also several videos. You can take a look. You will be logging in soon, and it should be of great help to you in the future. A soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Then there were several ding-dong sounds coming from the phone. I see. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Xi quickly thanked him. Prepare well. This will be of great help to you in the future. There was an encouraging voice on the other end of the line. Then the call was hung up. Jiang Xi's heart moved, and then he looked at the several documents sent over. Jiang Xi opened the document first. Start looking at the contents. The content this time is more detailed than the previous intelligence, and it is obvious that it is all the information obtained during this dimensional descent. With this information, we will undoubtedly gain many advantages once we land. However, after reading the content, Jiang Xi couldn't help but frown again on his handsome face. Because there is still no existence like that described by his father among these contents. Strange. Zhang Xi murmured softly, and casually opened a video with his right hand. The video screen appears. The next moment, a jungle appeared in the video, along with figures wearing strange costumes and a huge snake in the distance. Ninjas and summoning beasts. Looking at those strange human figures and the huge alien beast, Zhang Xi instantly found the corresponding existence in the intelligence. But at the moment she murmured. Zhang Xi's pupils widened instantly. Tail. That is. With his mouth slightly open, Zhang Xi's eyes were fixed on a figure floating in the air in the distance. It was not because of the flying, but because the little figure in the air at this moment looked exactly like the brother her father had described to her. Same tail, same weird hair, and clothing. Suddenly, Zhang Xi reacted. He quickly moved the progress bar forward again. The scene reappears. A small figure stood in mid-air. With just one strike, the ground became a huge deep pit. The giant beast was dealt with instantly. Gudong. Zhang Xi couldn't help swallowing. For a moment, I was a little confused. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know all this at the moment. After dinner. Take a break. He was about to call his sister to ask about it. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xi called first. At the same time, a video was thrown over. Brother, is this you? Tell me now. Also, when did such a powerful being appear in the ninja village world? This one must be at level 3. Also, how did you get such a powerful character when you first landed? Amazing, so amazing. Zhang Xi's words were filled with excitement and enthusiasm, and his words were unhurried. Zhang Chen quickly moved the phone farther away so that his ears could bear it. Hey, can you ask them one by one? How should I answer this? After waiting for Zhang Xi to pause for a while, Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. Oh, you've seen the video I sent you. Dad said that he turned into a 5 or 6-year-old child with a tail. Is that the one in the video? After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Xi managed to calm down, but still couldn't help but speak. Video. Zhang Chen raised his brows and subconsciously opened the video. Sure enough, it was the scene of the previous battle with the giant snake. You've finished reading it, haven't you? Before I had even waited a few seconds, Zhang Xi's clear and anxious voice rang out. Yes. What happened? Zhang Chen nodded unhappily and spoke. What's wrong? This is a big deal. Initial landing, I have never seen such a powerful one. Isn't it all determined by the main body? How did you do it? Brother, please teach me quickly. Your sister is going to land in the same world as yours. What do you think? You don't want to see your poor sister land in such a miserable state, do you? Zhang Xi spoke with excitement, and her face flushed a little on the other end of the phone. Wait, you want to log into the ninja village world? Hearing the pitiful words from the other end of the phone, Zhang Chen raised his brows and spoke with a surprised look. Yes, it is the world of the ninja village. My dear brother, please teach me. Zhang Xi nodded and quickly started to act nice again. When will you log in and what will you choose? Has the time for landing in the world been determined? In the room, Zhang Chen frowned slightly and spoke with a serious tone. In a few days, it will be your second landing time. If I had to choose, the teacher asked me to continue to choose the Sarutobi clan. It is said that they are the strongest Hokage family, more powerful than the Hyuga clan. Also, the time seems to be the 48th year of Konoha. What happened? Zhang Xi spoke with some surprise. I killed the big snake before and obtained some very important information. Please remember what I am going to say next. Listening to his sister's words, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. This time the intelligence was even less reliable than the last time. The Sarutobi clan. If this is really chosen, it will be the end. Brother, what do you say? Zhang Xi's eyes lit up and his expression became more serious. In the 48th year of Konoha, you have two choices, one is the Hyuga clan, the other is the Uchiha clan. Don't choose the Sarutobi clan. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Brother, isn't the Uchiha clan going to be exterminated soon? It seems that there is only one person left in the clan. And why can't we choose the Sarutobi clan? The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be the strongest Hokage in history. Listening to his brother's words, Jiang Xi couldn't help but speak. Listen to me. Jiang Chen spoke unhappily. On the other side, Jiang Xi stuck out her tongue, but didn't say anything else. I asked you to choose the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan for a reason. Their upper limit is higher. The Uchiha clan has the Sharingan. Although it is difficult to open the eye, it can be upgraded to the Manjiki Sharingan. With the Manjiki Sharingan, it is certain that they can be upgraded to the peak of the third level, and it is not impossible to achieve the fourth level. The Hyuga clan not only has another Byakugan, one of the three major eye techniques, but also has the opportunity to evolve into a higher level Samsara eye. Once it is upgraded to the Samsara eye, it will definitely be able to be upgraded to the fourth level. And it is possible to achieve the peak of the fourth level. As for what you said about the Uchiha clan being exterminated, there are ways to deal with it. If you choose the Uchiha clan, you have several options. One is to try to get close to the three ninjas. If you can become their apprentice, there won't be much of a problem. Show your will of fire and I'll send you a copy later. Of course, I suggest you choose the Hyuga clan. It's safer. But after your first landing, try to become their apprentice. You can bring some modern biological knowledge with you and give it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru should accept you. But remember, if Orochimaru doesn't work, you'll have to find Jiraiya and Tsunade. Otherwise, you'll be trapped like a bird in a cage, which is not good for your future. Jiang Xi paused, and Jiang Chen continued to tell the story. Of course, he cares more about his sister than others. Since his sister is going to enter the Naruto world, he certainly needs to pave a perfect path for her. For someone who is familiar with the world of Naruto, it is extremely easy to achieve this. Remember. After finishing his words, Jiang Chen spoke again. Remember. This. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xi was stunned, but after hearing Jiang Chen's words, she quickly reacted. However, after nodding, she felt a little conflicted. Brother, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are not as powerful as yours, right? Jiang Xi's voice sounded weak and a little embarrassed. Don't think about it. I didn't log into the world of the ninja village. Something happened and I chose to log in randomly. Hearing Jiang Xi's words, Jiang Chen spoke unhappily. Random landing. Brother, you won't give your ninja village world landing to that woman, will you? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Xi suddenly got angry and her voice got louder. Something happened. You don't have to worry about it. Look, I'm fine now, right? You have to remember what I just said. Hearing his sister's excited expression on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh and quickly changed the subject. Brother, you can't do this. Lu Qingxia doesn't like you at all. But it was obvious that his sister didn't buy it at all, but the words still rang out. Jiang Chen felt helpless. In the end, he could only calm his hot-tempered sister down with repeated assurances. When the call was hung up, more than an hour had passed. The sky darkened completely. Jiang Chen tidied himself up and then fell into a sleep. On the other side, Jiang Xi began to prepare. This time she has a rare opportunity. The one killed by his brother was a peak-level second-order adventurer, so there was no doubt that he had the most detailed information. Especially those contents, she had never heard of them before. What he got at this moment was his absolute advantage. Night gradually passed. A new day comes quietly. The next few days. In the classroom, Luo Qingzu was still talking about the relevant matters of the advent of the dimension and the situation in the ninja village world. At Daxia Academy, Zhang Xi was still preparing for the landing. 3 days passed quietly. During these 3 days, Zhang Xi was completely prepared, and Zhang Chen was almost ready as well. A new landing is about to begin. Night. Zhang Xi called Zhang Chen again. Brother, I have decided. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard my sister's voice. Decided? Have you decided whether to choose the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan? Zhang Chen nodded and asked with confusion. Next chapter, back to Dragon Ball, take off. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Re-entering the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 27 Re-entering the Dragon Ball world. Hyuga clan, are you sure? Zhang Chen was a little surprised when listening to his sister's words on the other end of the phone. He originally thought that his sister would choose the Uchiha clan. After all, compared to the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan's early prospects and development would be much smoother, and its upper limit was not worse than that of the Hyuga clan. In comparison, although the Hyuga clan has a high upper limit, it is not easy to reach it, and their strength in the early stage is not outstanding. Even if the Byakugan is developed to the extreme, the Hyuga clan can only reach the peak of the 2nd level at most, and it is even a question whether it can reach the 3rd level. In comparison, as long as the Mangekyo is opened, it can reach the peak of the 3rd level, and is only 1 step away from the 4th level. Based on his sister's impatient temperament, Zhang Chen had a feeling that she would choose the Uchiha clan. Determine. I don't want to choose that group of crazy people. The Hyuga clan is still better. And brother, didn't you tell me that as long as we can obtain the bloodline ability of the Moon Otsutsuki clan, we can evolve into the Samsara Eye? If that doesn't work, we can also fuse a large number of Byakugan. It's enough to do it. With all the information I prepared for Orochimaru, if I don't cultivate tens of thousands of Byakugan, it would be a shame for me to land here. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xi's smiling voice sounded. Just make sure. Also, did you remember what I said? Zhang Chen didn't hesitate when listening to his sister's words. To most people, the Uchiha clan is naturally better than the Hyuga clan, but to Zhang Chen, the two are about the same. His sister chose the Hyuga clan, which was relatively stable, so his suggestion was also the Hyuga clan. Remember. Brother, I'll hang up now. The teacher still needs me to attend the meeting. I wish you a successful landing. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded. I wish you success too, Zioxi. Then the brother and sister hung up the phone. Here we go. Zhang Chen looked at the rising sun outside the window, and couldn't help but let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face again. Then there was no further hesitation. I quickly packed my things and said goodbye to my parents. Xiao Chen, don't be nervous. You will definitely succeed. This. Amid the concerned, worried and nervous gazes of his parents, Zhang Chen waved and headed for school. Shaoxing No. 8 Middle School. Transcendent Class. When Zhang Chen arrived, almost everyone in the class was already there. Why are you here just now? Today is the 2nd time to land. As the figure walked into his seat, Yu Yang spoke in a low voice. Isn't there still an hour and a half before landing? Zhang Chen was a little surprised. Aren't you nervous? This time, most of the missions are to complete the main mission. Yu Yang spoke in surprise, his eyes looking at Zhang Chen. What are you nervous about? Zhang Chen was at a loss. I've convinced you. Let's not talk about this anymore. You're right. Brother, whether I can pass the main mission this time depends on you. Don't cheat me. Yu Yang was a little speechless, but soon he thought of something, came closer, and spoke in a low voice. Anna, don't worry. I can't cheat you. However, you must remember to be diligent when you enter the Marine headquarters, otherwise you will be eliminated, and you won't be able to blame others then. Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. He was really worried about this guy. With the help of Luffy's relationship, Kobe was able to sneak into the marine headquarters, so Yang would not be a problem. The only problem is that this guy is lazy. Once he is lazy and fails to meet the qualifications of the marine headquarters and is eliminated, Garp will not plead for him. Don't worry, who am I? If you are still worried, how can you be lazy? Yang patted his chest and spoke. However, what he was greeted with was Zhang Chen's suspicious gaze. Go away, what are you looking at me with? Yang was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzuo's figure appeared at the door. As she appeared, the classroom suddenly became quiet. The landing is about to begin, and the students should be ready. I won't waste my words here, but there is one thing I still want to emphasize again. The most important thing about landing in the dimension is to survive. As long as it does not involve the main mission, if it is possible, no matter what the situation is, survive. Only by surviving will you have a chance to gain extraordinary abilities, including the students who have completed the main mission. Once you die in a world you log into, it means that you will lose the ability to log into that world. Although you can still log into other worlds, most of the forces in the world are incompatible with each other. It will not be so easy to continue to grow rapidly. Luo Qingzuo walked towards the podium, and amidst the focused gazes, she spoke in a deep and serious voice. Under the podium, every student was a little nervous, even those who had passed the main mission. Initial login is so important for everyone. It is not only a way to acquire extraordinary powers, but also represents how far one can go. Just as Luo Qingzuo said, how long you can stay in the initial world also determines to what extent your extraordinary power can grow. This also concerns everyone's future. Okay, I've said what I need to say. Now everyone can go to the center of the plane to gather. Good luck to everyone. Luo Qingzuo's voice came to an end. Her figure then left. As the head teacher left, the students in the classroom stood up one by one. Come on, let's get there quickly. Yang pulled Zhang Chen up. What's the rush? Zhang Chen spoke unhappily, but Yang still pulled him to the center of the plane. At the same time, other students did the same. Center of the plane. When Zhang Chen and the others arrived, there were already quite a few people here. But it is obvious that there are almost half fewer people than when we first landed. The two had just arrived. A burly figure stood in front of him again. Zhang Chen. Li Linfo looked at Zhang Chen with blazing eyes. A good dog doesn't get in the way, don't you know? Zhang Chen glanced at the figure he had knocked down before and spoke in a bad tone. You wanna die? Li Linfo's face turned pale instantly. The figure subconsciously wanted to punch. However, Zhang Chen was faster. Bump. Pull with the right hand and push with the left knee. The next moment, Li Linfo's body bent like a shrimp and his eyes almost popped out. Zhang Chen didn't care about these things and turned around to leave. But just at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Student Zhang Chen, how could you hit someone? Lu Qingxia frowned and spoke. Lu Qingxia, don't make trouble. It was clearly Li Linfo who was causing trouble just now. Yang spoke with displeasure. Even so, you can't hit people, right? Lu Ru frowned and spoke. Oh, you have an opinion. Zhang Chen was a little impatient, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. You. Facing Zhang Chen's gaze, Lu Qingxia couldn't help but take a step back, unable to utter a word. Zhang Chen retracted his gaze and then led Yang to the other side. You shouldn't have given her that landing opportunity. Lu Qingxia is simply a villain. Yang couldn't help but speak. Okay, just wait patiently for the landing, it will begin soon. Zhang Chen shook his head. He didn't care about this. These were just child's play for him. In a previous life, these might have been troubles, but not in this world. Compared to this, he cares more about the next login. His mind today is on the Dragon Ball world. Yu Yang next to him opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything else. Time passes slowly. Many people looked over here, but soon looked away. Among them is Lin Xiun. And as time goes by, soon, the time for landing has arrived. Buzz. As always, a ripple spreads. The next moment, lines of inscriptions on the platform began to light up. All students, get ready. The landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself. Report it again. All students, get ready. The landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself. The principal's voice sounded over the radio. Here we go. Zhang Chen spoke softly. Next moment. Buzz. A ripple spread further, and the next moment all the inscriptions lit up completely. At the same time, Zhang Chen's eyes blurred, and his consciousness seemed to rise rapidly at this moment. It was unknown how much time had passed, or how long it had lasted, before Zhang Chen's consciousness suddenly sank. Perception returned again. The next moment a gentle breeze surrounded the tip of my nose. I also felt a warm feeling all over my body. In a room, Zhang Chen suddenly sat up. This is... I subconsciously looked around, and a familiar feeling filled my heart. But he hadn't yet calmed down. A familiar voice was heard outside the room. Aspera. The sound woke Zhang Chen up completely. He didn't care about anything else and quickly climbed down from the bed. The door creaked open. Aspera, what happened to you today? Bardock appeared and looked at Zhang Chen with concern. Uncle Bardock, it's nothing. I practiced too late yesterday and accidentally overslept. Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly and touched his head. At this moment, he has naturally relogged into the Dragon Ball world. Compared with the first level landing, the second landing does not require passing through the white world, and you can directly land in the initial world. You have to practice properly. You are still young, so don't damage your body. How about taking a day off today and starting again tomorrow? Bardock couldn't help but speak with concern. No thanks, Uncle Bardock. I've almost rested enough. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. Well. Bardock took a closer look at Zhang Chen. And when he was sure that he was fine, he nodded slightly and agreed. Zhang Chen also tidied himself up and followed Bardock out of the room. Enter the world of Dragon Ball. Several days passed quickly. These past few days, Zhang Chen still did nothing but practice with Bardock. Although during the time he was away, he had already made several plans for the future. But as mentioned before, no matter which plan it is, strength is the most important. The only thing he needs to consider now is sufficient strength. And just when Zhang Chen was practicing on planet Vegeta, Naruto world, Zhang Xi suddenly opened his eyes. Character loaded. Information is being bound. And it was at this moment that a series of system prompt sounds rang out, and the next moment, a series of data in front of Zhang Xi's eyes began to operate and flow. Name, Zhang Xi. The name of this world, Hinata Xi. Age, 5 years old. Level, none. The data presented was extremely simple, with no attributes at all. Of course, this was normal, as she had just logged into this character. Did it work? This is the world of Ninja Village. Zhang Xi murmured softly, looking a little excited. But just as she was excited, dong dong! There was a gentle knock on the door, and Zhang Xi's thoughts were involuntarily pulled back. He quickly got up and opened the wooden door, and a figure appeared outside the door. He was probably in his 30s, with a square face, and was wearing the unique clothing of the Hyuga clan. When you see the person in front of you, this person's identity naturally appeared in Zhang Xi's mind. The Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother Hyuga Hisashi is also the second uncle of this landing identity, Hinata Akari's father is a brother to Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi. Xi, you are 5 years old today. It is time to learn chakra extraction. This is the basic extraction technique. Take a look at it first. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Hinata Hisashi spoke in a gentle voice, and took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Xi. There was a hint of depression in his eyes. In the early stage of the Third World War, his younger brother, the father of the girl in front of him, died while saving him and his brother, which made him especially caring for this niece. Thank you, uncle. Okay. Zhang Xi nodded quickly. Then Hyaga Hisashi left. While watching Hinata Hisashi leave, Zhang Xi couldn't wait to start the chakra extraction technique. Started to practice. Compared to Zhang Chen, Zhang Xi, as a special student of Daxia Academy, has a talent that is undoubtedly no joke. The practice of chakra extraction went extremely smoothly. Even at the moment of extracting chakra, her Byakugan opened. Feeling the 360-degree view without blind spots and the incredible ability, Zhang Xi couldn't help but smile on her delicate little face. It's really amazing. What my brother said is indeed correct. Zhang Xi murmured softly, and after feeling it for a moment, she retracted her eyes. Now is not the time to expose herself, she is not ready yet. In the following time, Zhang Xi began to practice hard. Her initial landing talent was stronger than others, which made everything seem exceptionally smooth for her, especially in chakra extraction. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Training Again, First Meeting with Raditz. Chapter 28, Training Again, First Meeting with Raditz. Zhang Chen was unaware of everything in the Naruto world at the moment. He was still immersed in his practice. With Bardock's training, his time passed simply and fulfillingly, and the effect was outstanding. As mentioned before, although his combat power did not improve significantly, his combat experience and skills were improving rapidly at the speed of the naked eye. Compared to the past, Zhang Chen could clearly feel the changes in himself. Boom! In mid-air, two figures collided. The next moment, Zhang Chen flew backwards. He retreated several steps on the ground before stopping. Uncle Bardock, you are too strong. Feeling the vibration in his body, Zhang Chen couldn't help but speak with emotion. Looking at Bardock in front of him, he couldn't help but admire him. Bardock is worthy of being the protagonist's father and the creator of the legend. Now he has even vaguely mastered some simple control of energy. You have to know that there is no method of practicing Qi on planet Vegeta. If nothing unexpected happens, Bardock learned it during the conquest of the planet. Not bad, Aspera, your fighting skills are pretty good now. As long as you reach adulthood, your combat power will definitely be enough to reach more than 2,000. Bardock couldn't help but sigh. Over the past few months, while constantly accompanying Zhang Chen in training, he was also amazed by Zhang Chen's learning ability time and time again. No matter what it is, Zhang Chen will learn it very quickly. After a few months, Bardock found that he had nothing to teach. In comparison, his eldest son Raditz's talent is far inferior. Uncle Bardock, you're praising me too much. I'm still far from being good enough. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, unable to help but smirk. By the way, today King Vegeta will teach our team the ability to condense an artificial moon. We will stop here for today, and I will come back to teach you this ability. You are going to have dinner at my house today. It seems Raditz will be back today. It has been a while since you two have seen each other. Bardock seemed to have thought of something, and then spoke to Zhang Chen. Understood, Uncle Bardock. You go ahead. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. The artificial moon is a technology he has always wanted to master. With this, he could be truly guaranteed to leave planet Vegeta. After all, with the tenfold bonus, there is nothing more suitable for an explosion than this when there is no King Fist and Super Saiyan transformation in the early stage. Bardak's figure soared into the sky. Quickly disappeared into the sky. After watching Bardak leave, Zhang Chen did not immediately go to Jinia's house, but continued to practice. For him at this moment, every day on planet Vegeta is an opportunity to become stronger, and he doesn't want to miss it. Until dusk gradually fell. Zhang Chen packed himself up, left the empty grassland, and flew towards Bardak's home. A quarter of an hour later, his figure landed in front of Bardak's house. But just as it fell, a voice was heard in the room. What? Kakarot was born with only 2 combat points. How could I, Raditz, have such a useless brother? A shocked voice sounded. Raditz, what are you talking about? He is your brother. No matter how weak he is still your brother. After that voice, came Jine's dissatisfied voice. How can I have such a useless brother? Aspera is useless enough, and Kakarot is even more useless. The voice sounded again. Raditz, shut up. It's just trash. Listening to the sounds in the room, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Cough cough. He coughed twice. The sound was not loud, but it instantly caused some agitation among the 2 people in the room. Zhang Chen waited for a moment before gently knocking on the door and speaking. Aunt Jin. The sound is soft and there isn't a lot of variation. Crunch. The door opened. Aspera, you come here. Jine looked a little embarrassed. Aunt Jin. Brother Raditz. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't care, he even called out to Raditz at the door. Humph. Raditz's face showed some embarrassment, but he still turned his head away and snorted coldly. Quick, come in. Jinia quickly spoke up, changed the subject, and welcomed Zhang Chen in. Okay, thank you Aunt Jine. Zhang Chen smiled, then nodded and walked in. His gaze turned towards Raditz. Although Raditz is only 6 or 7 years old at this moment, he already has long flowing black hair. However, compared to the ferocious look when he was an adult, he is much cuter now. When Zhang Chen looked over, Raditz also turned on the detector. Drib. 32. Aspera, why are you still such a waste? It's only 32 o'clock. How will you carry out your mission in the future? Raditz looked a little disappointed, then spoke with a hint of disdain. The embarrassment I felt before completely disappeared at this moment. Raditz, Aspera is already a support staff member. Also, you can't say that about Aspera. He's your brother. Jine spoke unhappily. Logistics staff, this is too weak. Raditz curled his lips, but did not refute. Aspera, don't mind it, Raditz is like this, let's eat first, Bardak may take some time to come back. Jine spoke up sheepishly. Aunt Jine, I know. Zhang Chen nodded, not caring too much about it. Raditz didn't say anything after his mother spoke. Soon Jine brought the food over and started to devour it. Just eating. A huge dinosaur leg was handed over. Give. Raditz turned his head away. Thank you. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took the dinosaur leg. It is obvious that the person in front of him is not as bad as the one in the original book. Looking at this scene, Jine couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Zhang Chen did not choose to leave, but stayed. He also wanted to wait for Bardak to return so he could learn about the artificial moon. Aspera, you are such a loser. Come here. I am free now. I will teach you. Even though you are just a low-ranking soldier, you must not embarrass me. But just as he was waiting, Raditz's arrogant voice rang out. Zhang Chen looked a little strange while listening to Raditz's words. Why, you don't want to learn? Raditz looked at Zhang Chen's strange face and couldn't help but frown. But just as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky. Uncle Bardak. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly went to meet him. Father. Raditz also felt a little uncomfortable. Radit's character is actually much better than Nappa's. He killed a farmer when he came to Earth, and didn't do anything to Gohan when he caught him. Even though Gohan hurt him, he didn't even kill Piccolo. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Raditz, impossible, you're just a low-level warrior. Chapter 29 Raditz, impossible, you're just a low-level warrior. In the open space, stars adorn the sky. On the grass, Bardock was teaching Zhang Chen and Raditz seriously. Artificial moon, this is a special skill of our science. When there is no moon, we can create a moon by ourselves and emit bird's rays to turn ourselves into gorillas. But this moon can only last for 30 minutes. Aspera, Raditz, watch out, we need to gather the energy first. Bardock was talking, and Zhang Chen listened very carefully. As he listened, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The capabilities of the artificial moon are actually simpler than he imagined. The only problem is the control of Qi. And this is not a big problem for him at the moment. After these 3 years, his control over Qi cannot be said to have reached the level of a master on Earth, but it is stronger than all the scions on planet Vegeta. After Bardock's explanation, he basically understood the trick. He mobilized the energy in his body. In just a moment, a ball of light appeared in his hand. Although it is still a little unstable, it is indeed a ball of light. Looking at this ball of light, Raditz next to him couldn't help but widen his eyes instantly. He was also learning, but he didn't even know how to mobilize the Qi, but Zhang Chen had already condensed it. Aspera, your learning ability is really amazing. I've been studying for most of the day. Bardock couldn't help but speak with admiration. Humph, what's the point of learning quickly? You're still just a low-level soldier. Raditz couldn't help but grumble under his breath when he heard his father's praise. Raditz. Bardock frowned and looked at Raditz. Dad, I'm right, not every low-level soldier is you. Raditz couldn't help but speak again. Raditz, who told you that lower-level warriors are necessarily weak? Your Uncle Thomas and Uncle Dodipo are both lower-level warriors, and their combat power is now close to 4,000 points. Even if you are an adult, your combat power may not reach 4,000 points. Bardock spoke with a cold voice. They are different. Raditz couldn't help but speak again, but his words were even smaller. What's different? Besides, Aspera is not weaker than you. Aspera unfastens the gravity bracelet. Bardock spoke again. It is good. Zhang Chen glanced at Raditz, smiled, and then nodded. He did not hesitate about this. It would be a good idea to hit Raditz a bit. This guy was born a high-level warrior, but decades later he still has a combat power of just over 1,000. Even though Raditz was not an adult at that time, if he could live to adulthood, he would still have the combat power of 3,000. But if the combat power is only 3,000, then it is only for the upper-level fighters. Some middle-level fighters and even lower-level fighters with good luck can exceed this value. On planet Vegeta, the combat power limit for lower-level warriors is generally around 400 to 500, the combat power for mid-level warriors is around 400 to 3000, the combat power for higher-level warriors is around 3000 to 5000, a few can reach 7000 to 8000, and the combat power for elite warriors is around 5000 to 7000 to 8000. Raditz's performance in Dragon Ball Z is definitely at the bottom among the top fighters. This is obviously not normal. On the one hand, it is likely that Raditz has not experienced much combat. And on the other hand, this guy is too obsessed with his superior warriors. After all, he was born in a family of lower-level soldiers, but he was a senior soldier. As he shook his head and laughed, the gravity bracelet was immediately released. Zhang Chen's aura began to clearly improve. Now look at how much fighting power Aspera has. Bardock spoke unhappily. How many can there be? They are just low-level soldiers. Raditz was still somewhat unconvinced and kept muttering, but he did not stop his actions. Drib. The numbers jumped rapidly. 50, 70, 100. Hey, it's 100. Is that so high? Raditz was a little surprised. But the next moment, the surprise turned into a violent contraction of the pupils. 150, 170. 200. Impossible, how could he have 200 points of combat power? However, something even more shocking happened, because the number did not stop until it reached 220 points. 220. Impossible. There must be something wrong with the detector. Raditz couldn't help but speak. At this moment, his eyes widened and he stared at Zhang Chen intently. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly took down the detector. Give. Bardock didn't say anything, but threw another detector over. Raditz hurriedly took it. Drib. 220. The value jumped again. The same number, the same content. At this moment Raditz could no longer remain calm. I quickly took it off again and tested it to detect myself. Drib. 210. Gudong. The familiar value appeared again, and Raditz couldn't help swallowing. Is it clear now? Aspera was born with a combat power of only 5. Now he is 2 years younger than you, and he already has 220 combat power points. How much do you have? You were born with a combat power of more than 170 points, and now it is only 210 points. Are you sure you will be stronger than Aspera in the future? Bardock's voice sounded serious. He had long wanted to teach his eldest son a lesson. But there is no chance. This is the perfect time. Zhang Chen smiled but said nothing. He naturally knew what Bardock was thinking. He did not resist this. The Bardock family had been taking good care of him during this time, and he didn't mind helping out a little. This. Listening to his father's words and looking at Zhang Chen, Raditz was filled with shock and couldn't calm down at all. Do you think the senior fighters are strong? Every year, many senior warriors die while conquering planets. Don't mention that you only have 200 combat power points now, so what if you have 3000 combat power points? Do you know how strong the power of a high-level planet can be? Bardock's words continued to ring out, causing Raditz to lower his head. The original arrogance is also disappearing. His father, Bardock, is special, and Raditz is generally excluded. As for his father's teammates, he also did not consider them. But when Aspera, who was younger than him, showed strength that was stronger than him, Raditz finally showed some movement at this moment. And the fluctuations are extremely violent. I know, father. It is my fault. Raditz lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. Don't go to Team Vegeta for now. I will ask King Vegeta for a year's leave for you. You should train well with Aspera and remember to listen to Aspera's words. Bardock couldn't help but snorted. Yes. Raditz opened his mouth, but finally nodded in agreement. From today on, I will update twice a day at dawn. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Training Raditz. Chapter 30 Training Raditz. Raditz is a very complicated person. Although he is the son of a lower-level warrior, he has been evaluated as a superior warrior. This is something he has always been proud of. Even if it is to cover up his identity as the son of a lower-level warrior, he cares particularly about his identity as a superior warrior and will even deliberately learn the attitudes and behaviors of those who are stronger. In the original work, because he spent more and more time living with Vegeta, especially Nappa, his code of conduct became almost exactly the same as Nappa's. But that was in the original work. Although Raditz's personality is still somewhat unpleasant today, he is just unpleasant. It's not too bad. So after Bardock's request, Zhang Chen thought about it and agreed. Starting from the next day, Zhang Chen brought Raditz with him. Bardock also brought back a 10-fold gravity bracelet from the logistics center. Aspera, I will leave Raditz to you for the time being. I have to go to the assembly today, and I believe I will be heading out on a mission soon. Bardock spoke softly. I understand, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Raditz, Team Vegeta, I've asked King Vegeta for a year's leave for you. During this year, you should practice well with Aspera and remember to listen to Aspera's words. If I come back and you're still like this, you'll go to planet Vampa. Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Bardock breathed a sigh of relief, and then spoke to Raditz in a serious tone. I know, Dad. Hearing about the planet Vampa, Raditz couldn't help but shudder. Even Raditz had heard of how desolate that planet was. I am leaving. Aspera, I'll leave Raditz in your care. Bardock spoke again. After Jiang Chen responded again with a smile, his figure flew straight into the sky. Brother Raditz, turn the gravity bracelet up to double. After watching Bardock leave, Jiang Chen looked at Raditz and spoke with a smile. Raditz curled his lips, but still quickly operated. It's just that the gravity bracelet just lit up. Bump! Raditz staggered and suddenly fell to the ground. Good wait! Raditz's pupils widened and his expression was filled with disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if every cell in his body was about to explode and his blood vessels were about to burst. With great difficulty, Raditz managed to get up. However, his body was still shaking, and even taking a step was difficult. You are also twice as much. Raditz spoke with difficulty, looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Seeing Jiang Chen shaking his head, Raditz couldn't help but feel relieved, but soon he became a little annoyed. But before he could express his anger, Jiang Chen's voice rang out. I just got promoted to triple not long ago. The words were spoken lightly, but what they said made Raditz's pupils shrink drastically, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He was already almost unable to bear double gravity, and triple gravity was unimaginable to him. You. Raditz spoke subconsciously, not even knowing what to say at this moment. Brother Raditz, you should get familiar with double gravity for this month. You can try to control your body under double gravity, just like me. Jiang Chen ignored Raditz's shock. Since he had promised to help Bardock train Raditz, he would not be vague. Above the open space, Jiang Chen continued his own practice while teaching Raditz. At the same time, we began to further master the technology of artificial moon. His learning talent is indeed good. In the third month after Bardock left, he had fully mastered the artificial moon technology. Although the duration is still relatively short, the longest time was only less than a quarter of an hour. However, this is only the energy he has now, which is not enough. As time goes by, the energy in his body will continue to grow stronger, and the duration of this energy will continue to increase. And except for the artificial moon, Jiang Chen's strength improvement is also very obvious. Especially after he turned 6, his strength improved almost visibly. When Bardock just left, his combat power was only 220 points, but after the first month, his combat power had reached 235 points, an increase of 260 points. In the second month, his combat power reached points, an increase of points. In the third month, his combat power officially broke through points and reached points. At the current speed, Jiang Chen estimated that within a year at most, his combat power would be able to break through to 500 points, or even faster. And it's not just him. Raditz's improvement speed is also not slow at all due to his age. The original combat power of 210 points broke through to 220 points in the first month, reached 250 points in the second month, and reached 270 points in the third month. This is because Raditz has only been practicing for a relatively short time, otherwise this improvement in strength would be even more obvious. Of course, compared to his strength improvement and learning of the artificial moon, Raditz's progress is very slow. After 3 months, Raditz's progress was not even as good as Jiang Chen's at the beginning. It is obvious that Radit's learning talent is not too strong. This can be seen from the control of qi. Although Zhang Chen's control of qi was not systematic and only existed sporadically, even so, Raditz had not yet gotten started after 3 months. But these are not big problems. With the mastery of qi, if Raditz can survive, he will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Now the most important thing is to improve your strength. As the two of them practiced, time passed slowly and quietly. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. This year Zhang Chen was already 7 years old when he landed on planet Vegeta. Raditz also turned 11 this year. This year was undoubtedly a time when the two of them made rapid progress in their strength. Even if Zhang Chen did not increase the gravity again. But his strength also increased from the original 220 points to 675 points. Raditz's improvement was also extremely obvious, from the original 210 points to 413 points. Although the improvement is smaller than Zhang Chen's, this kind of combat power can catch up with some almost elite fighters at this age, and has surpassed the level of most senior fighters. After all, the Scion's combat effectiveness generally starts to improve at the age of 18 and reaches its peak at the age of 50. For an average senior soldier, it is hard to say whether his combat effectiveness can reach 500 before the age of 16, let alone 11. The reason why Raditz improves more slowly is that his ability to learn qi is somewhat poor. Even if the protagonist has not formed a system, he still has a strong control over qi. More importantly, the protagonist is not as violent as the Scions, and his S cells grow faster, so he improves faster. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Raditz and Nappa. Chapter 31 Raditz and Nappa. Boom! Above the plane, two figures collided in mid-air, and a powerful force spread out. The next moment, the two figures fought each other and retreated. Zhang Chen's figure fell from the sky. Raditz was a little embarrassed, but he managed to stabilize his body when he fell. Aspera, is the qi you are talking about really that important? Why? I turned on triple gravity and still couldn't catch up with you. Raditz spoke in annoyance, looking somewhat frustrated. After a year, his previous arrogance had completely disappeared. He was shocked at first. Aspera was born a low-level warrior, and it was said that his combat power was only 5, which was almost a shame among the Scions. If it weren't for his younger brother, Aspera would be the Scion with the lowest combat power. But it turned out that Aspera's combat power was 10 points higher than his. After obtaining Aspera's practice method, Raditz was full of confidence again. He felt that if he followed this practice method and used his talent as a superior warrior, he would soon be able to catch up with Zhang Chen. It turned out that I still couldn't catch up. After this year, his arrogance was almost destroyed. Very important. Raditz, the most important thing is that you need to keep a calm mind. You are still too impatient now. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. The practice of qi is indeed very important. This is no joke. Kakarot was able to soar to the sky on Earth, although it was mostly thanks to that headbutt, as well as a series of teachings from Sun Gohan, Master Roshi, Master Karin, the gods, and King Kai, which allowed him to maintain a peaceful heart, but spiritual practice was definitely an extremely crucial part of it. Understood. Raditz curled his lips, but still nodded in agreement. After a year, he had become somewhat convinced of Zhang Chen. Not to mention anything else, his current combat power of 400 points was something he had never dared to imagine before. An increase of 200 points in 1 year made him feel incredible every time he thought about it. At his current speed, he believed that within 10 years, his combat power might exceed 3,000, and he would not even be an adult by then. Once he reaches adulthood, his combat power may even reach 6 or 7,000, or even 7 or 8,000. That's an elite warrior. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited, and his contempt for Zhang Chen completely disappeared. Sometimes he would even instinctively listen to Zhang Chen's words, even though Zhang Chen was younger than him. By the way, Raditz, are you going to be returning to Team Vegeta soon? As if he had thought of something, Zhang Chen looked at Raditz and asked. Yes, Prince Vegeta, and Nappa returned to planet Vegeta 3 days ago. I should be able to stay for another half a month. Raditz was stunned for a moment, then nodded. When you return, keep your cultivation secret and don't let anyone know. As for your strength, you can suppress it or not. If Prince Vegeta asks, just say it was the training your father gave you. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. His strength is not enough now, and Zhang Chen doesn't want to change the plot too much. It's easy for big accidents to happen. It is good. I see. Raditz was a little conflicted, but he still nodded and agreed. After you join Team Vegeta, you can go to Frisia's headquarters and build a better gravity bracelet, but remember to have someone check for any eavesdropping devices. Also, don't slack off on your training. 400 points of combat power is not enough. Uncle Bardock, as a lower-level warrior, can reach 10,000 points of combat power. You, as a higher-level warrior, can't be weaker. After seeing Raditz agree, Zhang Chen spoke again. Listening to Zhang Chen's words again, Raditz couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to say that his father's strength was not even comparable to that of an elite warrior, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. Given Aspera's situation, he might even be able to surpass his father in the future. If Aspera can surpass him, then maybe he can. Thinking of this, Raditz felt a little hot inside. Okay, turn on the gravity bracelet again. Gravity needs to be maintained for a long time. Zhang Chen spoke up. During the battle just now, Raditz had completely removed the gravity bracelet for testing. Okay. Raditz nodded and was about to open it again. But at this moment, 2 figures in the distance walked over casually. Hey, Raditz, you are here after all. A carefree and teasing voice sounded. Raditz and Zhang Chen couldn't help but look over there. When Zhang Chen saw who was coming, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Raditz instinctively tensed up. But he reacted quickly and the tension on his face disappeared instantly. Prince Vegeta. Raditz spoke up. Raditz, you are really lazy. This time, invading the planet cost us a lot of effort. Tell me how to compensate me. Nappa spoke in a sinister voice and looked at Raditz with unfriendly eyes. As a famous scion family, Nappa's greatest pleasure is to bully Raditz. Seeing Raditz at this moment, he suddenly became interested. Nappa, what do you mean? Raditz couldn't help but step back again at first, then he seemed to have thought of something and spoke angrily. What do you mean? I want the contribution points for the next 3 missions. How about this as compensation to me? Raditz, I believe you should have no objection. Nappa sneered as he spoke, his hands making constant cracking sounds at the joints. Impossible. Raditz's face changed, and then he snorted coldly. Are you kidding? Among the 3 mission contributions, even if he gets the smallest share, he can't give it up. Impossible, it's not up to you. Nappa sneered, and the next moment his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Raditz. A punch suddenly hit Raditz's abdomen. At this moment, Nappa had a ferocious look on his face. He had already seen Raditz being knocked down by his punch. But the next moment, Nappa's expression was stunned for a moment. Bump! His right hand suddenly seemed to touch steel and stopped abruptly. Raditz turned around without knowing when, and caught Nappa's fist with one hand. How come? Nappa's pupils widened and his expression was filled with shock. His attack was actually blocked. You know, his combat power is 500 points. Raditz only has 200 points. Vegeta in the distance couldn't help but show a look of surprise. His right hand opened the detector. Drib. The detectors were quickly mobilized. Soon a new row of numbers appeared in front of him. 413. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Shocked Vegeta. Chapter 32 Shocked Vegeta. Drib. 413. The value jumped, and Vegeta's pupils contracted violently, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on his face. As if he had thought of something, Vegeta quickly adjusted the detector and looked at Nappa. Drib. 503. Familiar numbers appear. Vegeta looked at Raditz again. Drib. 413. The number jumped again, still the same value. It's 400 points. Is that Bardock? Vegeta murmured softly, feeling a little disturbed in his heart. He knew that Raditz's father was a legendary warrior among the Scions. Although he was a low-level warrior, he possessed combat power close to that of his father, King Vegeta. Bardock knew that he had asked his father, King Vegeta, for a year's leave for Raditz a year ago. But he didn't expect that in just 1 year, Raditz's strength would improve so significantly, and he was almost catching up with Nappa. You should know that although Raditz is a superior warrior, he is not very outstanding among the superior warriors, and can even be considered as a lower-level superior warrior. Under the Scion rating system, those with a birth combat power below 30 points are rated as lower-level warriors. 30 to 100 points is an intermediate warrior. Those with more than 100 points are considered superior warriors. Raditz was only a little over 170 years old when he was born. At this level, it would normally be good enough to reach 3000 by adulthood. At this moment, the number has reached 400, which is not much different from elite warriors from famous families like Nappa. In the future, it is possible that the combat power may even grow to more than 5 or 6,000. Vegeta, who originally didn't care, also had some fluctuations at this moment. If Raditz's combat power is at most 3000 in the future, he may not really care, but if it is more than 5000 or 6000, then it will be of great help to him in taking over planet Vegeta and conquering other planets in the future. After thinking for a while, Vegeta was about to speak. But just at this moment, boom! A dull sound was heard, and the next moment a figure flew out backwards. Vegeta's words suddenly stopped, and he looked a little surprised. Raditz, you're looking for death. He rose up with a roar, and fire almost spewed out of Nappa's eyes. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Nappa was extremely angry at this moment. He was actually knocked away by Raditz, whom he had always looked down upon. At this moment, anger overwhelmed his mind. Nappa, stop it! However, before he could make a move, Vegeta's cold voice rang out. Prince Vegeta! The sudden words startled Nappa, and he couldn't help but stop and looked at Vegeta with disbelief. You're a piece of crap. Raditz only has 400 combat power, and you with 500 combat power are no match for him. Vegeta snorted. Then he ignored Nappa and walked towards Raditz. Prince Vegeta! Seeing Vegeta coming over, Raditz's original pride and excitement turned into nervousness, and he spoke subconsciously. Raditz, it seems your father gave you a lot of training. Before, I was only doing this for your father's sake. Now you are truly qualified to join my team, but you are only qualified now. Get ready. We will set off in 3 days. This time our target is a mid-level planet. Vegeta spoke calmly. I understand, Prince Vegeta. Raditz spoke quickly. Vegeta nodded, then turned and walked away. Prince Vegeta. Nappa spoke subconsciously, looked at Raditz fiercely, and then hurriedly followed him. From beginning to end, Vegeta and Nappa never looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Waiting for the two to leave, Zhang Chen then stepped forward. How about it? Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. He was not surprised that Raditz was able to defeat Nappa. Even though one has a combat power of 500, not being able to exert that combat power is a big problem. Not to mention, Raditz has been following him to learn and practice for a period of time. Although he has only learned the basics, the bonus to his combat power is real. There is no way a reckless man like Nappa could win. Ha ha ha, that guy Nappa is no match for me. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Raditz came back to his senses and spoke excitedly. After joining Team Vegeta, Vegeta always ignored him, and Nappa always suppressed and bullied him. As the being with the lowest combat power, Raditz feels that he has almost no sense of existence. But at this moment he actually defeated Nappa, who was an elite from a famous family and an existence that he had never been able to surpass in his mind before. This moment was easily overcome. That's nothing. Uncle Bardock's fighting power is close to King Vegeta, surpassing many famous elites. Seeing Raditz's excitement, Zhang Chen couldn't help but speak with a smile. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Raditz's expression suddenly froze. Ha ha ha, all right. Let's go, Aunt Jine should have prepared the food, let's go back and have a big meal first. Zhang Chen's smile became more intense and he patted Raditz's shoulder. The next moment his figure soared into the sky. The corner of Raditz's mouth twitched, but he still followed closely. During the 1 year of training with Zhang Chen, Raditz had obviously changed a lot. Before his personality had time to change for the worse, Zhang Chen forcibly pulled him back. Maybe this person will change in the future, but at least at this moment Raditz has changed for the better. This is also the reason why his strength has improved significantly in the past year. A quarter of an hour later, the two figures returned to Jine's house. Jine had also prepared the meal by now. As Zhang Chen and Raditz's strength improved, their appetite also began to increase day by day. Fortunately, Bardock is a member of the Scion elite team and is currently a powerful warrior second only to King Vegeta, so Jin's family has no shortage of contribution points. Eat more. Aspera. This, and this. You too, Raditz. Jine spoke with a gentle smile, looking at her son and Aspera with a happy smile on their faces. Especially the changes in her son during this period made her feel happy. Mom, Prince Vegeta came to see me today. I have to go on a mission in 3 days. Raditz ate heartily and seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Jin and spoke softly. 3 days later, so soon. Jine was stunned for a moment, then a little flustered. Yes, Dad took a year's vacation, and it's over now. Raditz spoke softly. I know. Well, then you have to be careful and don't act too strong. Prince Vegeta is here. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Ziffle Alien, yes, it's me again. Chapter 33, Ziffle Alien, yes, it's me again. After eating and drinking, Zhang Chen took Raditz to practice again. Although there were only 3 days left before Raditz was to carry out the mission, Zhang Chen had no intention of stopping. On the one hand, he also needed to practice, and on the other hand, any improvement Raditz could get would be a plus, as no one knew what the situation would be like in the future. And just when Zhang Chen was pulling Raditz to practice. At this moment, it is located at the center of planet Vegeta. This is the core of the entire planet Vegeta, where the Scion Palace stands. But at this moment, in the deepest part of the palace, sitting on the throne that represents the highest power and strength of the Scions is not King Vegeta, but a cat with blue-gray hair, dark skin, a strong body and a cold face. Next to the throne was a figure with smooth white hair, handsome face, and soft skin. He was holding a strange staff. But at this moment, King Vegeta was crawling on the ground, not daring to move, with layers of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. Fear, unimaginable fear, an expression even more terrified than facing Frieza. Bump! The next moment, King Vegeta felt his head sink and a foot stepped directly on his head. Even rubbing it back and forth on the head of this noble King Vegeta. However, at this moment, King Vegeta didn't even dare to say a word. He never imagined that the most powerful and mysterious god of destruction in the universe would come to planet Vegeta. As a race with an ancient heritage, even though the scions have experienced a mass extinction, Vegeta is still very clear about the power of the god of destruction. He did not dare to be negligent in this regard. However, it was obvious that the god of destruction Beerus in front of him was not satisfied. King Vegeta, are you humiliating me? Do you know what I want? Beerus spoke with a sinister tone, and a destructive purple light flashed in his eyes. Lord Beerus, spare my life, my king. No, I have asked someone to find you the best pillow in the universe. Please wait a moment. 3 months, no, just 1 month. King Vegeta spoke hurriedly, his body trembling, fear inevitably spreading. At this moment, he didn't even feel humiliated, but only felt a boundless fear, as if he was going to die in the next moment. No, not it seems. King Vegeta knew very well that if he could not satisfy the god of destruction Beerus in front of him, he would definitely die in the next moment. At this moment, he regretted it very much. Do you think this god is a fool? Boom! The palace shook and collapsed. King Vegeta's figure was firmly embedded in the crevice of the stone. Brush! Beerus appears. He grabbed King Vegeta's head. His eyes were fixed on King Vegeta in front of him with a fierce look. At this moment, the huge noise instantly alarmed the guards. Tap! A hurried voice arose. One by one, the Scion elite warriors rushed over quickly. But it was too late to get close. The next moment, this Scion elite warrior fell down. I asked you to find the most comfortable pillow in the universe. I don't care how many people you killed for this. But you kept the best pillow for yourself and the second best for me. Do you want to die? A cold voice sounded, and the destructive purple light became more intense. Beerus didn't even look at the fallen Scion elite warriors, but only looked at King Vegeta. Stop! A voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the entrance in the distance. However, bump! The figure just rushed out and fell headfirst to the ground. The strong sense of oppression directly made his body firmly embedded in the ground, and he couldn't even move. Vegeta's pupils were full of fear. He had never thought that someone could be so powerful. It was a tremor that came from the depths of the soul. King Vegeta, the king of the Scions, is truly pathetic. He doesn't even have the courage of a brat. Weiss, I'm sleepy. Beerus flicked his arm lightly, and the next moment King Vegeta was thrown away, and then words rang out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss spoke with a smile, and the next moment his cane paused slightly. A soft light directly enveloped Beerus and Weiss, and their figures instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. Soon it disappeared on planet Vegeta. In space, a stream of light enveloped Beerus and Weiss. Lord Beerus, our next stop is planet Tartar, which will take about the time of a first-level cartoon. You can take a rest. Weiss's soft voice rang out. Is it this long? By the way, isn't that Frisia kid nearby? Let's go over first. I want to see how he is doing with his mission. Beerus yawned, and as if he had thought of something, he spoke. Yes, it will arrive in about 3 minutes. Weiss smiled and spoke. The next moment, the stream of light rushed into the depths of the universe. And planet Vegeta, almost an hour after Beerus disappeared. Soon someone noticed the movement in the palace. There was a great commotion in the palace instantly. Many Scion warriors rushed into the palace. However, the moment they rushed into the palace, a shocking explosion sounded again. Then a piece of information came out. The Zivol aliens joined forces with the aliens to launch a surprise attack on the palace, attempting to assassinate King Vegeta. This caused unrest in the kingdom, and 3 elite Scion teams were killed. Fortunately, King Vegeta acted decisively and dealt with this group of destructive Zivol aliens. As soon as the news came out, the entire planet Vegeta was shaken. Then a large number of Scions were dispatched and began to survey the surroundings. Soon, the aliens who cooperated with the Ziful people were killed. King Vegeta was attacked by the Zivol people. The next day, on the plain, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look strange while listening to Radit's story. Yes, it is said that today the Papusan team killed an alien team that infiltrated. It's a pity that we were unable to capture the Ziful people. They are like rats in the gutter. Raditz nodded and spoke viciously. The Scions are naturally hostile to the Zivols, and Raditz is no exception. This is especially true in recent years, as the Ziful people seem to have caused quite a bit of disturbance. As for the fact that planet Vegeta was originally planet Zivol, the Scions don't care about that. Ziful Starman. The palace. Zhang Chen didn't care about Raditz's words, but frowned. The scene of the first landing involuntarily came to his mind. Same Zivol, same explanation. The pictures are almost identical. Everyone can understand the integration of the new version and the old version. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Scion Extermination Plan. Chapter 34, Scion Extermination Plan. In the starry sky, a huge spaceship stands in the middle, like the absolute king of the entire starry sky. In fact it is. This huge spaceship is the overlord of the entire northern galaxy. He possesses powerful authority even in the 4 galaxies because he is the spokesperson of the god of destruction. Inside the huge spaceship, a figure was sitting on a baby carriage, with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Dodoria, I need an explanation as to why planet Patel was not taken. Frisia's smile remained, but when Dodoria saw this smile and heard this voice, she only felt a chill rising from under her feet. Lord Frisia, this is just an accident. 1 year. No, 1 month. I will go there in person now and guarantee that I can get it within a month. Dodoria spoke hurriedly, layers of sweat oozing out of her forehead. Oh, then I will listen to Mr. Dodoria's good news here, but don't let me down. Frisia's chuckle was heard. Yes, King Frisia. Dodoria nodded quickly, and the next moment her figure quickly retreated. Soon, several more elite warriors came in. My king, the Scions have already made arrangements. A spaceman spoke respectfully. Oh wow, Scions really are useful tools. By the way, hasn't anyone taken over Tana yet? Let them go. Frisia spoke with a smile. Yes. The cosmic being responded respectfully. But just at this moment, Frisia's pupils suddenly contracted violently. The next moment, panic spread throughout my body. The figure stood up in an instant and fell to the ground in front of the shocked gazes of Frisia's soldiers. My Lord Beerus, I am sorry that I did not see you coming. Frisia's voice stammered, and cold sweat began to break out on his body. The soldiers behind him also crawled to the ground in panic. It seems that you have done a good job. Originally, I wanted to destroy you this time, and then go back to sleep. Since you've done a good job, keep it for now. Also, you have to deal with the group of savage monkeys on planet Vegeta for me. Beerus's lazy voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Frisia was startled at first, but he quickly reacted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's Lord Beerus. I'll do it right away. Frisia responded hastily. And after he finished speaking. But there was no sound. After a long while, he looked up cautiously, and suddenly found that Beerus had disappeared. This made Frisia feel relieved. The figure quickly stood up. His eyes turned to the soldiers. Big king. Me, us. As if sensing the danger, some aliens subconsciously wanted to speak. But it's too late. Bang bang bang. Blood flowers bloomed all over the sky, and the bodies of aliens exploded one by one. Mr. Sabo. Frisia licked his lips and spoke in a deep voice. Soon a figure walked in. Your Majesty. Sabo knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Pass on my order. The plan will proceed ahead of schedule. It's time to deal with those savage monkeys. Frisia spoke in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Sabo nodded respectfully. The next moment, messages were quickly sent out from Frisia's headquarters. The Scion extermination plan has officially started. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know all this at the moment. His figure is still on planet Vegeta. Around the open space, Raditz was still muttering non-stop. And Zhang Chen's brows were slightly furrowed. At this moment, he was really confused. The situation seemed to be a little wrong. The turmoil in the palace was the same as the previous turmoil in the incubator. King Vegeta said that it was an invasion by the Zivol people, and he didn't believe a word of it. And according to the plot, there seems to be only one kind of unrest in the palace. That is the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus. And if the god of destruction Beerus is present, and Broly is not next to Kakarot, then this should be a new version. But it is also true that Bardock invaded Kanasa planet before. All of this doesn't seem to be the old version. Zhang Chen's weird look became even more intense. Raid eyes. As if he had thought of something, Zhang Chen looked towards Raditz. What's wrong, Aspera? Raditz was originally mumbling, but when he heard Zhang Chen's words, he subconsciously asked. No, it's nothing. Continue to practice. These things are not something we can worry about right now. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to let Raditz ask Vegeta, but after thinking about it, Zhang Chen gave up. As mentioned before, whether it is the old version or the new version, it does not have much impact on him now. Now he just needs to continue practicing according to the established trajectory. If nothing unexpected happens, he should still have a year. By then Kakarot would be 2 years old, and it would be time for him to run away. Oh. Okay. Raditz nodded quickly after hearing Zhang Chen's words. Time passes slowly. 2 days passed quickly. This day was the day Raditz was about to set off. In the room, Jinia was carefully preparing supplies for her eldest son. Mom, these are not needed. The logistics center will provide them. Mom. Raditz felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help but speak in a low voice. The ones in the logistics center are not as well prepared as I am. Why, Raditz, you dislike what your mother prepared for you? Jine's dissatisfied voice sounded. Raditz couldn't help but shut his mouth. More than an hour later, Raditz just came out with a batch of things. Aspera. As soon as he came out, Raditz saw Zhang Chen. Be careful. And Raditz, don't forget to practice. The gravity bracelet must maintain the current gravity after entering outer space. Zhang Chen looked at Raditz and couldn't help but speak softly. I see. Raditz was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Raditz then flew into the sky. Aspera, Raditz shouldn't be in danger. The soft words rang out, and Jine's expression was filled with worry. Don't worry, Aunt Jin, Brother Raditz is following Prince Vegeta, he will be fine. Zhang Chen spoke softly, comforting Gnei. Of course, this is not just consolation. After all, whether it is the old version or the new version, Raditz lived until the beginning of the main storyline. If there are no major changes, this incident will not cause any major surprises. Hopefully. Jine spoke softly, still looking a little worried. Zhang Chen could only offer further comfort. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Start Taking Action. Chapter 35 Start Taking Action. Raditz has left, and it can be expected that it will be difficult to contact him again for a long time. After all, Zhang Chen will stay on planet Vegeta for at most 1 year, and then he will leave planet Vegeta, and the probability of Raditz coming back within this year of completing the mission is not high. Even the probability in these 2 years may not be very high. After all, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa escaped the destruction of planet Vegeta this time. Time passed quietly. A person's cultivation is boring yet simple. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in cultivation. I don't know if it's the result of long-term practice, or if the S cells in his body are growing fast enough. In just 3 months, his combat effectiveness increased from over 600 to nearly 800 points. The goal of 1000 is getting closer and closer. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen also clearly felt that the atmosphere was gradually becoming strange. First of all, the science in the logistics center began to improve gradually. Secondly, the atmosphere of planet Vegeta seemed vaguely a little strange. Boom! A gas bomb instantly exploded in the distance, and powerful force poured out in all directions. Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe heavily. Drib. 853. Only 63 points. Jiang Chen whispered and couldn't help but shook his head. As far as he remembered, Kamehameha was enough to increase combat power by several levels, not to mention the demonic light cannon. In comparison, the improvement of his chi bomb was almost negligible. But this is normal. Generally speaking, most aliens can only exert as much combat power as they have in their bodies, and may not even be able to exert their full combat power. Places like Earth and Namek are just exceptions after all. Especially the Earth. As a planet with low combat effectiveness, that result was achieved by almost exerting its strength to the extreme. It is almost impossible to reach this level anywhere else. It's time to act. Jiang Chen whispered and looked at the sky. Then the figure took off into the air and headed towards the logistics center in the distance. A quarter of an hour later, his figure fell on the logistics center. Soon his figure found Phil. A few years passed, and Phil had become a manager of some size. Aspera. Seeing Jiang Chen, Phil was a little surprised and hurried over to greet him. Phil, I'm going to apply to be a combatant. Please help me with it. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and then spoke. Combatants. Phil was even more surprised. Because of Bardock, the man in front of him had not done anything for the whole year, even though he was a logistics staff. He had never expected that he would suddenly apply to be a combatant at this moment. Yes, I'll replace it first. This one shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chen nodded and explained again. That's not a problem, but you need to apply for it. It should be completed within 3 days. But Aspera, you must be sure that combatants must carry out a mission every 3 years. Phil nodded, then spoke hesitantly. I've confirmed it, Phil, don't forget, I'm still a scion. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke softly. That's right, I almost forgot. Okay, I'll help you right away. Phil slapped his forehead, smiled and nodded. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. No, I'll go and help you with it first. You just wait for the news. I believe it will be completed soon. Phil smiled and spoke. While Phil was applying, Jiang Chen returned home. The next step is to wait. The application for combatants was indeed easy. Just the next day, the application was completed. Jiang Chen's identity also changed from a logistics center staff member to a combatant. Of course, although his identity had changed, Jiang Chen's life had not changed much. He is still practicing day after day. The only difference is that there is an additional option to view tasks. As a combatant, you will carry out a mission every 3 years unless you die. As the top fighter in real estate tycoon Frisia's army, the Scions have only one mission, and that is to capture planets. Jiang Chen was planning to find a random planet to leave. But he also planned to find a suitable planet, or at least a planet that met his requirements. And in this search, time passed quietly again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. During these 3 months, his combat effectiveness officially exceeded 1000. This combat power, once leaked out, would be enough to cause a sensation among many scions. You know, Jiang Chen's current body is only less than 9 years old. At the age of 9, his combat power exceeded 1000. Such strength is already very close to Prince Vegeta and surpasses almost all scions. Of course, due to the gradual control of Qi and the influence of gravity, although Zhang Chen is still unable to hide his Qi as perfectly as the earth, he can simply suppress it a little. At this moment, the combat power he displays is still only 70 or 80 points, not much higher. So no one noticed. It seems like there are fewer and fewer missions. Should we start? Zhang Chen whispered, looking at the rows of tasks at the logistics center. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yes, I don't know what happened. Over the past few months, the number of missions seems to have decreased. As if he heard Zhang Chen's whisper, Phil nodded, and then spoke with surprise. These 3 months. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Phil. Yes, it's these 3 months. What happened? Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Phil answered subconsciously with a puzzled look on his face. No big deal, Phil, go register for me and choose this planet, Nilma. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. Okay, I'll go help you with it right away. Phil didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. Go quickly and start operating. A moment later, Phil had finished it. Aspera has been registered. You can leave anytime within 3 months. I checked it out, too. It's just a low-level planet, and low-level planets are relatively weak. It won't be too difficult to deal with it. Phil smiled and spoke. Thank you. Phil, I remember you are from the Starflyer, ya? Zhang Chen's heart moved, as if he had thought of something, and he asked inquiringly. Yeah, what's wrong? Phil spoke with surprise. I heard from Uncle Bardock that something bad happened on the planet Flyer, ya? Someone invaded. Although they were repelled, they suffered heavy losses. You can go back and take a look when you have time. Zhang Chen spoke hesitantly. Filenaria has been invaded. Phil's pupils widened and he looked a little flustered. Yes, I don't know the details, but you have 3 years of vacation, so you can go back and take a look during this time. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. Okay, okay. Thank you. Phil quickly thanked him. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 talks about the setting problem, which has been raised by people. Chapter 36 talks about the setting problem, which has been raised. You can take a look. The first is the login problem. A world is captured first, and then logged in. Of course, it can also be randomly logged in. Under normal circumstances, the time of the world you log into is fixed, but the space is not fixed. For example, if the Naruto world logs in the 48th year of Konoha, then everyone logs in the 48th year of Konoha, but it is not the same world. It can be understood as different time and space, unless it is a special event. This will be mentioned later. The second is the issue of login identity. Theoretically, anyone with any identity or race in the world can log in, but the character's strength must match. For example, if the protagonist's external combat power is 5, there are no ordinary people who can enter high school, then the scion he logs in will only have 5 combat power, not hundreds or even thousands of points. He also cannot choose the Ice Demon, Majin Buu, or the God of Destruction, because there are no such weak Ice Demons, Majin Buu, and God of Destruction. Similarly, in the Naruto world, you can choose the Otsutsuki clan, but you have to find the Otsutsuki clan with only 5 combat power. In the 48th year of Konoha, there seemed to be only 2 Otsutsuki left on the moon. You can't say that the combat power of those 2 is less than 10 points. The third is the issue of speedrunning. This speedrunning does not mean that the plot can be finished in 2 or 3 pictures. The title of the book is Dragon Ball. How can it be finished in 2 or 3 pictures, especially when Dragon Ball is such a large-scale anime? Speedrunning is because the protagonist is familiar with it, and it is very easy for him to complete the process. For others, the protagonist is the speedrunner. The fourth question is about the main world. This is not just fan fiction, but more like semi-fanfiction. The main world will definitely have some plots. Of course, most of them will be Dragon Ball plots at the beginning. I will try to write less main world plots. 5th, the problem of the protagonist's sister logging in, the problem of the protagonist hiding. Some things are really hard to leak. This kind of national login, you are not strong enough and you still leak it, aren't you looking for death? As for his own sister, he didn't tell her. Generally speaking, people will log in at the age of 16. His sister is only 14 years old. It was an opportunity given by the Daxia Academy. The protagonist found out later. He didn't know it before, so naturally he wouldn't say anything. Anyway, it was still early in his opinion. When he found out later, he directly told his sister the information. As for pushing it to Orochimaru, first of all, Orochimaru is not a murderer, and his Sound Village is not without people. As long as it is valuable, how could Orochimaru do anything to the protagonist's sister, not to mention that the protagonist's sister is a special recruit of Daxia, so she naturally has some means to save her life, so there is no need to worry. More importantly, at worst, the Hokage is finished, and there will be a chance to pull his sister into the Dragon Ball world in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, King Vegeta, my combat power is 1, and the giant ape has doubled it. The advantage is me. Chapter 37, King Vegeta, my combat power is, and my giant ape power is times greater. The advantage is mine. Zhang Chen returned home. His expression was solemn. Compared to other people on planet Vegeta, he had a foresight about the plot and felt the unusualness almost immediately. As the most powerful fighters of Frisia's army, the Scions play a more important role than the Jinyu force. After all, there are only a few people in the Jinyu force. How many Scions are there? Even though they are a minority, the number of Scions has reached tens of thousands. And because the Scions can increase their power tenfold through gigantic ape transformation, the Scions are unparalleled in conquering planets. After all, even a low-level warrior can reach a combat power of 400 when he reaches adulthood, or 200 to 300 at the very least. With a tenfold increase, that would be 2000 to 3000, or even 4000 to 5000 combat power, which is more than enough to destroy the original natives of the planet. It can be said that Frisia only needs to throw the Scion babies onto the planets and then wait for them to be recycled. Not to mention intermediate and advanced fighters. Generally speaking, Frisia's army would like to tear the Scions apart and use them. It's almost impossible to be idle. But now I have free time, and it has not been for a day or two but for several months. Add this time period. Needless to say the results. Has it started yet? Looks like I have to speed up. Zhang Chen whispered, his eyes looking towards the starry sky, a solemn expression on his face. For him, the destruction of planet Vegeta is undoubtedly more important than anything else. This is not only related to his future achievements, but also the key to whether his plan can be carried out. Any caution is not excessive. So in the next few days, Zhang Chen began to prepare quickly. And Zhang Chen was in the process of preparation. Frisia's plan had indeed begun long ago just as Zhang Chen had expected. In order to prevent the Scions from finding out in advance and to completely resolve the issue in one go so as to complete the mission of the God of Destruction Beerus, Frisia did not choose to start right away. Instead, he first reduced the missions of the Scions on planet Vegeta, and at the same time began to recall the Scions who were out on the expedition. So a few months ago, the missions on planet Vegeta have begun to gradually decrease, especially the missions of elite teams have been gradually decreasing. By now, more and more Scions were gathering on planet Vegeta. Because it was done quietly. The entire planet Vegeta has not been discovered by anyone, including King Vegeta. King Vegeta even showed a hint of excitement because more and more Scions, especially elite Scions, gathered on planet Vegeta. He has always wanted to rebel against Frisia and become the new emperor of the universe. But there has never been a chance. Although he believes that his scion strength is not inferior to Frisia. But the scions were scattered throughout the universe by Frisia from the very beginning, so it was difficult for them to be completely gathered together. But now the opportunity has arisen. A large number of scions gathered on planet Vegeta. Among them, there are quite a few elite fighters, numbering more than 7 or 8,000. In the palace, Vegeta sat on the throne. Below is a scion kneeling down. If there were people from Frisia's army present at this moment, they would find that the 40 or 50 scions gathered here are all elite warriors of the scion race. The weakest among them has a combat power of 5 or 6,000, and the strongest even has a combat power of 9,000. No news from Bardock yet. Vegeta spoke in a deep voice, his eyes involuntarily looking towards the figure below. King, according to the information from Frisia, Bardock has received Frisia's order to conquer planet Hillier, and he should have just set out. King Vegeta asked, and a scion below answered respectfully. Planet Hillier. It shouldn't be far from planet Vegeta, right? Vegeta spoke up. Yes, King, it should only take 3 months to travel from planet Hillier to planet Vegeta, and the round trip should be no more than half a year. The figure replied respectfully. Half a year. Enough. Frisia is really stupid. He actually let all the elite scions of planet Vegeta gather together. King Vegeta spoke with a sneer. At this moment, his expression was excited. In less than a few months, planet Vegeta had gathered more than 40 or 50 elite scion warriors. By then, they only had to wait for Bardock to return. With Bardock's combat power approaching 10,000 points, and then using gigantic ape transformation, that would be 100,000 points of combat power that could be used to consume Frisia. Then he could transform into gigantic ape again and cooperate with the more than 100 elite warriors on planet Vegeta who had also transformed into gigantic apes. There would be a chance, no, it would be absolutely possible to eliminate Frisia in one fell swoop. As long as he can defeat Frisia, he will be the new emperor of the universe. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. King, I'm afraid Frisia won't give us that much time. The scion at the bottom frowned and spoke. If we won't be given anything, we'll just make up the time. Tell Frisia that we have discovered a super large high-level planet and we need to gather more forces. For the next 6 months, we will temporarily give up some ordinary high-level planet missions. Vegeta spoke in a low voice. Yes. The figure responded respectfully. Soon the scions on planet Vegeta also began to take action. A piece of information soon reached Frisia's headquarters. Oh wow, what a cute monkey. Now he even wants to work for me. In that case, agree with them. Frisia received the request from the scion and spoke with a smile. Yes. Your Majesty. The cosmic being responded respectfully. With Frisia's agreement, King Vegeta was undoubtedly even more excited. He didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Frisia actually agreed to let him gather a large number of scion elites. In the following time, King Vegeta was fantasizing about the moment when he became the emperor of the universe. And in his imagination. At the same time, Hillier's planet. Half of the sky had turned dark, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Whoever summoned this dragon, I can grant you a wish. Any wish is fine. A mighty voice rang out. Please send Bardock back to his hometown. Along with the sound, an old Namekian spoke from under the dragon. This is very simple. But it needs to follow one's own wishes. The voice of Shenlong sounded. Okay, okay. The Namekian nodded nervously. And the other side. In midair, 2 figures were constantly colliding, and a powerful aura was spreading all around. Bardock's body was covered in wounds and his aura was already declining. Even though his combat power had officially exceeded 10,000 after his recovery, it was still not enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Bardock's wish to leave planet Vegeta. Chapter 38, Bardak's wish to leave planet Vegeta. Scions are really difficult to deal with. But that's the end of it. Ah! A shrill sound was heard, and the next moment Bardak's tail was torn off. Then a punch hit him directly in the abdomen. Boom! Vomit! Bardak retched, and before he could react, a figure attacked him from behind. The next moment his figure fell directly to the ground. Bardak, I will send you back to your planet. Do you agree? Bardak stood up painfully and was about to rush into the sky when a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who are you? Bardak jumped at the sudden voice. I am the dragon, I can fulfill any wish. Monet, please allow me to send you back to your planet. Do you agree? The strange sound sounded again. Bardak finally understood what was going on. It's really magical. There really is a dragon that can fulfill any wish. But Shenlong, there's no need to send me back. I still have to defeat this guy. If possible, I want my child to grow up safely. Bardak spoke softly. Although he was out of breath at the moment, he still looked at the figure in the sky with high fighting spirit. Of course can. The dragon's voice disappeared. The next moment, the dark clouds in the distant sky dissipated. What are you talking about to yourself? Wild monkey, you can't transform into a giant ape now. Jia's powerful aura burst out, and at this moment his potential was released 100%. Further fighting broke out. Compared to before, Bardak is undoubtedly more miserable. I was completely suppressed and couldn't even raise my head. Give up, you can't win. Jia's ferocious expression was filled with madness, and his powerful aura oppressed the entire surroundings. Boom! The next collision. This time, Bardak's figure fell directly into the distance. The powerful aura directly caused the mountain to collapse. You know you can't win, but you still keep fighting. Is it for revenge? Jas walked over step by step and looked at Bardak. Bardak slowly stood up while struggling, with a faint light surrounding him. Of course not. It's obvious. In a life and death struggle, who would think of anything else except victory? All I need is to beat you. Bardak spoke with a smile, and the next moment his figure moved instantly. I don't know where the power came from, but it suddenly strengthened me. What? Boom! Jia's face changed, but it was too late, his figure flew out with a bang. Impossible, how can you scions have such powerful strength besides transforming into giant apes? Jas roared, and his figure rushed over again. A huge energy bomb blasted directly towards Bardak. Nothing is impossible, you just don't know it. Scions evolve every time they exceed their limits. Bardak spoke calmly, and the next moment the same energy bomb rushed out. Boom! Boom! The energy bombs collided in mid-air. In the explosion, Jas's figure flew backwards, his consciousness completely falling into coma, while Bardak staggered for a moment and then fell down. It was a really exciting battle. Just as Bardak fell, a chuckle was heard. A figure appeared. Ahem, who are you? A member of Frisia's army. Bardak stood up with difficulty and looked at the person who came. His expression was filled with anger. In this mission, all his teammates were killed by Frisia's men. When he appeared again at this moment, the first person he thought of was Frisia. Business is all about duplicity. Don't you know Frisia's true conspiracy? The figure chuckled and spoke with a hint of teasing. What do you mean? Bardak suddenly recalled the scenes that had happened during this period of time, and his expression changed slightly. Means nothing. But you can die now. The figure chuckled, and the next moment he took out an energy gun. Bump! Ah! The energy gun fired, and the next moment Bardak's figure was directly blown off the cliff. How stupid! You are indeed a group of wild monkeys. The figure chuckled, but just as he was about to step forward and deliver another blow. Boss, Frisia's men are approaching. A voice came from the headphones. It's really fast. The figure complained, then picked up Juz and fired another shot at the cliff with his right hand. Then he quickly left. At this moment, Bardock, who had fallen off the cliff, was almost out of breath. But the good thing is, at this moment, a faint green light was enveloping him. The Namekian had arrived at some point and was trying his best to treat him. A few days later, a spaceship soared into the sky. Left the planet Hillier. Frisia. Bardock's eyes were gleaming with ferocity, and his anger was inevitably spreading. Especially thinking again about the images in my mind and the words of the figure on the planet Hillier. Streams of light streak across the universe. Quickly return to planet Vegeta. At this moment, there are still 4 months left until the destruction of planet Vegeta. Meanwhile on planet Vegeta, after 2 months of preparation, Zhang Chen was finally ready to set off. That's why it took so long. The most crucial reason is that he needs a gravity chamber in a large spaceship. As a low-ranking soldier, and one who had just applied for combat status, he did not have the qualifications. Fortunately, over this period of time, everyone knew about his relationship with Bardock, and Bardock also gave him a lot of contribution points, enough to complete the exchange. The only problem was that it would take some time. Lord Aspera, we are ready. You are located in Area 3, Hatch 107. At the Logistics Center, an alien spoke respectfully. I see. Zhang Chen nodded, looked into the distance, then took a deep breath and headed towards his destination. A moment later, he arrived at the third area indicated by the alien, where the 107th hatch was located. Soon, under the arrangement of the aliens, he stepped into the spaceship. This spaceship is much larger than the Scion's simple personal spaceship. There is a lot of space in it. Although it is not as big as the spaceship that Sun Wukong was on when he set foot on Namek, it is almost half the size. More importantly, there is also a gravity chamber. Of course Zhang Chen had no doubt that there was definitely Frisia's monitoring equipment on his spaceship, but that was not important. Anyway, I will only carry this thing for a period of time. It's time to go. Whispered. The next moment the spaceship started, and a streak of light rushed directly into the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Frisia's Plan, The Advanced Planet Nirma. Chapter 39, Frisia's Plan, The Advanced Planet Nirma. The spacecraft rushed into the starry sky like a stream of light, and in just 20 breaths it had rushed out of planet Vegeta. Through the window, Zhang Chen could clearly see the outline of the blue planet gradually appearing, and then gradually getting smaller. Looking at this planet where he had stayed for almost 5 years, Zhang Chen's expression could not help but be complicated. He had thought a lot in the past time. I even thought about whether to save planet Vegeta. But in the end he gave up. Whether it is the old version or the new version. Obviously he had difficulty completing it. Needless to say, in the old version, Frisia was determined to destroy the Scions, and it would be almost impossible unless he could defeat Frisia. The new version is more difficult. As an order from the god of destruction Beerus, planet Vegeta must be destroyed no matter what. Not to mention that he couldn't beat Frisia. Even if he could beat Frisia, there was no hope. After all, it was impossible for him to be a match for the god of destruction Beerus in a few years. Of course, what's more important is that planet Vegeta has little to do with him, and the Scions are not a group of good people. He doesn't need to sacrifice himself for such a planet. Finally, after thinking about it countless times, he decided to leave alone. Even Jin and Bardock chose to give up temporarily. Frisia has already started his plan. The fewer people there are, the greater the opportunities you have. He was just a low-ranking soldier, so he thought no one would pay attention to him. But with Bardock and Jin, it's completely different. Bardock is the Scion second only to King Vegeta among the Scions, and he has already registered with Frisia. If he really takes Bardock away, he won't know how he will die. Moreover, since it is currently impossible to determine whether it is the old version or the new version, no one knows whether Bardock is the origin of history. It is not a good choice to disrupt the plot rashly. As for Jinia, Zhang Chen originally wanted to take her away. But later I chose to give up. As Jin is Bardock's wife, no one knows whether Frisia and King Vegeta have noticed her. If Jin is taken with her, if anything goes wrong, none of them will be able to escape. Rather than taking this risk, he might as well leave quietly. As long as he can reach Namek or Earth, it will be much easier to use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone or transfer them. This was also the main reason why he didn't even go to Jin's house to say goodbye when he left. The purpose is to minimize trouble. Next, it's the planet Totter. It should be possible to arrive in 6 months. Zhang Chen whispered, and the next moment he composed himself and walked into the gravity room. And at the same time Zhang Chen left planet Vegeta, located on the planet Selka, in a branch of Frisia's army. Frisia had arrived here without knowing when. In the huge base, Frisia still sat upright in the small spaceship. Lord Frisia, half of the Scion elite team has returned. The rest will be able to return to planet Vegeta within half a year. In addition, all missions of the elite squad have been suspended, and the missions of the lower-level soldiers have also been reduced. At the current rate, they will all stop in half a year. A spaceman responded respectfully. Oh wow, you are really obedient. I am reluctant to let you go. Frisia's voice sounded sinister, with a smile on his face. Lord Frisia, another low-level Scion warrior has left planet Vegeta and is heading for planet Nirma. The planet is a mid-level planet with a maximum combat power of 5,700 points, which is very close to a high-level planet. After Frisia spoke, an alien quickly reported back. Oh, my poor wild monkeys, it looks like another one is about to end its life. Mr. Chu Yi. Frisia smiled and nodded, then looked at an alien on his right. Your Majesty. Chu Yi quickly knelt down on one knee. Let someone deal with it. Those wild monkeys serve me and cannot be dealt with like this. Frisia said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Chu Yi nodded respectfully, then quickly retreated, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. Mr. Sabo. While waiting for Chu Yi to leave, Frisia looked at another figure next to him. Lord Frisia, please give me your orders. Sabo also knelt on one knee with a respectful look. The Zidar organization seems to be a little disobedient recently. I don't want to have a partner who is not obedient. Frisia spoke with cold eyes. Yes, King Frisia. Sabo responded respectfully. Oh ho ho. I haven't watched fireworks in a long time. Frisia's voice sounded with a smile. Inside the base, every alien lowered their heads. Zhang Chen didn't know all this at the moment. He didn't even realize that the so-called low-level planet Nirma was not a low-level planet at all, but a medium-level planet that was almost comparable to a high-level planet. Its combat power is not just 100 or 200 points, but a full 5,700 points. Of course, it's not just the planet Nilma. As the boss of the Scions, Frisia's army has all the intelligence and data in its hands. It would be very easy for Frisia's army to make some moves. Although in order to solve the problem once and for all, Frisia did not start the attack right away, but gathered first and then took action. But this doesn't mean that he won't take action against Scions who are on missions. Just slightly adjust some small data. Low-level planets became medium-level and even high-level planets. Given the personalities of the Scions who went there, it was almost impossible for them to return. This could even save Frisia a lot of trouble. After all, Frisia had no intention of keeping those low-level Scions. Under the stars, Zhang Chen's spaceship was moving rapidly towards the planet Nilma. In the gravity room, Zhang Chen began his practice day after day. In this situation, time passes slowly and quietly. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 months, Zhang Chen was completely immersed in cultivation. At this moment, his spaceship was less than a month's journey away from the transit station, the planet Totter. At this moment, the atmosphere on planet Vegeta became increasingly tense. There are nearly 100 elite warriors gathered from the entire Vegeta planet, and it can be said that most of the elite warriors have returned. At the current rate, it would take at most 3 months for all the elite scions on planet Vegeta to return. In the palace. Is Bardock not back yet? King Vegeta frowned, looking a little ugly. King, Bardock has lost contact and cannot be connected for the time being. A scion spoke cautiously. Waste. King Vegeta couldn't help but speak. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Planet Totter, Target Namek. Chapter 40, Planet Totter, Target Namek. King Vegeta had a grim look on his face. He originally thought that Bardock would return in 3 months, but an accident happened. Now, 5 or 6 months have passed, and there is still no news from Bardock. King, has Bardock been in trouble? Celiava, Thomas, and the others seem to be dead. The scion who spoke from below spoke with a hint of caution. Humph, they are all trash. How's Team Nappa doing? King Vegeta snorted coldly, then looked at the scion who spoke. Master Nappa's team has returned. It is estimated that 5 months at most should be enough to return to planet Vegeta. The scion quickly spoke respectfully. 5 months. Send a message to Nappa and have him return to planet Vegeta as soon as possible, preferably within 3 months. King Vegeta snorted coldly, then began to give orders. Yes. The scion responded respectfully. King Vegeta couldn't help but frown as he waited for the scion to retreat. Bardock's accident forced him to make some changes to his plans. Compared to Bardock, although Nappa is his confidant, his strength is only over 8,000, less than 9,000. King Vegeta is not sure whether he can achieve the effect he expected. His gaze turned to the elite warriors below, his eyes flashing with cold light. Of course, no one knew what King Vegeta was thinking at this moment. Planet Vegeta is as peaceful as ever. During this period of time, the Ziffle people did not seem to come to make trouble again. The only conflict is between scions. Everyone seems to be waiting for a time. A time they need. Frieza is waiting, and King Vegeta is waiting too. And in the starry sky. Inside a spaceship. Bardock looked miserable, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and the anger on his face became more and more intense. Frieza. A roaring sound was heard. At the same time, in another distant starry sky, Zhang Chen's spacecraft finally arrived at the planet Totter. As a planet he carefully selected, Totter is not only located on the only way from planet Vegeta to planet Nirma, but more importantly, it is a planet with extremely advanced technology, but is not currently under the control of Frieza's army. Although Frieza's army has been called the Emperor of the Universe, it has not yet completely controlled the entire galaxy. Especially now that the plot has not yet developed, Frieza's control over the northern galaxy is still very limited. The planet Totter is where Frieza's power vacuum lies. This is very important to Zhang Chen. He wanted to escape from Frieza's army's surveillance, but relying on this single spaceship obviously wouldn't be enough. He has to get a new spaceship. Otherwise, if he is discovered to have escaped, Frieza's army will definitely send people to hunt him down. With his current combat power of only over 1,000 points, even if he transforms into a giant ape, it will only be over 10,000 points. He might be considered a strong man in the universe, but he is just that in Frieza's army. Zhang Chen didn't want to take any risks. At this time, a technologically advanced planet that would not attract the attention of Frieza's army is undoubtedly extremely important. The spaceship falls into the planet Totter. Landed quickly at the space center. When the cabin door opened, Zhang Chen walked out. In order not to attract attention, his attire had already changed. It was no longer the standard uniform of Frieza's army, and his tail was also hidden. Looks like a normal kid. The figure stepped into the aerospace center. Looking at the people coming and going around, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity of this planet. Of course, Zhang Chen just sighed. He didn't come here for sightseeing. He quickly found a Tatar at the space center and told him why he was there. "Guest, do you want to buy a new spaceship? And sell your spaceship?" The Tatar spoke politely. Similar to the Scions, the Tatars look similar to the humans on Earth. The only difference is that they have 4 ears. They are only about 1.2 meters tall, and their heads appear a bit wide, as if they have evolved from long-term use of their brains. "Yes, I wonder where I can go to trade." Zhang Chen nodded. "It's very simple, just follow me." The Tatar star smiled and led the way quickly. "Thank you." Zhang Chen thanked him and followed the Tatar alien into the distance. Soon, the two got on a hovercraft. Half an hour later, this Tatar brought Zhang Chen to a huge building. As soon as I stepped in, a brand new Tatar alien came to greet me. "Dear guest, what can I do for you?" Respectful voices sounded. "I need a spaceship, and I also need to sell the one I have now." Zhang Chen nodded to the Tatar alien who had been diverted earlier, and then repeated his previous words. "This is very simple. Come with me. We have the most advanced spacecraft in the entire Northern Galaxy, as well as the most detailed star map of the universe. We will definitely satisfy you." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the Tatar's eyes lit up and he spoke with a smile. Under his guidance, Zhang Chen soon saw a number of brand new spaceships. This Tatar was not lying. There were indeed extremely advanced spacecrafts here. The technology here may even be as good as that of Frisia's headquarters. What made Zhang Chen even more delighted was that his spaceship was of good value because it was a large spaceship. After selling it, he could not only buy a small advanced spaceship, but also keep a lot of profits. In response to this, Zhang Chen naturally bought a combat power detector and a complete star map of the northern Milky Way without saying a word. "Got the stuff." Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and quickly rushed towards the starry sky. "Are you kidding? He has sold all his spaceships. It will take a long time. If Frisia's army discovers and takes action, it would be a joke if he is blocked on the planet Tatar. Of course I have to run away now. Even though Frisia's army might not care about a small fry like him, what if? Now his main task has not been completed yet." Zhang Chen didn't want any accidents to happen due to his carelessness. And obviously his choice was right. Planet Sarkar. "What?" Qiu Yi frowned and his expression changed. "Master Qiu Yi, that spaceship landed on the planet Tatar, and that Scion sold it." The alien spoke cautiously, with cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. "Damn monkey! Quick, send someone to the planet Tatar immediately. I need to know more information." Qiu Yi spoke angrily. To explain, the Scions of planet Vegeta are Frisia's best fighters. The Scions are scattered throughout the entire Northern Galaxy. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Frisia must not show too obvious performance, otherwise they will just run away. And it will undoubtedly be a lot of trouble to clear them out. Therefore, Frisia chose to gather them slowly. It took more than a year for most of the Scions to gather on planet Vegeta and then take them away in one wave. As for the remaining Scions, they were simply replaced on the planet where they were carrying out the mission, which basically ensured that they would never return, which was much more unreliable than directly terminating the mission and forcing people to gather. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Qiu Yi, dumbfounded, arrives on Namek. Chapter 41, Qiu Yi, dumbfounded, arrives on Namek. Bump. Waste. You are all useless. Tell me you have lost a Scion kid again. How many times has this happened? In a huge spaceship, Qiu Yi's angry voice rang out. He looked fiercely at the strong aliens in front of him, and his face looked particularly ugly. More than 2 months ago, he received an order from King Frisia to deal with the aftermath of the planet Nirma. However, he found that the scion who was supposed to be sent to Nirma to die had sold the spaceship midway and disappeared from their surveillance. Such a result immediately made his face change and he quickly took action. Fortunately, he reacted promptly. In less than 10 days, he monitored the new spaceship through some means of the planet Totter. Then he sent his best men to deal with the damn scion monkey. With the troops he sent out having a combat strength of more than 7,000 to 8,000, it seemed to him that the victory was almost easy. However, the accident happened again. A month ago, his subordinates tracked down the spaceship, but the spaceship was docked on an unknown deserted planet, and the damn scion disappeared again. In this regard, Chu Yi had to conduct another investigation along the way. This time he was lucky again and found some traces again. However, the results do not seem to have changed much. The spacecraft disappeared again. That spaceship was another abandoned spaceship. Look for it, find it for me. The roaring sound echoed in the spacecraft. The aliens were sweating and quickly began to operate. As the army of the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia's army was extremely capable and efficient. Even after passing by again, it took them about half a month to finally find the traces again. After obtaining the information, Chu Yi quickly took action again. However, it was obvious that his efforts were doomed to fail. Zhang Chen wanted to escape the surveillance of Frisia's army. He didn't just change the spaceship twice, but 5 times. And unlike the first time, every time he changed the spacecraft, he would fly it in a designated direction. Even if Frisia's army wanted to look for him, they could only find the spaceship that flew away. As for him, he had already boarded another spaceship and was heading in another direction. When Frisia's army discovered where he was, he had already changed again. In this way, in just over 2 months, he changed spacecraft 5 times. As for the source of the spacecraft, on the one hand, it was traded from the materials he prepared on planet Vegeta, and on the other hand, it was naturally obtained from his more than 1,000 points of combat power. Although more than 1,000 points is not high, it is not considered weak in the universe. It's not a problem to get a ship or 2. As for morality or immorality, between one's own life and morality, Zhang Chen decisively chose the former. It is also because of his decisiveness. The figure also completely disappeared from Frisia's army's surveillance. If he had hesitated for a moment, the result would probably be different. It's not easy to escape from the fireworks feast that Frisia has carefully prepared. In the entire original work, not considering Darius in the movie version and Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal in the special episode, the only surviving scions are Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, the protagonist Kakarot, Broly, and Broly's father Paragus. There is no need to explain much about the former. Vegeta's team was left behind by Frisia on purpose, Kakarot is the protagonist's blessing, and as for Broly and Paragus, they had already left when Frisia started. Apart from these accidents, none of the other scions survived. You know, even when Frisia started the plan to destroy planet Vegeta, there was a scion child who had gone on the mission not long ago, but even so he still couldn't survive. Theoretically, Zhang Chen would be no exception. However, due to Zhang Chen's decisiveness and a series of preparations, it became possible. In the silent starry sky. 1 more month. In the small spaceship, Zhang Chen looked at the star map in front of him and couldn't help but whisper. Although it had been changed several times, Zhang Chen's direction had not actually changed, and he was still heading towards Namek. It only takes 1 month to get to where we are now. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be full of expectations for Namek. Originally, his initial idea was to go to Namek or Yadrit. It goes without saying that Namek has the Dragon Balls, and also has a great elder who is capable of developing his potential. Once he arrives on Namek, his strength will undoubtedly increase dramatically. The latter is not bad either. As an extremely special planet, Yadrit not only possesses the magical skill of instant teleportation, but also has all kinds of incredible abilities. In terms of the use of Qi, Yudrit is almost the closest to God, even higher than Namek. But in the end he had to give up. The reason is very simple. The current Frisia army, including the previous planet Tatar, does not yet have a location for the planet Yudrit. It was almost impossible for him to find the location of Yudrit. In this situation, there is naturally only one choice, and that is Namek. His eyes flickered, and thoughts kept appearing in Zhang Chen's mind. The spaceship he was on cut a streak of light across the starry sky and quickly headed towards Namek. Time passes quickly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When a planet is located. Qiuyi looked at the broken spaceship, his face filled with anger. After a while. Boom! Boom! A brilliant firework bloomed in the starry sky. Inside the spaceship, Qiuyi reported to Frisia in panic. "Oh wow, Mr. Qiuyi, this is really unpleasant news for me." "You mean, that wild monkey disappeared?" With his signature laugh, Frisia looked at Qiuyi, and the smile on his face seemed to grow even more intense. "Lord Frisia, give me some time, 1 year, at most, and I will definitely be able to find that damn wild monkey." Qiuyi prostrated himself on the ground and spoke with a trembling voice. Layers of sweat were appearing on his forehead. He messed up such a small thing, and he could hardly imagine the consequences. What a clever monkey! 1 year. I'm waiting for your good news 1 year later, Mr. Qiuyi. Oh ho ho! Unexpectedly, Frisia did not get angry. Instead, he chuckled and spoke meaningfully. "Yes, yes." Qiuyi's face lit up with joy and he quickly responded. "Thanks for the 500 yuan reward from AIZIU, thank you for your support, plus." End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Arrival on Namek, Transaction with the Great Elder. Chapter 42 Arrival on Namek, Transaction with the Great Elder. Zhang Chen didn't know about the scene of Frisia's army at the moment. As for Qiuyi's promise to find him within a year, if he knew about it, he could only tell the other party that it was a pipe dream. 5 changes. He couldn't find it at first, and the probability of finding it became lower afterwards. This is a vast northern galaxy, not a vegetable garden or even a planet. It is almost impossible to find someone unless you have Dragon Balls or the help of gods. However, Dragon Balls and gods are not currently possessed by Frisia's army. Among the stars. The light flashed past quickly. In a month's time. A green planet appeared in front of the spacecraft. This is the 4th planet in the 27th main system of the Vega constellation. The atmospheric composition and surface gravity are about the same as those of the Earth. There are 3 stars around it, the sky is green, and there is no night. Namek has only 130 days a year. When Zhang Chen saw this planet, he couldn't help but feel excited. Namek. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. In his plan, the trip to Namek is undoubtedly an extremely critical step. Not only does this place contain the most magical Dragon Balls in the world, but also methods of cultivating Qi. Needless to say, the former, if he wants to complete his plans and goals, the Dragon Balls are absolutely indispensable. Even though the Dragon Balls of Namek have certain limitations, they are still of great use to him at the moment. The latter is what he urgently needs now. Although he had found some methods of practicing Qi through his constant exploration on planet Vegeta, they were all sporadic and not systematic, and did not help his practice very much. In comparison, if he could master Namek's Qi training method, it would not be as good as the Earth system, but at least it would allow him to get on the right track. Theoretically, the Earth training method is actually more advanced. Whether it is Wu Taidu, Kame Senryu, or Crane Senryu, they are all at a very high level, but they are limited by the theoretical system. For him, getting his practice on the right track is undoubtedly more important than anything else. If he wants to improve his strength quickly, he also needs a set of orthodox cultivation methods. Otherwise, relying solely on the characteristics of a scion, he might not be able to achieve the same success as Kakarot in the future. Maybe at best he would be at the level of Bardock, which is not what he wants. The outline of the planet was reflected in the window, and the planet gradually expanded. The spacecraft then quickly fell toward the planet. An hour later. Boom! Boom! A huge roar sounded in a valley, and the ground collapsed about 100 meters. Bump! The hatch opens. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the cabin. It's really comfortable. Jiang Chen whispered and stretched lazily. He had been on the run for almost a year, and the moment he landed, he finally felt comfortable. But just as he stretched, a figure appeared in the sky. Then quickly get closer. Drib. Above the right eye, a brand new detector flashed rapidly. Soon a number appeared in front of him. 18,000. Jiang Chen raised his brows, his expression becoming solemn. While he was solemn, a figure appeared above him. As their eyes converged, Jiang Chen also saw the figure's appearance clearly. Familiar appearance. It has no body hair, 2 tentacles on its head, green skin, and a typical Namek appearance. Dear guest, the Great Elder invites you. The figure fell, and the Namekian in front of him spoke softly. Really? Then please lead the way. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, but he didn't look too surprised. The supreme ruler of Namek, he is the only Namekian who survived the last time Namek was on the verge of extinction. He is also the father of all Namekians except Piccolo, and one of the most ancient and mysterious beings in the entire universe. The strength of the Great Elder of Namek may not be that strong, but his abilities are beyond imagination. Naturally, his arrival could not escape the other party's observation. He was also mentally prepared to meet this person. In other words, his main purpose of arriving on Namek was to meet this person. Only by meeting this person will he have a chance to get the Dragon Ball. Accomplish your goals. Dear guest, please follow me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Namekian nodded slightly, then flew into the sky, and Jiang Chen quickly followed. On the road, Jiang Chen knew the name of the Namekian in front of him. Zeno. Like Piccolo and Dandy, it is also the name of a snail. Zeno is currently the bodyguard of the Grand Elder, a combat-type Namekian, and currently the strongest person on the entire Namek. Apparently Nero had not yet been born. But this is normal. There are still several decades before the plot begins, and Nilo was obviously born only a few decades ago. It is highly likely that the Great Elder sensed the crisis on Namek and forced the birth of the offspring. Only in this way could Nair's strength be so much higher than that of ordinary Namekians, and only after merging with Piccolo could Piccolo's strength make such a huge leap. Of course these are just thoughts. The two did not fly for long while they were talking. It's probably only about a quarter of an hour. We arrived at a huge building. Dear guest, the Great Elder is already waiting inside. Zeno spoke softly. Thank you. Jiang Chen thanked him, took a deep breath, and walked inside. The room was not dark. On the contrary, it is very bright. Jiang Chen immediately saw the Great Elder of Namek sitting on the huge stone seat. There is no way. The Great Elder of Namek is too big, it is impossible not to pay attention to him. Dear guests from afar, welcome. When Jiang Chen noticed the Namekian Great Elder, the Great Elder's gentle voice also sounded. Aspera greets the Great Elder. Please forgive me for my intrusive visit. Jiang Chen bowed slightly to the Great Elder and spoke with a hint of apology. He dared not neglect this person in the slightest. You are so kind, our Namek is honored to have you here. The Great Elder smiled and shook his head. You are too polite, Elder. Jiang Chen opened his mouth quickly, but after he finished speaking, he didn't know how to continue for a moment. It seems a bit inappropriate to ask for Dragon Balls directly. But he is not the one who is polite. I don't know how to say the words I had thought of before. Fortunately, the voice of the Great Elder rang out after a moment. Guest, you need the Dragon Balls this time, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Namekian Dragon. Chapter 43 Namekian Dragon. Guest, you need the Dragon Balls this time, right? When the generous voice sounded, Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Even though he already knew that the Great Elder of Namek was extremely unusual, he did not expect that the other party would reveal the purpose of his visit right away. Yes, I beg the Great Elder to grant my request. I really need Porunga's power now. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, then bowed slightly and spoke with great respect. I understand. Guest, I can feel your sincerity. I can lend you the power of Porunga, but can you agree to one condition? The Great Elder smiled and spoke. Great Elder, please speak. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, then nodded and spoke. It is like this. I can sense that in the near future, Namek will suffer an unprecedented disaster. I only saw part of the future of that disaster. Namek seems to have survived peacefully, but I still want to ask you, my guest, to take care of my people if you are able to do so in the future. The Great Elder spoke softly, and at this moment his blurry eyes seemed to see through time and see the broken Namek. Great Elder, don't worry. If I have the ability, I will definitely take care of Namek. Zhang Chen spoke seriously with a solemn expression. Thank you. Zeno. The Great Elder smiled and nodded repeatedly, then spoke to the outside of the door. Soon, the Namekian who had led Zhang Chen in before walked in. Great Elder. Zeno bowed respectfully. Go and inform the second elder and the third elder to collect the Dragon Balls. The Great Elder spoke gently. This. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Zeno was somewhat shocked. Go. The Great Elder waved his hand. Although Zeno was somewhat puzzled, he still bowed and retreated. It was not until Zeno left that the Great Elder turned his attention back to Zhang Chen. Guest, I have the special ability to enhance people's potential. I can feel that you have great potential. Do you need my help? The Great Elder spoke again, the smile on his face becoming more intense. Thank you, Great Elder, but I don't think I need it now. I have just started my practice and haven't even entered the door yet. Great Elder, if it is convenient, could you please let someone guide me in my Qi training? Listening to the words of the Great Elder, Zhang Chen's heart couldn't help but surge with emotion, and he even couldn't hold it back. The advantage Namek has is not just the Dragon Balls, but also the means for the Great Elder to develop potential. In the original work, Krillin and Son Gohan had their potential developed by the Great Elder, and their combat power soared from several thousand to more than 10,000. Although it did not reach 10 times, it was at least 7 or 8 times. With his current combat power of more than 1,000 points, if his potential can be improved, once it is increased by 7 or 8 times, it will be enough to reach 7 or 8,000, and may even be close to 10,000. If he uses the giant ape transformation, it will be close to 100,000 points. As long as he does not meet Jinyu, he can almost walk sideways. However, these thoughts only lasted for a moment before Zhang Chen suppressed them and finally chose to refuse. The development of the Great Elder is not the same as the enhancement of the potential of the King of Gods. The Great Elder can only bring out the maximum combat power that can be achieved at the current level of cultivation. His strength has indeed improved significantly during this period, but he is not someone who practices systematically like Krillin and Son Gohan. Even if his potential is developed, the improvement will probably not be too obvious. Instead of wasting an opportunity, it is better to complete systematic practice first, and then develop your potential, so that you can maximize the benefits. As for asking the Great Elder to develop his potential twice, he doesn't have the nerve to do so. Is that so? It's also a good choice. The guest will probably stay on Namek for a while. I'll let Zeno give you some pointers. Zeno is the best warrior on our Namek. The elder nodded with a smile. Thank you, Great Elder. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look delighted and quickly expressed his gratitude. He didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Many of his excuses were useless, and the 2 goals he currently needed had been achieved. And just when Zhang Chen achieved his goal on Namek, the distant planet Vegeta, a wrecked spaceship crashed directly into the logistics center. Bump! The hatch flew sideways, and Bardock walked out with a pale face and a miserable appearance. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock, are you okay? The hatch flew out and Bardock's figure appeared, causing chaos throughout the logistics center. Many aliens quickly ran over and looked at Bardock cautiously. However, Bardock ignored him as he rushed out of the logistics center and headed quickly towards the nursery. Hurry up, faster! It should be too late. Bardock's mind was filled with mixed feelings, and his figure left quickly. In just a few breaths, his figure landed directly in the nursery. Lord Bardock, what are you going to do? Go away! Bardock's angry voice sounded. An alien was thrown away directly. Bardock quickly made his way inside the nursery. Soon he found his son Kakarot. Kakarot! Bardock spoke softly, looking at the scion child in the nursery, his expression softened a little. But it was only for a moment. Soon he gritted his teeth and quickly took down Kakarot and the baby chamber. Lord Bardock, what are you going to do? Several scions who hurried over saw this scene and were stunned, and spoke subconsciously. However, Bardock no longer paid any attention to him. He soared into the sky with the incubator and a small spaceship he had picked up. Faced with this scene, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Lord Bardock seems to have taken his son Kakarot away. It seems so. By the way, Lord Bardock seems to be seriously injured. The scions were talking to each other, all of them looked confused, completely unable to understand Bardock's behavior. At this moment, a huge fleet has gathered in the starry sky above the entire planet Vegeta. The huge spaceship representing Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, appeared here. Oh wow, the fireworks are finally going to bloom. I have been waiting for a long time. With such a big planet, the fireworks will surely be more beautiful. Oh wow! Inside the spaceship, Frisia was riding in a baby carriage, his smug laughter filling the spaceship. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Destruction of Planet Vegeta, 3 Wishes. Chapter 44, Destruction of Planet Vegeta, 3 Wishes. Bardock, do you really want to do this? On a plane, Jine looked at her husband nervously, then looked at her child in the spaceship. Jin, Frisia is really going to destroy planet Vegeta. We have to send Kakarot away. I have confirmed that the planet called Earth is indeed just a low-level planet. Kakarot will be safe there. Bardock spoke softly, and his expression became more gentle as he looked at the scion child in the spaceship. All right. I see. Although Jinia was reluctant, she still nodded. Bardock no longer hesitated and released a powerful aura. He directly wrapped the spaceship, and then used his combat power of over 10,000 points to burst out instantly. Boom! The spacecraft shot directly into the starry sky. Whoa whoa! In the spaceship, Kakarot was awakened, and burst into tears as he looked at his parents going away. However, the distance is getting farther and farther. Jine, you stay home. I'll go find Aspera first. After sending his son away, Bardock immediately spoke to Jin. It is good. You go first. Jine nodded quickly. Bardock's figure was about to fly straight into the sky. However, at this moment, a picture flashed through his mind, and at the same time he felt a powerful breath descending from the starry sky. Damn it! Frisia! Bardock's eyes widened, and the next moment he roared, then gritted his teeth and flew towards the starry sky. And at this moment in the starry sky, the huge spaceship has blockaded the entire planet Vegeta. My lord, we have detected a spaceship flying away from planet Vegeta. Should we shoot it down immediately? Sabo spoke in a respectful voice. Oh ho, there are more scions leaving? They are truly loyal servants. How much is the combat power? Frisia's voice sounded with a smile. Combat power 2 points, target Earth, a lower-level planet. Sabo spoke respectfully. 2 o'clock. Frisia was stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha, 2 points, are scions so weak? Ha 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 ha. The aliens around were stunned for a moment, and then burst into thunderous laughter. Oh ho ho! He's really weak. Let him go. It's a good opportunity to reclaim a planet, right? Frisia's voice sounded with a smile. Yes, King Frisia. Sabo responded respectfully. Let's go, Mr. Sabo, now is the most beautiful time for fireworks. Frisia's laughing voice rang out, and he controlled the stroller to fly out of the spaceship and appeared in space. One by one, aliens capable of surviving in the starry sky followed closely. Soon Frisia and his companions gathered above planet Vegeta. And the moment they appeared, a figure also rushed up. Frisia! Bardock roared. Oh wow, a wild monkey has discovered it. That's really brave. Frisia spoke with a smile, and the next moment he raised his right hand fingers slightly. A fiery red energy bomb quickly formed on his fingers. Then the fiery red energy bomb expanded rapidly, and in an instant it was as big as a planet. Frisia simply flicked his fingers lightly, and the energy bomb flew directly towards Bardock and planet Vegeta behind him. Huge energy bombs covered everything. A powerful sense of oppression crushed Bardock directly. Frisia! Bardock roared, and a powerful aura rose rapidly. The powerful energy from his right hand was constantly being released. At this moment, his combat power rose rapidly like a rocket. 10,000 points, 12,000 points, 20,000 points, 30,000 points, 100,000 points, and 200,000 points. In just a blink of an eye, his combat power soared to 200,000 points. However, it was still of no avail. The fiery red light engulfed everything and his energy bomb was instantly covered. His body was directly swallowed up, and the fiery red energy bullet continued to move downwards without any hindrance. A scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky above planet Vegeta. At this moment, countless scions couldn't help but look up and stared at the scene in amazement. On the plain, Jine couldn't help but widen her eyes. But just as her eyes widened, a voice sounded in her ear. Jin, are you willing to transfer to Namek? Jine was stunned by the unfamiliar words. But soon a familiar voice came in. Aunt Jine, please agree and I will transfer you out. An urgent voice sounded. Aspera. Jine was stunned for a moment. Aunt Jine, please agree. The familiar voice sounded again. Okay, okay. Jine nodded subconsciously. The next moment, a stream of light directly enveloped Jinea's figure, and in just a blink of an eye, Jinea's figure disappeared directly on planet Vegeta. And the moment when Jinea disappeared, boom! Boom! The huge explosion instantly engulfed the entire planet Vegeta. At this moment, the entire planet Vegeta instantly turned into the most dazzling fireworks in the universe. Oh wow, what beautiful fireworks! Frisia's playful smile resounded throughout the starry sky. Then a few days later, the news quickly spread throughout Frisia's army. Planet Vegeta was accidentally hit by a huge meteorite and was completely destroyed. Of course that came later. Namek. A few hours ago. Under the order of the Great Elder, the Second Elder and the Third Elder quickly gathered the Dragon Balls. Accompanied by the words of the Second Elder, the Dragon Porunga appeared directly in the starry sky of Namek. Guest, you can make a wish now. You can use 3 wishes. The Second Elder's gentle voice sounded. Thank you. Second Elder, my first wish is, can you teleport Bardock and Jin from planet Vegeta to planet Namek? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay. Gulalalala sharp special case. The strange Namek language sounded. This wish is simple, but it needs to follow my own wishes. Porunga's voice sounded. Porunga, Can you please pass my voice on? Jiang Chen quickly spoke. The second elder repeated quickly. Can. Porunga's voice sounded, and the next moment red light appeared in his eyes. However, the red light went out in just a moment. I'm really sorry, Bardock can't teleport. He is the creator of history and he has his own mission. This dragon doesn't have the ability to teleport. Porunga's voice sounded. Please support me. It's a new week and I'm second to last on the new book list. I'm begging for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and reward support. $1 will do. Please keep my position on the new book list and don't get kicked off. I'm begging you. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, The Legendary Figure from the Past, the Old Version of Dragon Ball? Chapter 45, The Legendary Figure from the Past, the Old Version of Dragon Ball? Mission. Jiang Chen's brows jumped. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Please repeat your first wish. Porunga's voice sounded again, without further explanation. The second elder then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen. Porunga, then teleport Jin and transmit my voice over. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and did not continue asking. At this moment, he vaguely knew the reason, so he changed his wish directly. Can. After the second elder repeated his words, Porunga's eyes glowed red again. After a while, a ray of light flashed away. Jinei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Aspera. Really you? Seeing Jiang Chen, Jinei's expression couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Aunt Jin. Looking at Jinia, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Aspera, Bardock. Jin seemed to have thought of something, her expression changed slightly, and she spoke anxiously. Aunt Jin, it looks like Uncle Bardock has a mission and can't be teleported over. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and explained softly. What? Jinia's expression couldn't help but change. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but finally spoke softly to the second elder. Second elder, I want to know what Bardock's mission is. Jiang Chen spoke. Although he had guessed it at this moment, he still asked after thinking about it. On the one hand, it was to confirm it in the end, and on the other hand, it was also to let Gnei know the situation clearly. Okay. The second elder nodded and quickly repeated his words. Bardock is the creator of history. He will travel back 1,000 years to shape the legends of history. It is not possible for this dragon to teleport him back. Porunga's voice sounded. Really? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and at this moment he was undoubtedly completely certain. 1,000 years ago. After hearing what Porunga said, Jin was stunned. Please tell me your third wish. Porunga's voice sounded again. I want to acquire the ability to teleport from the Kaishan or the Adrid planet. Jiang Chen restrained his expression and pondered for a moment before speaking. He had already thought about his wish. Teleportation, as one of the most striking abilities in Dragon Ball, is undoubtedly useful. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. The power of King God is not something I can touch. The teleportation of Yadrit is one of the divine skills and cannot be realized through my wish. If you want to obtain it, you need to go to Yadrit or go to King God's planet to practice. Porunga's voice sounded. But what was said made Jiang Chen stunned. It turns out that teleportation cannot be obtained by making a wish with the dragon. Please tell me your third wish. The voice of the dragon sounded again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the ups and downs in his heart before speaking again. Please let me transform into a giant ape without losing my mind. Jiang Chen spoke again. This was one of his prepared wishes. Since he did not acquire this ability on planet Vegeta, he naturally thought of Shenlong. The second elder recovered quickly. This is very simple. But I need to improve your bloodline. The voice of the divine dragon Barunga sounded. As Jiang Chen nodded, a red light instantly shone on Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt as if every cell in his body was burning, and at the same time, powerful insights began to emerge from his body. Layers of sweat were seeping out of my body. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted. When the silhouette of the divine dragon Porunga disappeared in the sky and turned into streams of light that fell down, the darkness in the sky receded. Jiang Chen's eyes opened involuntarily. A hint of surprise appeared in his pupils. Subconsciously clenched his fist. Waves of powerful force erupted directly from the body. Ka-ka-ka. The joints made crisp sounds. As if he had thought of something, Jiang Chen subconsciously turned on the detector. Drib. The detector value jumps rapidly. In just a moment, a new number appeared in front of him. 2700 points. 2700 points, an increase of 1200 points. Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited while muttering to himself. He hadn't expected that he only needed a giant ape's rationality to increase his combat power by more than 1000 points. He also had a feeling that the potential of his body seemed to have been further improved. 1200 points was definitely not the end. As long as he continued to practice, he should be able to squeeze it out further. The improvement of blood seems to have brought about great changes in the body. On the other side, Jine, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but widen her eyes with a look of shock. Even though she didn't have a detector, she could still feel the powerful aura coming from Jiang Chen at this moment. Aspera. Jine spoke subconsciously. Antjin. Jiang Chen came back to his senses after hearing the voice, but he spoke with a smile. This. Jine looked around subconsciously, then seemed to be hesitant to speak. Aunt Jine, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen quickly opened his mouth and thanked the second elder. The second elder smiled and nodded. Let's go. The great elder has already arranged accommodation for you. Please follow me. After thanking the second elder, Zeno immediately stepped forward and spoke to the two of them. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then took Jinia and followed Zeno to a settlement on Namek. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Chen followed Gnei and told her the whole situation. Listening to Jiang Chen's story, Jinia couldn't help but widen her eyes with a look of shock. Aspera, you mean you left early? Jine spoke subconsciously. Yes, Antjin, I was planning to carry out the mission, but I discovered Namek on the way, and learned that Frisia was going to attack planet Vegeta, so I planned to rely on the Namek Dragon Balls to summon you and Bardock. Jiang Chen nodded and explained quietly. It's really amazing. Jine couldn't help but sigh and speak. Antjin, don't worry, the Dragon Balls will only take 180 days to cool down, and by then I can summon Raditz as well, and then we can go look for Kakarot. As if he understood Jinia's thoughts, Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. He had 3 wishes, but he did not use them to bring Raditz here. That was to avoid trouble. Raditz had a detector on his head. If he wanted to deprive Raditz of the detector and bring him here, he would need at least 2 wishes, which was too wasteful. So he decided to do it next time. As for Kakarot, Jiang Chen didn't want to disrupt his growth trajectory. Even though it seems to be an old version now. But it's just a seeming, God knows what's going on. After all, Dragon Ball also has the probability of a multiverse. It has changed the course of history too much. If a space-time Kaishin or a red-haired Trunks or Super Saiyan 4 Goku comes, it would be a big joke. Yardrat's skills are not like ordinary skills, so it's normal that Shenlong can't use them. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Main Mission Completed, Daily Training on Namek. Chapter 46, Main Mission Completed, Daily Training on Namek. Guest, this is the room I have arranged for you. You can live here from now on. Also, the Great Elder has told me that I will teach you how to practice in the next period of time. Zeno spoke softly. A group of people landed immediately. Thank you. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this place. There are 2 simple houses in a wide open space not far away, which are enough to meet his daily practice needs. You're welcome. Zeno shook his head, agreed with Zhang Chen on the time for tomorrow's practice, and left. Zhang Chen then started to arrange his life with Gnei. After learning that her husband and son were fine, Jine completely relaxed. Especially since Zhang Chen promised to let Raditz come next time, Jinia was looking forward to it. Zhang Chen began to plan his future life. This time he still has about half a year to land. He doesn't want to waste it. And just as he was preparing for the next action. The next morning. A familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in my ear. Main Mission 1 has been completed. World Match in progress. Main Mission 2 has begun. Open it immediately. A mechanical sound was heard, and the next moment, lines of golden characters were outlined in front of Zhang Chen's eyes, presenting a scene that only he could see. The time and space around seemed to be frozen. Open. Zhang Chen was a little excited watching this scene. He took a deep breath and then spoke. World matching starts over. Matching completed. Main Mission 2, Kill Frisia. Mission successful, get an extra landing spot. Mission failed, deprive yourself of 90% of your combat power. The golden characters jumped again, accompanied by a mechanical sound. Lines of brand new content appear again. Looking at this content, Zhang Chen's brows suddenly jumped. But there was no time for him to react. The frozen time and space around them quickly recovered, and the golden characters immediately disappeared. Fuck. In the open space, Zhang Chen finally reacted and cursed as he watched the disappearing golden characters. Good guy. This damn second main quest directly gave him a hellish difficulty level. This difficulty is just more difficult than the main mission 1. The first is simply to escape the destruction of planet Vegeta, which doesn't necessarily require any strength. The second main mission is to kill Frisia directly. My goodness, how much is Frisia's combat power? 1.2 million, and his combat power is only over. He's going to take his head off to fight him. Even after transforming into a giant ape, his combat power was only over 1.2. Over compared to million, damn, Zhang Chen didn't know how to describe it. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for is that this main quest has no time limit. That is, whenever he can do it. If he could delay it until later and transform into a Super Saiyan, then maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Just thinking about Golden Frisia and Black Frisia in Dragon Ball Super, Zhang Chen shuddered again. Obviously, this so-called postponement cannot be postponed indefinitely. In the end, maybe he really won't be able to do it. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then Zhang Chen put his thoughts aside for the time being. This main mission 2 obviously cannot be completed in a short time. Even though the reward is extremely tempting. I can only suppress it. The key now is to practice peacefully. He came to Namek not just for the dragon, but more importantly for training. He planned to stay on Namek for a year, and he didn't want to waste this year. The morning sun shines down. Zeno arrived here quickly. Zhang Chen followed Zeno to an open space not far away. Guest, how much do you know about Qi? Zeno hesitated for a moment and asked Zhang Chen. The hidden energy in every living being, as well as the spiritual forces such as righteousness, evil, courage, and vitality, should all belong to Qi. Qi can enable the body to surpass its limits. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and then spoke. You are right, this is Qi. And since all living things have it, there is no question of whether or not to condense the energy. The only thing we need to do is how to guide and use this energy. Look. Zeno looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Chen to be able to answer so accurately. However, despite his surprise, Zeno did not stop talking or taking actions. He raised his right hand slightly. The next moment, a stone flew into his hand. Bump! Wrapped in white aura, the stone turned into powder the next moment. This is... Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but stare blankly, his expression a little shocked. He could sense that it was not a powerful force that directly crushed the stone, but a strand of energy that broke it. Come with me, there may be a place that is more suitable for you. Zeno saw Zhang Chen's shocked look, then he spoke after a slight pause, and his figure soared into the sky. It is good. Zhang Chen nodded quickly and followed. Two people flying. Soon they landed at a waterfall one after another. Don't use your strength, but use your energy to make the water here part, like this. Remember that rocks cannot be broken, just splitting the water is enough. Do not allow yourself to have any distracting thoughts, and let all the power gather at your fingertips. Zeno opened his mouth, and the next moment he waved his right hand. A ray of light flashed by, and the waterfall was directly split apart, but the rocks in it were not destroyed. I understand, thank you. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Thank you again. You're welcome. The Great Elder has already told me. If you have any questions, you can go to the Great Elder and ask me. Zeno shook his head and then added another sentence. After Zhang Chen nodded, he left. After watching Zeno leave, Zhang Chen began to practice. But only for a moment. Boom! Rocks exploded and water was blown back. Zhang Chen was soaked like a drowned rat. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly, fixed the waterfall, and then continued to practice. Time passes slowly in silence. Half a year passed slowly without Zhang Chen noticing. The countdown to the end of his second landing has begun. In the past 6 months, Zhang Chen's combat effectiveness has not improved significantly, only from more than 2,000 to 3,000. However, his control and practice of Qi has gradually been on the right track. Although he is not a genius like Vegeta, his talent is much stronger than that of Nappa and Raditz. And the other side. Naruto World. As the landing continued, Zhang Xi's action had already begun. Everyone has always had opinions on the issue of gravity. Although I think there is no problem, after all. The protagonist lives on planet Vegeta, not Earth, and the gravity should be calculated according to planet Vegeta. But planet Vegeta does have 10 times the gravity of Earth. If it is 5 or 6 times the gravity, then that would be 50 or 60 times the gravity, which is indeed a bit exaggerated. In order to make it easier for everyone to understand, it is better to change it. The protagonist does not use 5 or 6 times the gravity, but from 1.5 times to 3 times the gravity. In this way, everyone should be able to accept it more. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Orochimaru, Orochimaru. Chapter 47 Orochimaru, Orochimaru. Naruto World. At this moment, a year has passed. During this year, Zhang Xi was getting familiar with this strange world. Due to the relationship with the Hyuga family, even if it was just its branch, Zhang Xi also obtained a lot of information, such as the understanding of this world and the cognition of the ninja system. This was far more detailed than the information she had obtained at the Daxia Academy. Ninja, Chakra. Film. Bloodline Limit, 6-Path Sage, are there really sages in this world? In the room, Zhang Xi muttered to himself, with a hint of doubt on his face. But just as she was confused, there was a gentle knock on the door. Xiao Xi. A familiar voice sounded outside the door. Zhang Xi immediately put his mind at ease. He quickly got up and opened the door. Uncle Hisashi. Looking at the person coming outside the door, Zhang Xi spoke respectfully. Xiao Xi, the clan will hold a memorial ceremony in 3 days, you. Hinata Hisashi opened his mouth softly, but didn't know how to finish his words halfway through. The Hyuga clan's annual memorial service also means that a new group of people from the branch families will be put in cages. This time, Zhang Xi will not be an exception. Before, it was because he and his brother used the excuse that Zhang Xi had not yet opened his white eyes to delay for a while. However, Half a year ago, Zhang Xi opened his white eyes in a clan competition, so this excuse could no longer be used to delay. I understand, Uncle Hisashi. Zhang Xi spoke with a smile, seemingly not noticing Hinata Hisashi's hesitation. You should have a good rest these days, Zioxi. If you need anything, you can come to me. Hinata, Hisashi sighed and then spoke softly. I understand, Uncle Hisashi. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Hinata Hisashi gave some instructions again before leaving Zhang Xi's room. Watching Hinata Hisashi leave, the smile on Zhang Xi's face gradually turned solemn. Should we start? Whispered. Zhang Xi then returned to the room. Chakra surges in the body. The next moment, one technique after another was completed quickly in her hands. Bump! When the warlock was completely finished, her right hand touched the ground. A cloud of smoke spread out, and the next moment countless warlocks instantly spread out all around. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xi's figure turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Mue Village, Root Base. A secret laboratory. The psychic spread, white mist rose in an instant, and Zhang Xi's figure appeared. You're really on time, Xi. A sinister voice sounded, and Orochimaru, who was operating an instrument in the laboratory, raised his head. Lord Orochimaru, the family festival is about to begin. Have you figured out how to help me get through it? Zhang Xi frowned and spoke, but his words were extremely impolite. Although the person in front of her is only at the shadow level, which is at least a third-level existence in the main world, as a special admission student of the Daxia Academy, Zhang Xi also has her own methods, so she is not too afraid. You are really impatient, Xi. Look at these wonderful achievements of mine. Orochimaru said with a smile, but he didn't look concerned at all. In this world, some people believe in hard work, some believe in bloodline. But only Orochimaru believes in science. As Orochimaru spoke, Zhang Xi also walked forward. Soon she noticed the extremely eye-catching white eyes in the petri dish. You made it. When Zhang Xi saw the rolling eyes, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up instantly. Xi, I have to say that the information you gave me is too amazing. I am very curious about where you got those things from. The Hyuga clan should not have such knowledge. Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke with considerable curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, if you look at me like this again, next time, the confinement of my soul will not be as simple as 3 days. Zhang Xi's voice sounded with a smile. She recalled the scene of their first meeting, and her smile grew wider. Hearing his words, Orochimaru shuddered, and the sinister smile on his face froze. Haha, Xi, this is just a joke. I have already prepared the things for you. They are in the second cabinet on the left. Orochimaru's words rang out. Zhang Xi nodded and then walked to the second cabinet. When she took a look, her brows couldn't help but raise slightly. Because at this moment there was actually someone there who was exactly the same as her. Xi, this is your replica, it's enough to take over the caged bird, no one will be able to find out. Of course, if you want to solve the problem once and for all, I can actually go to the Hyuga clan. I believe the Hyuga clan will be happy to give me this favor. Orochimaru spoke with a sinister voice. You sure? Sandaime-sama, you may not be willing to let me do anything. Zhang Xi spoke speechlessly. Teacher, he is already old. He can't even turn the windmill of Konoha anymore. What can we do if he doesn't want to? Orochimaru chuckled and spoke. Lord Orochimaru, you should be ready to leave. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Zhang Xi did not continue to dwell on the original words, but was silent for a moment and then spoke abruptly. Oh, Xi, you are really smart. How did you figure that out? Orochimaru spoke in surprise. It doesn't matter. Lord Orochimaru, I think you still need to stay in Konoha for now. Zhang Xi shook his head, then spoke softly, looking at Orochimaru. Why? Xi. Orochimaru looked at Zhang Xi with great interest. She was very interested in this person from the Hyuga clan. Although he is only 5 or 6 years old, he is surprisingly mature. Not only does he possess incredible knowledge, he also has the ability to specifically control his soul. If someone else said so, he might not care, but when Hinata Xi said so, Orochimaru suddenly became interested. Konoha has more resources, doesn't it? And Lord Orochimaru is believed to be very interested in the Sharingan and the Byakugan, especially the Sharingan. If nothing unexpected happens, Lord Orochimaru should be able to obtain a large number of Sharingans in a few years. Zhang Xi spoke slowly, with a serious look on his face. In how many years? Orochimaru raised his brows, looking a little surprised. Yes, I wonder if Lord Orochimaru is willing to wait for a few years. Zhang Xi spoke with a chuckle. I have to say, Xi, you really piqued my interest, but the teacher should have found out something. Once he finds out, I will have no choice. Orochimaru chuckled and spoke. Lord Orochimaru, you are exaggerating. Isn't there someone more suitable to take over? Aren't these originally his? Zhang Xi chuckled. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, White Eyes Upgrade. Chapter 48, White Eyes Upgrade. 3 days passed quickly. The Hyuga clan's memorial service begins. With the end of the memorial service, a new batch of Hyuga clan branches were trapped in a cage, and Hyuga Xi was no exception. For this reason, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi both came to see Zhang Xi. What surprised them was that Hinata Xi did not behave too abnormally and his emotions were extremely normal. Of course, at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi are not aware that the Hyuga Xi who is now staying in the Hyuga clan is no longer the same Hyuga Xi as before, but just a clone without independent consciousness and controlled by Zhang Xi. With the biological technology brought by Zhang Xi, Orochimaru's technology has undoubtedly made great progress. The cloning technology that was originally supposed to be realized in Boruto has now been completed. Of course, no one knew all this except Orochimaru and Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi has been practicing with Orochimaru in the base during this period of time. I have to say, Orochimaru is worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas. Although the strength of the Sunin is not the best in the entire ninja world, even now, there are many who are stronger than the Sunin, but the teaching level of the Sunin is almost the highest at present. This can be seen from the fact that Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura grow rapidly under the teaching of the Sunin. Although Sasuke and Naruto are exceptions, even if they are taught by a pig, there is a high probability that the 2 of them will be able to reach that height in the future. But that may not be the case for Sakura. Being able to reach the level of Kage at the age of 16 under Tsunade's guidance is enough to show that he is extraordinary. The same goes for Orochimaru. After only 1 year of training, Zhang Xi felt that his strength had reached a new level. According to the standards of the ninja world, he should have almost reached the level of Chunin. And not just an ordinary Chunin, he should have reached the level of an elite Chunin. Of course, compared to the improvement in strength. What made Zhang Xi even more delighted was that Orochimaru's research on the Byakugan had reached a new level. Since the war is not over yet, Orochimaru can obtain a large number of Hyuga clan cells. As for the Hyuga clan, even though it is difficult to obtain the Byakugan because of the caged bird situation, it is enough to obtain the cells with Orochimaru's biotechnology. In just over a year, Orochimaru has cultivated dozens of pairs of Byakugan. In a dark cave, Orochimaru looked at the 2 pairs of eyes that kept interweaving in the petri dish in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but shine at this moment. What a wonderful bloodline boundary, it can actually be fused. Orochimaru muttered to himself, and at this moment he looked at the petri dish with an unprecedented excitement in his eyes. Even for this one experiment, he has now given up all other experiments. Zhang Xi's beautiful eyes beside him couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Orochimaru's progress is also of great benefit to her. She couldn't help but think of the words her brother said to her before he left. Brother is right. Zhang Xi was whispering in her heart. Xi, help me get the white eye from Petri dish no 2. Orochimaru's excited voice rang out. Yes. Zhang Xi nodded and quickly walked towards culture dish number 2. Soon, a new pair of white eyes were taken. Orochimaru then continued to act. At this moment, the only thing left in his eyes was his obsession with the role of eyes. Originally, he thought that he had studied the Byakugan to its limit, but now he realized that his research on the Byakugan was still not enough. It even diverted his attention away from Hashirama's cells. In the crypt, the experiment continues. Zhang Xi practiced while assisting Orochimaru in conducting experiments. The research on the Byakugan went extremely smoothly. A large number of white eyes continued to merge, and gradually a pair of crystal-clear white eyes gradually took shape in the underground. Even if it was just a pair of eyes, they seemed to contain extremely pure chakra. These were the eyes that were the result of the fusion of more than 500 pairs of Byakugan. Among them was Zhang Xi's own rolling eyes. This doesn't mean that the fusion cannot continue, but it is the maximum value that Zhang Xi can bear. At this moment, Zhang Xi was lying flat on the operating table. Orochimaru began to manipulate quickly. Eye transplantation is just a minor operation for Orochimaru. It is naturally easy to complete. A moment later, as the palm immortal technique was performed, Zhang Xi only felt a huge amount of chakra instantly surging out of her eyes, and then directly intertwined with her body. The chakra of the elite Chunin, who was originally only there, suddenly skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, he broke through the level of elite Chunin and reached the level of Jonin. He has not stopped yet and is still improving rapidly. I don't know how long it took before the surging chakra gradually subsided. Zhang Xi also slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, she felt the world was clearer than ever before, and at the same time, she had a mysterious feeling of strangeness, but it was not obvious. How about it? This is the first time I've seen such pure Byakugan. Orochimaru's voice sounded with a smile. My chakra should have increased by about 10 times. In addition, I seem to feel that there is a thin film. The purity of the Byakugan does not seem to be enough. Zhang Xi hesitated for a moment and then spoke. 10 times. It's really an amazing power. As for the purity, don't worry about it now. You are just getting started. The overly powerful Byakugan is not something you can bear right now. Orochimaru spoke with a chuckle. Zhang Xi nodded slightly. But at this moment, her brows couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru also seemed to sense something and his eyes instantly looked into the distance. Xi, it seems that your clone has died. Orochimaru called out with a smile. And that was the moment Orochimaru opened his mouth. Main Mission 1 has been completed. World Match in progress. Main Mission 2 has begun. Open it immediately. A mechanical sound was heard, and the next moment lines of golden characters appeared in front of Zhang Xi's eyes, presenting a scene that only she could see. The time and space around seemed to be frozen. Orochimaru's expression was frozen in place. Finished. Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that the main mission would be completed directly with the death of her clone. Turn on. However, despite being dazed, Zhang Xi soon chose to make a new beginning. World matching starts over. Matching completed. Main Mission 2, successfully survive Konoha's 60th Chunin exam. Mission successful, obtain an additional landing. Mission failed, death. New characters are outlined and a new main quest begins. Fuck, this book was originally in the top 40 on the new book list because it was considered original in the main world, but today it was reclassified as a fan work, and the fan work new book list data evaluation was directly halved. It directly fell from the 40th place to outside the 100th place, and directly fell out of the new book list. I want to cry, begging for support, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and follow-up reading. Help me get into the new book list again. Exposure on the new book list is very important. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Training is over, Potential is developed. Chapter 50, Training is over, Potential is developed. Jiang Chen didn't know about Lu Qingxia's affairs and Jiang Xi's affairs at the moment. He was not very worried about his sister. Even though he recommended the dangerous existence of Orochimaru to his sister, he knew that his sister possessed the special dimensional skills taught by the Daxia Academy. As special recruits, each one of them is extremely extraordinary. His sister was gifted with extremely powerful soul power, and because of this, she acquired a dimensional skill specifically for the soul. And this thing can perfectly restrain Orochimaru. It was for this reason that Jiang Chen asked Jiang Xi to look for Orochimaru. After all, the Naruto world is different from the Dragon Ball world. In the world of Dragon Ball, even if you are not the protagonist, even if you do not have special talents, you have the opportunity to soar to the sky. With androids, Dragon Balls, and divine practice, it is always possible to improve yourself. In the world of Naruto, everything is very difficult, and everyone's achievements are even destined from the beginning. And it's not decided at birth, it's determined by the ancestors. The closer your bloodline is to Kagaya Tsutsuki, the higher your upper limit will be. Why is Hashirama Senju the god of ninja? Why is Uchiha Madara the Shura of the ninja world? Why is Uzumaki Naruto the strongest Hokage of all generations? And why can Uchiha Sasuke open the Rinnegan? It's not about how much effort they put in or how many opportunities they had. But they are all Asuras, the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. If ordinary people want to make a name for themselves in this world, they can at best reach the level of a Kage, and that's at best. Most of them can't even reach the level of a Jonin, let alone the 6 paths level. Even becoming a super Kage is impossible. The only way out is Orochimaru. In the world of Naruto, some people believe in strength, some believe in spirit, but only Orochimaru, who has comprehended the essence of life, knows that science and education are the kingly way. His research runs through almost the entire Naruto world, and even spreads to the later Boruto, and Orochimaru has become the only one who can escape fatalism. This can also be seen from the later Naruto world. Dragon Ball world. Namek. The morning sun shines down. Ah! Jiang Chen shouted softly, and the next moment his right hand slid down instantly. The aura on his body exploded instantly. And the moment his movement landed, the huge waterfall in front of him was completely split apart. And just as Zeno had demonstrated before, the stone wall behind the waterfall was not affected at all. After a moment, Jiang Chen's breath became restrained, and the waterfall that had originally separated immediately flowed back. Wow! The water swept in. But at this moment Jiang Chen no longer had the mind to pay attention to these things. Call! After he exhaled a breath of foul air, a hint of joy appeared on his face. After several months of practice, his practice was finally complete. His talent is not bad. At least he was obviously much stronger than Raditz, but it still took him quite a while. Think again about Vegeta in the original work. He couldn't help but sigh at Vegeta's terrifying talent. If we don't consider Broly and the protagonist Kakarot, Vegeta is definitely the most talented person in Dragon Ball, no doubt about it. When I first stepped onto the earth, I learned how to control Chi after just a few contacts. Later, when he learned instant teleportation and the magical skills of the Star Yadrit, he was also extremely quick. Such talent is incredible. In terms of learning talent alone, I'm afraid only Frieza, Cell, and Bu, who are beyond compare, can be compared to him. But he just sighed for a moment, and Jiang Chen quickly collected his thoughts. As a time traveler, Jiang Chen naturally knew that his talent could not be compared with these perverts, and he had never thought about comparing himself with them. For him, the biggest advantage was his familiarity with this world, which was something that most people did not have, and even if they did, there was no need for them to do anything. It's almost over. There are still 2 days left. Let's go find the Great Elder first to see how much our combat power will be increased. Looking into the distance, Jiang Chen looked a little excited. The key to why he had restrained himself from allowing the Great Elder of Namek to unleash his potential was to wait for this moment. Although his combat power had reached more than 1,000 before. Add to that almost 5 years of practice, and he must have a lot of potential. But whether this potential can compare with Krillin is actually a question mark. This is not a joke. But it is very likely. Although Krillin is just an earthling, he has undergone a series of systematic training. He has been practicing with Master Roshi since he was a child. Later, he was guided by Master Karin and the Immortal. He also experienced the battle against the Scion invasion. His potential is actually extremely terrifying, which can be seen from the stimulation of the Great Elder. It is likely that Krillin had only about 3,000 combat power points before being stimulated, but it directly reached 13,000 after being stimulated. In comparison, Son Gohan, who is recognized as the #1 Scion genius by even Vegeta, only soared from 2,800 to 14,000 combat power, which is not much different from Krillin. In comparison, he was naturally a lot worse. If things go wrong, his combat effectiveness may not even increase by 2 or 3 times. So instead of wasting this opportunity, it is better to accumulate for some time. Now, several months have passed, and his strength was first baptized by the Divine Dragon, which improved his bloodline. Then he practiced Qi for several months. Although his combat effectiveness has only increased by 100 or 200 points, his potential has already been improved by leaps and bounds. Besides, since he was ready to take action, there was no need to delay any further. Boom! The breath burst out and the figure instantly rushed into the sky. After a few minutes, his figure fell on the place where the Great Elder lived. The figure fell. Zeno's figure walked out. Aspera, the Great Elder has been waiting for a long time. Zeno spoke softly. I see. Thank you very much. Jiang Chen thanked him and walked into the room. Soon, he saw the Great Elder of Namek again. Great Elder. Jiang Chen saluted respectfully. Come here, guest from afar. The Great Elder's gentle voice sounded. Jiang Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and walked forward with trepidation and nervousness. As Jiang Chen approached, the Great Elder did not hesitate. And his large palm covered Jiang Chen's head at that moment. Boom! The palm covered him, and the next moment Jiang Chen felt a powerful breath surge out from the deepest part of his body. The qi and blood began to become agitated rapidly at this moment. After a while, boom! A majestic aura swept out instantly. His combat effectiveness began to increase rapidly. Don't underestimate Krillin. As the strongest person on Earth, his talent and potential are no joke. Especially in the early stages, his potential may not be weaker than that of an ordinary scion. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, The Second Wish on Namek. Chapter 51, Namek's Second Round of Wishes. Boom! The endless energy in the body began to erupt. At this moment, Jiang Chen only felt an unprecedented power spreading. The qi completely enveloped his body without him noticing. All right. Guest, it's over. Your potential is extremely strong. In consideration of your body, I am only temporarily guiding a part of it. A gentle voice came from the Namekian's Great Elder. Jiang Chen finally came back to his senses from the powerful aura he felt at this moment. Thank you, Great Elder. Jiang Chen bowed slightly to express his gratitude. You're welcome. Guest, I have asked the Second Elder and his men to prepare the Dragon Balls again. You can use them at any time. The Great Elder shook his head, and then spoke again in a gentle voice. Thank you, Great Elder. Jiang Chen thanked him again and then said goodbye to the Great Elder. Walk out of the room. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the detector. Drib. The values began to jump rapidly. In just a moment, the value in front of Zhang Chen jumped to a level that surprised him greatly. 15,000 points. Looking at the numbers, even though he had expected it, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Even though after the Namek chapter in Dragon Ball, a combat power of more than 10,000 points was almost nothing, not even cannon fodder, but that was after the Namek chapter, and in today's era it has not yet begun. A combat power of 10,000 points can already be considered a top-level powerhouse in the universe. And 15,000 points is even enough to surpass most of the top powerhouses. Apart from Frisia's army, there are only a handful of people in the outside world who can find such combat power. And for Zhang Chen, what is more important is that he has surpassed the limitations of science. The average scion, even the top scions, usually has around 8,000 to 10,000 points. If they can exceed 10,000 points, they have basically surpassed the limit. This is equivalent to removing a certain limitation of the body, and the road ahead will undoubtedly be smoother. In addition, at this moment he still has the ability to maintain his sanity while transforming into a giant ape, and his 15,000 points of combat power can almost be regarded as 100,000 points of combat power. Although there are certain flaws, this kind of strength is definitely the top one in the universe. Congratulations! You can get familiar with it during this period, and we can spar with each other in a few days. Zeno came over with a quiet congratulation. Thank you. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. He did not refuse Zeno's invitation to fight. This is also true even if Zeno is stronger than him. Although he is a lander, he is also a scion, and he can feel the desire for battle in his blood. Let's go, the second elder has been waiting for a long time. I'll go first. Zeno nodded softly, then called out to Zhang Chen and took off into the air. Zhang Chen quickly followed behind. After a while, the two landed at a residential area. Second elder. Second elder. Zeno and Zhang Chen then greeted each other. Guest, the Dragon Ball is ready. Do you need to use it now? The second elder looked at Zhang Chen and asked inquiringly. Yes, second elder. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Please wait a moment. The second elder spoke. And then came to the 7 huge Dragon Balls. He used the Namekian language to summon Shenlong. Boom! Boom! In the sky, thick dark clouds instantly filled the entire sky. Then, 7 huge Dragon Balls suddenly burst out with extremely strong light. The light rushed straight into the sky, breaking through the clouds in an instant, and an extremely huge green dragon appeared above the sky. Tell me your wish. I can fulfill any wish. You can use 3. The words of the divine dragon Porunga were heard, and the second elder immediately looked towards Zhang Chen. Second elder, my first and second wishes are to destroy all the detectors on Raditz and take him to Namek. Facing the second elder's gaze, Zhang Chen stated his wish without any hesitation. Compared to the Earth Dragon, the Namek Dragon is undoubtedly much stricter. It has almost no ability to find loopholes and cannot add prefixes, so he can only use 2 wishes to bring Raditz here. As for whether these 2 wishes would be a waste. Are you kidding? In the Dragon Ball world, you are still afraid of wasting wishes. That's bullshit. The Earth Dragon Balls appear once a year, the Namek Dragon Balls appear every 6 months. In addition, there are the Hillel Planet Dragon Balls and the Super Dragon Balls. As long as you are strong enough, it is very easy to grant a wish. Zhang Chen didn't feel any pain at all after using 2 wishes to bring back Raditz. Hometown Quack Lippy for happy. The strange Namek language sounded. The next moment, the voice of the dragon Porunga was heard. This is very simple. The dragon's eyes lit up red at this moment. At the same time, Planet Salta. The 3 figures had just completed their task and were sitting together eating heartily. But at this moment, the situation of the 3 people was obviously different from before. Although Vegeta is still the leader, the one who ranks behind him is not Nappa, but Raditz. Nearly 2 years have passed, and Raditz's changes can be said to be enormous. The first is strength. Raditz, whose combat power had reached more than 400 points under Zhang Chen's training, has officially exceeded 1000 points in the past 2 years. Nappa's combat power is only more than 700 points so far, and there is still a little distance from 800 points. Come on, it's time for us to set off. The next place is a high-level planet. If you are still such a loser, you will die there next time. Vegeta stood up and snorted coldly. Yes, yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa stood up quickly, a look of panic on his face. Raditz next to him also stood up silently. Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta, he seemed to be particularly silent. But just as he stood up, bump! The detector on his body shattered instantly. The sudden explosion startled all three of them. Raditz was also startled, but soon a hint of joy appeared on his face. Who? Vegeta snorted. But there was no time to react. Next moment. Brush! A beam of light instantly enveloped Raditz. Under the astonished gazes of Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz's figure disappeared in an instant. Vegeta! Nappa rubbed his eyes subconsciously and looked at Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's expression changed, his figure instantly soared into the sky, and began to look around. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any trace of Raditz. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Raditz Doubts About Life. Chapter 52, Raditz Doubts About Life, Part. Your wish has been granted. Please tell me your third wish. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. A white light covered it, and the next moment, Raditz's figure appeared directly in front of him. Aspera, is it really you? When the white light faded, Raditz looked around blankly. Soon he noticed Zhang Chen in front of him. His eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. It's me, Raditz. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. You are indeed not dead. There seemed to be a hint of excitement on Raditz's cold face at this moment. I was lucky enough to escape. Raditz, wait a moment. I'll take you to see Aunt Jin later. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, then spoke softly to Raditz. Mom, it's okay. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Raditz became even more excited. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, he felt extremely heavy and sad, but he did not show it. At this moment, not only was Zhang Chen fine, but his mother was also fine. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but when he heard Zhang Chen's words, he stopped. His eyes couldn't help but look in front of Zhang Chen. Soon he noticed the huge Porunga in the sky. As his sight focused on it, Raditz's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Second Elder, my third wish is to obtain the method of teleportation of the Idrit people. Can you obtain it? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Okay. The second elder nodded. He quickly repeated it in the Namek language. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Divine skills can only be performed in places with divine aura. The practice of teleportation cannot be transmitted. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. However, he was mentally prepared for this. Instant teleportation. In the entire Dragon Ball, apart from the special people of Yardrat and King Kai's followers, only Goku, Cell, Bu, and Vegeta can do it. Goku and Vegeta both learned it on Yardrat, and never tried to teach others. Cell was obviously not good at it, and according to the plot, he was forcibly killing the protagonist. If we have to explain it, it is because Cell has Goku cells. As for Bu, he is a prehistoric demon whose level is no worse than that of a god. It is not surprising that he learned it by watching Goku perform it. He wants to obtain it from a dragon, but I'm afraid only a super dragon can do it. Second Elder, my third wish will be changed to the coordinates of the planet Idrit. After a brief pause, Zhang Chen changed his wish to a third one. This wish is simple. As the second elder repeated his story, the voice of the dragon Porunga rang out. The next moment, a red light shone on Zhang Chen. A piece of coordinate information appeared directly in my mind. Those are the coordinates of the planet Yadrit. The wish has come true. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. As the words fell, the thick dark clouds dissipated, and Porunga's figure turned into 7 rays of light and fell down. Call. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. A smile appeared on his face. Obtaining the coordinates of the planet Yadrit means that he can go to the planet Yadrit at any time. You should know that the star Yadrit has more than just teleportation, it also has various magical secret skills. Of course, at this moment it should be called divine skills. Thinking about the power of the magical skill, Zhang Chen couldn't help but get excited. Let's go. Aunt Jine, the meal should be ready. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen smiled and spoke to Raditz. Oh, okay, okay. Raditz came back to his senses, glanced into the distance again, and then nodded quickly. Afterwards, Zhang Chen said goodbye to the second elder and the others before taking off into the air with Raditz. 2 figures were flying in the air. Raditz looked conflicted. He hesitated several times to speak, which made Zhang Chen laugh. Raditz, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask directly. Zhang Chen spoke with a smile. Aspera, what was that just now? Can he really make any wish come true? Raditz couldn't help but speak. Cannot. That's the dragon. He can fulfill some wishes within certain limits. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke with amusement. Really? When Raditz heard Zhang Chen say no, he couldn't help but feel disappointed, but soon after hearing the following words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Raditz, you probably can't use it. Namek probably won't help you. Looking at Raditz's excited expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on him. He was able to use it because there was no evil aura on him. It was obviously impossible for Raditz to be used. The Namekians would never allow that. Why? Raditz suddenly became anxious. You have an evil aura about you. The Namekians are a peace-loving race and will never agree to this. And don't think about attacking the Namekians. Let me remind you that many Namekians have a combat power of over 5,000, and the strongest one has a combat power of 18,000. Zhang Chen spoke speechlessly. 18,000? Are you kidding? How could that be possible for Namekians? Raditz's eyes widened instantly and he couldn't help but blurt out the words. 18,000? What kind of number is that? King Vegeta's is just over 10,000, and his father's is close to 10,000. How could a mere Namekian population possibly reach 18,000? Nothing is impossible. Here we are. Zhang Chen shook his head, spoke, and then fell down. Raditz quickly followed. Inside the house, someone seemed to sense the arrival of someone. Jine opened the door. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but when she saw clearly who was outside the door, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Raditz. As Jine's words rang out, a figure rushed out and hugged Raditz. Raditz subconsciously tried to struggle, but soon relaxed. Mom. Raditz spoke quietly. There was a hint of softness in his expression. After all, he is only in his teens now, not when the story begins. Especially after spending some time with Zhang Chen, Raditz's temperament gradually calmed down. Even after living with Vegeta for another 2 years, there was not much change. Zhang Chen smiled and did not disturb the two of them. He quietly walked into his room. Time passes slowly. Raditz's arrival made Jin's smile even more obvious. As for Raditz, after stepping onto Namek, he was in shock. First came the Shenlong Porunga, then the Namekian fighting force, and then the mother. But this is not the end. Zhang Chen's combat power is as high as 15,000, which makes him completely stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Radit's Doubts About Life. Chapter 53, Radit's Doubts About Life, Part. Gudong. How many? Radit's voice was stuttering at this moment, and he looked at Zhang Chen in shock. You'll know just by looking at it. Zhang Chen casually threw the detector in his hand over. Raditz took it hastily. Then he started to operate in a hurry. He almost caused the detector to fall to the ground due to panic. It was not until a long time later that he brought the detector to his head. Drib. Detector strap on. Raditz opened it quickly. Drib. As soon as the detector was turned on, the values on the entire detector began to jump wildly. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. 10,000. 15,000. Raditz's eyes widened at this moment, staring at the last frozen value in front of him in amazement. His words were no longer stuttering, but trembling. Even though Zhang Chen had previously told him that his combat power had reached 15,000, Raditz was still deeply shocked by the number in front of him. As mentioned before, the strongest person on the entire planet Vegeta only has a combat power of more than 10,000 points, and his father, the legendary Scion warrior Bardock, only has close to 10,000 points. At this moment, Zhang Chen has reached 15,000 points, completely surpassing all the Scions on planet Vegeta. He originally thought that after nearly 2 years of practice, his strength had increased from 400 points to 1,000 points, which was already incredible. You know, even Nappa, who is from an elite family, is no match for him now. He is only slightly worse than Prince Vegeta. But who is Prince Vegeta? He is a recognized genius among the Scions, and his combat power at birth has surpassed all Scions. Now, it has even reached a combat power that even some senior warriors may not be able to achieve. Aspera, you became a Super Scion. No, are you the legendary Super Scion? Suddenly Raditz seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. How is this possible? Hearing Raditz's exclamation, Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and couldn't help but speak with a smile. No. Then you. Raditz was somewhat stunned, and looked at Zhang Chen with doubt. Don't think too much, this is just the result of practice. In addition, I received help from the great elder of Namek. Zhang Chen spoke slowly, without hiding much. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Raditz couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had already sensed that Namek was unusual from the previous incident with the Shenlong, but he didn't expect that there were so many unusual things. Not only does he possess advanced cultivation methods, but he can also develop his potential and improve his combat effectiveness. At this moment, Raditz could no longer hold back. Zhang Chen was able to increase his points to 15,000. Raditz felt that he didn't need too much. 10,000 points would be enough. If that wasn't possible, 7,000 to 8,000 points would also be fine. Don't think too much, just practice hard first. During this period of time, I will teach you how to practice Qi. As for developing your potential, we will talk about it after you have completed your Qi practice. Looking at the admiring Raditz, Zhang Chen spoke with a smile. Well. Aspera, let's start now. Raditz nodded quickly, not refusing at all. Even though he was a little impatient. Zhang Chen had said before that only after completing the training could the potential be improved, so Raditz would naturally not change anything. And after Raditz responded, Zhang Chen then began to teach Raditz how to practice. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. The countdown comes to an end. His landing time is also coming to an end. The second landing is over. Returning. Please wait. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The countdown entered its final stages. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light that only Zhang Chen could see fell from the sky and instantly enveloped his body. Zhang Chen felt his head suddenly sink, followed by a sense of weightlessness. After a moment, his eyes became dazed, and when he appeared again, he found that the world around him had turned white again. The first landing is over. Data matching in progress. Matching completed. A mechanical sound sounded. The next moment, rays of light quickly gathered in front of Zhang Chen, and then a phantom card appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Scion. Combat power, 15,000 points. Ding, the mission card has been updated. It has been detected that the attacker has completed the initial main mission, and the world rewards are being distributed. Mechanical sounds rang out one after another, and at the same time, lines of text appeared in front of Zhang Chen, along with a card that he was extremely familiar with. Everything around him was white, and his figure returned to the space where he had landed before. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on earning the title of World Raider. Get reward, character matching. Note, using character matching, the main body will gradually integrate everything about the card character. The mechanical sound spread again. And at the moment the sound fell. Buzz. The golden card instantly emitted a soft light, gradually enveloping Zhang Chen's figure. A warm feeling then began to spread. At the same time, a piece of information came into my mind. Let Zhang Chen understand the current situation. With the completion of the main mission, he now officially became a world conqueror. However, it was different from before when he could only be considered an apprentice at best and the abilities he possessed were only temporary. But at this moment he already officially exists. Compared to an apprentice, the biggest advantage of a formal existence is that one can completely acquire the abilities of the logged-in character. Although the fusion requires some time for world matching, one is temporary and the other is permanent, and they are no longer conceptual existences. In addition, the world conqueror also has a privilege, which is the ability to enter other worlds. As long as you have the login privilege, you can enter other worlds and bring all your power with you. It's different from before. Before I became a world raider, I was just an apprentice. Even if I got the permission, I couldn't log in unless the character in the first world had died. Although this may not seem to be of much use at present, it will be of great use in the future. Especially you can bring all your own strength. Its effect is even more unimaginable. Even at this moment, Zhang Chen's eyes were slightly shining with excitement. The fusion time will not take long, which is equivalent to world matching. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Character Fusion, Aspera. Chapter 54 Character Fusion, Aspera. Zhang Chen's body was excited, and at this moment the soft light of the card was still constantly penetrating into his body, subtly changing his physique, making his body change towards Aspera's body in the Dragon Ball world. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted. In the vast white world, Zhang Chen finally felt the warm current in his body gradually subside. Then I felt a squeezing sensation on my pants. Zhang Chen's heart moved. The next moment, the back of the pants was torn open, revealing a furry tail. Although his appearance has not changed much, his body has become more muscular than before. The swollen muscles make people clearly understand the violent power contained therein. In fact, this is indeed the case. At this moment, Zhang Chen could clearly feel the enormous power contained in his body and cells. A thought came to my mind. The next moment his figure soared into the air. He raised his right hand slightly, and a gas bomb took shape instantly. Powerful, unimaginably powerful. Although this moment is not as strong as when he just landed, it is far better than his previous body in the main world. The feeling he got was just like when he had just opened the card. No, even stronger. As if he had thought of something, Zhang Chen instantly looked at the list in front of him. Name, Zhang Chen. Identity, First Level World Raider. Combat Power, 220 points, assessed by logging into the world. The data list appeared, and Zhang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it. With a combat power of 220 points, it was indeed stronger than when he first landed. After the first landing, his combat power was only over 190 points, but now it has reached 220 points. And more importantly, this is only the current situation. As Aspera's power is continuously absorbed by him, his strength will continue to rise until he reaches the peak of his strength when he lands on Aspera for the second time. And this period of time will not be too long, perhaps it will be enough to complete it before his third landing. Zhang Chen couldn't help but get excited when he imagined Aspera's combat power of 15,000. Even though he was not clear about the division of the power system in this world, he could tell from Naruto and One Piece that with a combat power of 15,000, even if it did not exceed the 7th level, it was definitely at the 5th or 6th level. Level 5 or 6, that's level 5 or 6. Even in the entire Daxia Federation, level 5 or 6 strongmen are already considered strong. I can't say I can walk sideways, but it's almost there. To put it bluntly, even this time the main character in the Dragon Ball world has died. He doesn't have to panic even in the main world. It can be said that this time, he truly completed the transition. How could this not make him excited and thrilled? A long time. Call. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. Zhang Chen then had an idea. The next moment, the figure was gradually enveloped by a ball of light. When the light spreads, his figure then disappeared into the vast white world. Outside world. Shaoxing No. 8 Middle School Admission Center. Zhang Chen suddenly heard a series of noisy sounds, and his eyes opened involuntarily. My eyes opened, and the familiar and powerful feeling remained. Make the smile on your face even more intense. At this moment, in the center of the plane, rays of light fell. One after another, figures appeared. At this moment, most people felt relieved, but many people were dejected. The result is needless to say. Obviously, if the first login still had some luck, then by the second login, almost 90% of people had already started the main quest, and many people even started the second main quest. Compared with the tasks in the main line 1, the tasks in the main line 2 are more difficult. Even if there is some foundation, it is inevitable that some people will be eliminated. At this moment, many people lowered their heads, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists tightly. Some people also walked out of the center of the plane with loneliness. Some people even burst into tears in an instant. Zhang Chen shook his head and prepared to leave. He can't wait to feel his own strength. But he didn't leave yet. A familiar voice sounded nearby. Chenzi, ha 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 ha, I passed. I actually passed. The white light faded away, and Yu Yang's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he couldn't wait to find Zhang Chen, and his voice sounded excited. Congratulations! Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Ha ha ha, Chenzi, you don't know, I was almost finished, luckily I was smart. And just like you said, I really met Luffy's grandfather. He turned out to be Vice Admiral Garp, and now he is taking us to the Navy headquarters. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang nodded, looked around, and then spoke excitedly in a low voice. It seems that you are lucky. You have to work hard next time. The world of fruit can reach the 4th level. Zhang Chen's heart moved, and he nodded and spoke. Don't worry, I have even quit masturbating now, no one can stop me from becoming a marquis. Yu Yang patted his chest and spoke, his voice sonorous and powerful. But how long it can last, only God knows. Zhang Chen was talking to Yu Yang. Others were also talking. Some people sighed when they heard the sound of people leaving sadly, while others didn't care. Some people also felt sad. But no one paid any attention. This world is cruel. If you cannot obtain it, then you are destined to no longer be a member of this world. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As he was sighing, his brows couldn't help but raise, because at this moment a familiar voice came over. "Thank you very much." Lin Xiun came over and spoke softly. As he walked in, Yu Yang couldn't help but shut his mouth. "It seems that you are lucky." Zhang Chen raised his brows and looked at the other person's white pupils. "This time it's all thanks to you. Student Zhang Chen, my father wants to treat you to a meal." Lin Xiun spoke a little nervously. "No, this is just a deal. Let's go, why? Zhang Chen shook his head and called out to Yu Yang. "Good Le." Yu Yang nodded quickly and followed. Watching Zhang Chen leave, Lin Xiun couldn't help but stamp her feet, but in the end she didn't have the courage to chase after him. Zhang Chen walked away, and after talking with Yu Yang, he ignored the matter. Instead, we talked about other things. How can a woman smell as good as Dragon Ball? Zhang Chen doesn't have the heart to do these things right now. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well think carefully about the next login and world strategy. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Crushing from the Dragon Ball World. Chapter 55, Crushing from the Dragon Ball World. Chenzi, isn't the person you landed on a human? Why is there a tail? And why do I feel like I've seen this thing somewhere before? At the entrance of the center of the plain, the two were walking. After Yu Yang teased Zhang Chen, he fixed his eyes on Zhang Chen's tail and spoke in confusion. "It's human. How did you learn the basics? We are not the only human beings in the countless dimensional worlds. An extra tail is nothing. There are also extra heads." Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. "Ha ha ha ha. I forgot all of a sudden." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. He really didn't learn any basic knowledge, and if Zhang Chen hadn't told him, he wouldn't have even remembered that there was such a thing. This immediately changed the topic, and Yu Yang no longer thought about the question of familiarity or not. Instead, he began to talk about what happened when he landed this time. Compared to Zhang Chen, the landing of One Piece in Yueyang is undoubtedly much simpler. Just hanging out with the three Luffy brothers. Occasionally fight with pirates, gangsters, and thugs. The most dangerous incident was only the arson at the terminal. But this kind of incident is nothing compared to what Zhang Chen encountered, the destruction of planet Vegeta and the pursuit of Frisia's army. Of course Zhang Chen did not disturb Yu Yang's interest. The two of them walked towards the classroom while talking. "But I just reached the classroom door. The two haven't bought in yet." An angry voice sounded behind the two of them. "Zhang Chen, stop right there." The sudden sound made Zhang Chen and Yu Yang stop in their tracks, and also attracted everyone's attention. "Lu Qingxia, are you done yet?" Yu Yang turned his head and looked at Lu Qingxia behind him, and a frown sounded. "Zhang Chen, you bastard, are you unhappy that I'm in contact with your Wang Tingfeng? I told you that he and I are just ordinary friends. I didn't expect you to be such a person." Lu Qingxia ignored Yu Yang at this moment, but looked at Zhang Chen with anger and endless disappointment. "Student Lu Qingxia, I don't know what you mean. First of all, what happened between you and Wang Tingfeng has nothing to do with me. What else? I don't think I did anything wrong." Zhang Chen stopped and spoke with a frown. He had never expected that this person could actually come close to him. "What's wrong, Zhang Chen? You dare to do it, but you dare not admit it. The information you gave me was false. You caused me to fail the main mission. Do you know what this means? Give me back my place in the academy." When Lu Qingxia heard Zhang Chen's words, her anger grew even stronger, and she felt extremely aggrieved. She did nothing wrong. Why was she treated like this? In other words, she did not agree to Zhang Chen's request. How could Zhang Chen treat her like this? Tears welled up in my eyes at this moment. This look. Immediately, people around started pointing fingers at him. And amidst all the pointing and criticizing, a figure stood out. "Zhang Chen, you are such a bastard. You actually framed classmate Lu Qingxia, are you still human? The yellow-haired boy spoke angrily. Xie Suanhao, this has nothing to do with you. Zhang Chen glanced at the yellow-haired man who had come forward again. And his face turned cold. Humph, this really has nothing to do with me, but I just can't stand you framing your classmates. Why, is that not okay? Boom! A violent aura burst out from the yellow-haired boy, his muscles expanded rapidly, and a beast-like aura was spreading. The figure then moved instantly and charged directly towards Zhang Chen. After being teased by Zhang Chen repeatedly, Xie Suanhao was now eager to save his face. This time he completed the main mission and even successfully advanced to the first level. He could already imagine Zhang Chen begging for mercy. However, the pride only lasted for a moment. The next moment, he felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy truck. Boom! In the sight, as all eyes converged, Xie Suanhao's body, like an iron tower, flew out horizontally. It fell far away, and rushed hundreds of meters before stopping. Gudong! Looking at this scene, when the figure fell, some people couldn't help swallowing. He looked at Zhang Chen with shock. But Zhang Chen didn't care about all this at the moment. He walked towards Lu Qingxia step by step. Bump! Bump! Facing Zhang Chen's approach, Lu Qingxia stepped back subconsciously. You, what are you going to do? There was a hint of trembling in Lu Qingxia's words. Lu Qingxia, let me say it again, who you are and what you want to do has nothing to do with me, please don't bother me. As for what happened before, I didn't frame you, nor did I need to. You should know how precious the landing qualification of a ninja village world is. If I am willing, it is enough to exchange for hundreds of thousands of star coins. Excuse me, do you deserve to be framed? Zhang Chen stopped and spoke in a low voice. With every word, even without any breath, Lu Qingxia felt her body trembling. He couldn't help but feel ashamed in his heart. Zhang Chen didn't give him any face at all. You! Zhang Chen, you must give me an explanation. It's you who harmed me. You said that the Hidden Cloud Village is the strongest ninja village in Konoha 48 years later, but I died soon after I landed in the Hidden Cloud Village. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? Lu Qingxia's body was shaking, but she was still unwilling in her heart and couldn't help but speak with anger. Ah! Confess, hey! Then I'll give you an explanation. Zhang Chen sneered. Boom! Lu Qingxia's pupils widened, and the next moment her figure flew out. The sudden change startled everyone. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, and Yu Yang couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Zhang Chen took a step forward and walked over again. Lu Qingxia, who was falling not far away, had a look of fear on her face and kept retreating. You, what are you going to do? This is school. Lu Qingxia's falling figure couldn't help but step back with a look of horror on her face. Although Zhang Chen did not use his qi in this attack, it almost broke all the bones in her body. What was even more trembling was her heart. She never thought that Zhang Chen would attack her so directly. Stunned, unbelievable, horrified. Countless emotions spread at once. Explain, how about this explanation, Lu Qingxia, don't treat everyone as fools. From today on, you'd better disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can hold back like that next time. Zhang Chen spoke coldly. Then turned around and headed straight towards the classroom. Pay no attention to it anymore. And watched Zhang Chen leave. Voices rang out all around. Many people began to point fingers at Lu Qingxia. No one is stupid. At first, people might not know what was going on. Following Zhang Chen's subsequent words, they roughly understood what was going on. At this moment, everyone's attitude towards Lu Qingxia naturally changed. Facing the gazes one after another, Lu Qingxia only felt a burning sensation on her face. Of course, in addition to these gazes, there was another gaze not far away. Luo Qingzu originally came only to reassign classes. But I didn't expect to encounter this scene. Of course, she wouldn't care too much about this kind of thing. Young people will always be a little impulsive, but it's okay as long as they can be controlled. But the key issue is Zhang Chen's current condition. That wagging tail. Her pupils contracted instantly. This is the end of the story. There will be no more stories of the same age. This is indeed unpleasant, but it cannot be changed after it is written. I can only end it. As for the combat power, whether the combat power of Dragon Ball is 15,000 or 150,000, it is impossible to reach the 7th level. The 7th level is a qualitative change. In my setting, the general 7th level is the top existence, at least the combat power must be over 100 million. The strength of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels is not strong. Below 120 combat power, the strength of the Hokage is likely to be the Super Kage level. The 4th, 5th, and 6th are relatively stronger. The combat power of 120 to over 100 million is considered, and the combat power of the 7th level is over 100 million. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, A New Week. Dear Godfathers and Godmothers, please read along and get data. Chapter 56 A New Week. Godfathers and Godmothers, please read along and ask for data. Today is Monday and it is extremely important to read along as it is related to next week's recommendations. I beg all the book lovers to click on the books and turn to the end, please. In addition, I would like to ask for monthly tickets and recommendations for the new week. It would be even better if I could give $1 per person is enough, not too much. The main thing is to have more people to hit the list, and impact the new book list, please, I beg you. Now it is 37th on the new book list, the fan data is halved when counted as the new book list, otherwise it should have been in the top, or even top, but it doesn't matter, we can still keep going. I want to see the top scenery, if possible. I will update words a day every month before it is put on the shelves. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Zhang Xi's Return. Chapter 57 Zhang Xi's Return. In the classroom, there are undoubtedly fewer students now than before. It is obvious that many people have been eliminated in this second round of login. As the first 2 rounds of the world strategy, it can be said that the elimination rate is the highest. Even if the main quest has not been opened in the first round, the main quest will definitely be opened in the second round. Due to the will of the world, most of the first main quests are basically death quests. Failure to log in also means death. There would be no other possibility. The same is true for Lu Qingxia and other students. The only difference is the probability of death in the main mission. As the two approached, many people's eyes were cast on them, especially Zhang Chen. Many people noticed the commotion outside the classroom just now. Some people may not have known about it before, but this time many people know about it. Everyone looked at Zhang Chen with strange eyes. They had never expected that Zhang Chen would just give away the opportunity to land in the 4th order world. That's a 4th order world. There were no more than 3 people present who had this opportunity, and in the entire Shaoxan City No. 8 middle school, there were not even 10 people. Chenzi, you wouldn't really give that 4th order world to Lu Qingxia, right? As soon as the figure sat down, a classmate at the other table spoke with curiosity. Xiao Qinzi, why are you so curious? Yu Yang glanced at Zhang Chen and then spoke unhappily. I'm just curious. Curious? The classmate next to him spoke with a wry smile. Zhang Chen shook his head and was about to speak. A figure walked in from the door. When the figure appeared, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Okay, congratulations to all the students for successfully completing the main mission. From now on, everyone should have become a 0-level world conqueror. This will be your first step. Luo Qingzu's voice rang out. In the classroom, every figure could not help but be excited. World Raiders. From this moment on, they are already World Raiders. Even if they can't do anything afterwards, even if the login fails directly, they are still world conquerors and beings with extraordinary powers. Not to mention the possibility of entering schools or higher education institutions in the future, but it will definitely not be easy for them to find a decent job. And if I can gain more in this world, I will have a great chance of entering a university. Once you enter a university, your entire life will undergo a drastic change, and it can even be said to be a class leap. In this regard, everyone can't help but be filled with hope. Time passes slowly. This class, Luo Qingzu mainly talked about the world raider and the subsequent learning process. Different from the previous life. The high school of this world. Before logging into the world, there will generally be systematic teaching, such as survival, combat skills, and various techniques. The purpose is to enable world raiders to survive better in other worlds. This is also the reason why Zhang Chen's fighting ability is higher than that of ordinary people. Once you enter the world and log in, the school is more like a landing device, with some assistance and experience teaching at most, and it will be relatively free overall. The course ended quickly. The school was given a holiday in the afternoon. And it's a total of 7.5 days of vacation. Classes will resume in 7.5 days. As for the third login, you will have to wait for a month. Generally speaking, the second login takes half a month, the third takes 1 month, the fourth takes 3 months, followed by 6 months, a year, and after the 7th time, it will take a unified year to log into the world. Let's go. Go back. If my dad knew about this, he would be so happy. The bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Yu Yang's voice rang out with a smile. At this moment, he was still excited about completing the main mission. Let's go. Zhang Chen nodded, packed up his things, and stood up as well. But just as the two of them walked out of the classroom, Zhang Chen's phone rang. After a moment of hesitation, he took out his cell phone and found that it was Zhang Xi calling. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen answered the call directly. Brother, have you completed the main mission? As soon as the phone was connected, I heard my sister's excited and nervous voice from the other end. It's done. How about you? Zhang Chen nodded, and then asked curiously. Hey, don't you see who I am? Of course there's no problem. By the way, brother, the information you gave me is really correct. Although Orochimaru is a bit perverted, his teaching ability is really amazing. I feel like I am almost at the second level. Zhang Xi's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. It was not until a moment later that Zhang Xi finally suppressed his excitement. At the same time, he gave Zhang Chen a message. That means Zhang Xi is preparing to come back. Already set out today. There is a high probability that you will arrive home at night. The phone hangs up. Xiao Xi also passed. Isn't she only 14 years old? How come she has already started the world strategy? Yu Yang asked in surprise, and couldn't help but lean over. Correct. This is an opportunity given by Daxia Academy. Zhang Chen nodded and spoke with a smile. Tisk tisk, he is indeed a special recruit. He is so much ahead of us. Yu Yang couldn't help but click his tongue and spoke with emotion. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. The two of them left the school, talking and laughing, and headed home. And in school. Teacher's office. Luo Qingzu looked at the video in front of her, her beautiful eyes flickering. Could it really be him? Initial landing, initial mission card. Luo Qingzu muttered to herself, and in front of her was the video of the previous dimensional invasion. Or to be more precise, it was the figure of Zhang Chen fighting with a giant snake. Luo Qingzu's gaze kept fixed on Zhang Chen's swaying tail. The previous scene sounded in my mind. I couldn't help but feel the ups and downs in my heart. If the person in the video was really Zhang Chen, he couldn't imagine how powerful Zhang Chen was and what kind of world it would be. In the general world, the mission card obtained upon initial login only exists for the characters in the logged-in world. It is impossible to obtain otherwise. If it is true, it means that Zhang Chen's strength when he first landed has already surpassed the third level. Level 3, that's level 3. Many world raiders may not be able to reach the third level even after completing the world raid. Not to mention surpassing the third level. The fourth level is a huge threshold for most world raiders. Most people cannot cross it in their entire lifetime. At this moment, some people have already crossed it during the initial landing. If this is true, it will probably cause a huge shock to the entire Daxia Federation. Random landing. Muttering to himself, Luo Qingzu's eyes kept flickering. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Message to my sister from the Naruto world. Chapter 58, Message to my sister from the Naruto world. Zhang Chen was not aware of Luo Qingzu's thoughts at the moment. As for the problem of his exposure, he was not too worried. His current strength was not the same as before. As time passed, his combat power would be able to recover to 15,000 combat power. With the addition of the artificial moon and the giant ape transformation, his combat power would be 150,000 combat power. With a combat power of 150,000, even if he didn't know what level it corresponded to in this world, it was at least a 5th level or even 6th level existence. Such an existence, even if not the strongest in the entire Daxia Federation today, is definitely one of the top strong ones. No need to worry too much anymore. What's more, if only the strength is exposed, there won't be any big problem. The Daxia Federation is too big and can accommodate enough geniuses. Especially now that there is a dimensional invasion, the entire Daxia Federation is in more urgent need of geniuses. Zhang Chen and Yu Yang went home separately. Taking the bus, Zhang Chen quickly returned to his home. What is surprising is that both parents are at home today. When Zhang Chen told them that they had passed the main mission, the old couple couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. Good, good, good. Xiao Xi also called us earlier and told us that she had passed the main mission, and now Xiao Chen, you have passed it too. This is truly a great joyous event for our Zhang family. Let's go, let's have a good meal today. Your sister will be home soon, so let's go pick her up first. Zhang Huaqing's voice sounded with excitement, and a blush appeared on her face. Today, in order to wait for news about their daughter and son, the couple took a day off. And the result is undoubtedly beautiful. Not only did his daughter officially pass the main mission, but his son also passed it. For a couple from an ordinary family, there is nothing more exciting than this. Facing his father and mother's excitement, Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, without refusing. He could understand the excitement of both of them. Completing the main quest is more meaningful than getting into Tsinghua University or Peking University in the previous life. It is almost a true class transition. Especially since they actually didn't have much hope in Zhang Chen before. During this period, my son has undergone tremendous changes, and my excitement is even more difficult to conceal. The whole family goes out. He quickly went to the station to pick up his sister Zhang Xi. Elder brother. Dad, Mom. Seeing Zhang Chen and his group, Zhang Xi ran over excitedly. When Zhang Chen saw the change in Zhang Xi's appearance, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. The most obvious thing about Zhang Xi's appearance at this moment is his eyes. From the previous ordinary eyes, it was obviously transformed into eyes similar to those of the Haiga family. Even without turning on the white eyes, you can feel the obvious difference. Let's go, your dad is bleeding a lot today, and he has booked a large table at Tiandu Hotel. Yang Liwa spoke with a smile. Really? Zhang Xi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard his mother's words. Of course it's true, let's go. Yang Liwa spoke with a smile, and his smile has not faded until now. For parents, their children's success is more important than anything else. And it is obvious that both of his children are very competitive. Good Ellie! Zhang Xi cheered, and then the group got in the car and headed towards Tiandu Hotel. In Tiandu Hotel, the whole family feasted excitedly. Even my father and mother, who had always lived frugally, were not bothered by these things at this moment and were really happy. After having a good meal and a few drinks, everyone left Tiandu Hotel and headed home. By the way, we are going to hold a banquet in a few days and invite relatives to come over for a meal. Zioxi, Xiao Chen, what do you think? As if she had thought of something, Yang Luo looked at her two children and asked inquiringly. Sure. Mom, you guys make the decision. Zhang Xi curled her lips and was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Zhang Chen. He knew very well that his parents wanted to show off in front of their relatives. In this case, Zhang Chen would naturally not refuse. Fine. Zhang Xi pouted, but still nodded in agreement. Hearing their children's words, Zhang Huaqing and Yang Luo breathed a sigh of relief and their smiles became even more intense. In the back row, after Zhang Xi agreed, her attention was quickly diverted. She looked at Zhang Chen's furry tail with shining eyes. It was really strange. Brother, what world have you landed in? There's even a tail. Zhang Xi spoke with curiosity. A world called Dragon Ball. The level of this world should be much higher than that of your ninja village. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Higher than the world of Shinobi Village. Could it be level 5? Zhang Xi's eyes lit up and he spoke with surprise. Brother, you are amazing. You can actually complete the main mission in the 5th level world. After being surprised, Zhang Xi couldn't help but speak with admiration. I'm lucky. By the way, Zioxi, how was your landing? Tell me about it and I'll give you some advice. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, then seemed to have thought of something and spoke out of curiosity. At this moment, he was really curious about what the situation was like when his sister landed in the world. There was clearly no sign of a caged bird on his sister's forehead, which made him even more curious. After all, although he gave a solution, it may not be able to solve the problem. The reason why he is not worried is that there is a way to solve it in the main world. At worst, the bird in the cage can solve the problem in the main world. Hee, brother, you don't know that the world of the ninja village is really magical. Also, and that guy Orochimaru is a complete pervert, and there's also the Hyuga family. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Zhang Xi suddenly became interested and talked non-stop. Zhang Chen listened carefully. The parents in front were smiling. Until you get home. Zhang Chen finally had a rough idea of his sister's landing situation. It seems you are really lucky. Orochimaru actually helped you, but you'd better be careful. Orochimaru is not so easy to get along with, and now you have no way out. It is impossible for you to appear in Konoha village again. Zhang Chen spoke with emotion. He also didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually help Zhang Xi with all his strength. And the plot has changed. Orochimaru, who was supposed to defect from the village, actually stayed. Don't worry. I have the dimensional skill Soul Fire that my teacher taught me. Zhang Xi spoke with a smile. How about this, next time you log in, you can release some appropriate information to Orochimaru. But you also need to improve your strength as soon as possible. You can try to get Orochimaru to give you the Ryokai Cave contract. It would be best if you could enter the Ryokai Cave to practice Sage Mode. That is a very powerful ability. Once you master it, you will be truly infallible. Zhang Chen thought about it and then spoke. Although his sister has dimensional skills, Zhang Chen thought about it and decided it would be better to have double insurance. Orochimaru is obviously a scientific research lunatic, and if he could be given more direction, he would undoubtedly pay less attention to his sister. Of course, all this depends on strength. Otherwise, giving more direction will have the opposite effect. Xianjutsu, what is that? Zhang Xi spoke with doubt. You will know when the time comes. Let me put it this way. It should be considered one of the top forces in the world of Ninja Village. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, New Dimension Arrives. Chapter 59, New Dimension Arrives. With Zhang Xi's return, the family was happy and harmonious over the next few days. Even when it was a family gathering, everyone seemed particularly happy and nothing bloody happened. Zhang Chen and Zhang Xi also had a rare few days of relaxation. And during these few days, Zhang Chen told Zhang Xi a lot of things about the Naruto world. Zhang Xi also gave Zhang Chen a thorough introduction to the affairs of higher education institutions. This world is different from the previous life. In the previous life, there was elementary school, junior high school, and university, which was a continuous step-by-step teaching. Rather than providing a better future, going to college delays employment and consumes society's excess savings. In this world, academies are truly the places that can create a future. When students enter high school from junior high school, those with sufficient talent will be selected as candidates for world raiders. In high school, they will be taught some basic survival skills and raiding techniques, and will be required to successfully complete the initial world landing. Once completed, you will be eligible to enter the institution. Once you enter the university, you will experience a whole new world. The most important thing is the more detailed world strategy guidance. The second thing is the login qualification. That's right, it's the login qualification. It is naturally impossible for a world conqueror to conquer only one world. After completing the binding world, if he wants to move forward, he needs to obtain the login qualifications of other worlds. If he fails, he needs to reselect the world. This login qualification is in the hands of the institution. The higher the level of the institution, the more powerful the landing world it controls. If you can't enter a higher education institution, this not only means that they have almost lost the qualification to log into other worlds, but also means that they only have one chance to try and fail. Once the bound character dies or the world reaches its limit, their path forward will inevitably be blocked. Zhang Chen was not too worried about the blocked road ahead. After all, the Dragon Ball world is big enough, and with his profit, there are almost no major problems. Moreover, he still has to question whether death in the Dragon Ball world really means a failure of login. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, there is a chance to be resurrected after death. In theory, as long as one is not destroyed by the god of destruction or wiped out by the Omni King, it is not considered true death. Of course, the exact number could not be confirmed at the moment, and Zhang Chen would not try it rashly. After all, if you fail, then you really fail. But there is no room for regret. It seems that it would be best to go to an institution of higher learning. After whispering, Zhang Chen made up his mind. If not for anything else, just for the chance of landing, he has to consider this. After all, it is true that the Dragon Ball world is very strong, but he is definitely not the strongest. And its limitations are also great. If he wants to make up for Longzhu's shortcomings and move to higher levels, then he'd better be able to enter a higher education institution. Only in this way can you obtain login permissions to other worlds. Sure. When the time comes. Brother, you should apply to Daxia University, and never go to Mota University. Hearing Zhang Chen's mumbling, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. Devil's Capital Academy. Zhang Chen raised his brows and looked at Zhang Xi with a strange expression. Yeah, the Magic City Academy is full of crazy people. If you go there, you will definitely suffer a lot. The Jiangnan Academy is a little bit inferior to the Northwestern Academy. Your best choice is the Daxia Academy. Zhang Xi nodded and spoke with gritted teeth. Were you beaten up by the people from the Magic City Academy? Looking at his sister gritting her teeth, Zhang Chen raised his brows and spoke in surprise. You're the one getting beaten. How could this be possible? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Xi couldn't help but jump up and screamed. You weren't beaten, why are you so resentful? Zhang Chen spoke speechlessly. Humph, it's because the Magic City Academy defeated our Great Xia Academy in the last joint school exam. Senior Sister Lu even had her arm broken. Senior Sister Lu is such a beautiful lady, yet they had the heart to do that to her. Zhang Xi spoke with indignation. You. Zhang Chen looked at his sister strangely. He always felt a little strange. Brother, just listen to me. It's absolutely right to join Daxia Academy. I can ask the teacher to apply for an additional world for you to log in. Then you will have 2 worlds. You can definitely soar to the sky and beat all those guys from the Demon City away. Zhang Xi didn't notice Zhang Chen's gaze and continued speaking in a fierce voice. Zhang Chen smiled and subconsciously wanted to answer. But at this moment, his eyebrows raised and his eyes instantly looked into the distance. This is... he murmured softly with a puzzled look on his face. Elder brother. Zhang Xi was originally very excited and even began to imagine his brother sweeping the world invincible. These days she has witnessed how powerful her elder brother is. She has absolute confidence. But as she was talking, she noticed that Zhang Chen's eyes were looking into the distance. A dissatisfied voice sounded. It seems like a new dimension has arrived. At the moment when Zhang Xi's dissatisfied voice sounded, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. A new dimension has arrived. Zhang Xi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Correct. Zhang Chen nodded. Quick, quick, let's go there immediately. This is a rare opportunity. Hearing Zhang Chen nod, Zhang Xi's eyes suddenly lit up, gold coins even appeared in his eyes, and his attention was instantly diverted. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then he grabbed his sister and rushed out. At the same time, Daxia Federation. The capital of Daxia. Ministry of Education. The moment when the waves swept away. The shrill sound of alarms instantly rang out one after another in this most important institution of the Great Xia Federation. Alert, alert, a level 1 advent is about to begin. The target point is being determined. The target point has been determined. Shaoxin City, Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the advent is being assessed. Assessment completed. The current level of advent is generally level 1 and level 2. It's a double advent. Contacting the local garrison. Detect that a dimensional advent has occurred in Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the advent is being assessed. Mechanical sounds echoed in the education department of Daxia Prefecture. Countless people were running back and forth in a hurry. Shaoxin City Lord's Mansion. What? Another level 2 is coming. Xiang Kuowu stood up suddenly, a look of shock appearing on his face. Yes, Lord City Lord, the news from the Ministry of Education is that there are 2 descents. One of them is a second level descent, but the level is lower than the last time. It seems to be only the beginning of the second level. The other one is only a first level descent. The chief guard Wu Hao beside him reported respectfully. Second level, initial level, and first level. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Xiang Kuowu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was no way. The previous arrival really scared him, and he was not sure if he could block the arrival of the second level peak again. As for expecting that person to continue to take action, who knows whether that person is still there. Notify them immediately. Start to act. Xiang Kuowu took a deep breath and then quickly passed the word down. Thank you for your support, wow! Almost 30 people gave me rewards, and there are a lot of monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. I am really grateful. This one is an extra update. There is no way I can update more during the new book period. I can only repay you after the book is put on the shelves. Let's put it this way. Whether I can enter the top 10 or not, I will update 10,000 a day after it is put on the shelves, and no less than 20,000 on the first day. If I can enter the top 10 of the new book list, I will start with 12,000 a day, and no less than 40,000 on the first day. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Dual Dimensions, Zhang Xi vs Zabuza. Chapter 60 Dual Dimensions, Zhang Xi vs Zabuza. At the same time, in the southeast and northwest of Zikan district, Shaoxan city, invisible ripples spread out directly, completely covering the two areas. Unreal images began to interweave, and as the scenes appeared, the entire Zikan district was instantly in chaos. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion of Shaoxan city reacted extremely quickly. City guards were quickly dispatched and began to evacuate the people from these two places. In mid-air, the burly figure of Xiang and the two deans also arrived quietly. "My lord city lord, have you confirmed it?" Dean Li spoke in a low voice, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xiang Kuowu. Dean Zhang next to him was in the same mood. There was nothing they could do about the previous wave of attacks, which really left them with lingering fears. If the situation is not right, it is better to seek help as soon as possible. But you don't always have such good luck. It has been confirmed that there will be no accidents this time. The number of beings that descended to both places is very small, and their levels are not high. The strongest being is only at the primary level of the second level. Xiang Kuowu nodded. That's good. Dean Zhang and Dean Li both breathed a sigh of relief. You two, I'll deal with the second level ones later, and you two can help deal with the first level ones. Xiang Kuowu nodded, then called on the two to speak. It is good. The two looked at each other, then nodded in agreement without hesitation. The arrival of the first level is not a big problem for them. While the two were talking, at this moment, ripples in the dimension spread, the surrounding rules and laws began to be reversed, and the power from the real world began to be blocked. Just like the invasion of another dimension, once the dimension arrives, the laws and rules of reality will be blocked, and except for extraordinary powers, other forces will no longer be able to operate in it. This is also the main reason why the advent of the dimension and the invasion of the dimension are extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the blue star is no longer what it used to be. With more and more world conquerors, it has become more familiar with dealing with these things. Pictures began to appear in the sky. Laws and rules are permeating. The three of them were waiting quietly. The people below were evacuating quickly. But just at this moment, boom! A breath of air suddenly erupted in the distance. The three of them were startled and turned their heads subconsciously, only to find that two figures had appeared in front of them. When they saw the two people clearly, the pupils of the three of them couldn't help but shrink violently. Especially the burly bear. His eyes were instantly fixed on the tail behind Zhang Chen. "Brother, you can actually fly. So fast!" Zhang Xi's excited voice rang out. Flying is a privilege only enjoyed by second-level strong men. Although Zhang Xi knew that his brother was very strong, he did not expect that his brother could actually fly. At this moment, her little face couldn't help but flush. This is... Zhang Chen ignored his sister and looked at the scene in the distant sky, his brows slightly raised. Familiar scene, familiar everything. It made him instantly guess what dimension was that was descending this time. That eye-catching bridge and those two looming figures are enough to explain the problem. "Nami no Kuni, Zabuza," whispered. "Brother, what did you say?" Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment, then spoke with curiosity. "Xiao Xi, this time it should be the world of the ninja village, and the ones who appear are the ninjas from Kirigakuer, why don't you give it a try?" Listening to his little sister's words, Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Xi and spoke abruptly. "Ninja village world? Kirigakuer ninja?" Zhang Xi's eyes widened instantly. "Yes, do you dare?" Zhang Chen nodded. "Hey, brother, you just look down on me. There's nothing I dare not do." Zhang Xi couldn't help but snorted coldly, and looked towards the distant dimension with a hint of eagerness. You two, the ones who descended this time are the second level." Dean Zhang looked at the two of them, especially at Zhang Xi who was being carried by Zhang Chen, and couldn't help but speak with a frown. It was obvious that Zhang Xi had not reached the second level, and it was almost impossible to deal with the arrival of the second level without reaching the second level, so he had to speak. Yes, you two, let's solve it ourselves this time. Dean Li also spoke quickly. The arrival of a new dimension is also a good opportunity, and he doesn't want to waste it. Are you the one from before? In contrast, Xiang Kuowu took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Chen, and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Yes. Lord City Lord, could you please give this dimension to my little sister? Zhang Chen nodded slightly, did not deny, but made a request. At this moment, he no longer needed to worry about being exposed, so naturally there was no need to hide. In contrast, this was a rare opportunity for his younger sister to exercise, and he didn't want to miss it. Can. Xiang Kuowu's pupils contracted and he was a little shocked, but he quickly took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Lord City Lord. Dean Zhang and Dean Li couldn't help but look at Xiang Kuowu. Dean Zhang, Dean Li, do you still remember the one from last time? Xiang Kuowu said softly. Last time. The two were a little confused, but soon they noticed Zhang Chen's tail, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Then the two nodded and said nothing more. After talking to the three people, Zhang Chen's gaze immediately turned to another place of descent. What puzzled him was that he was not familiar with this place. But I was just confused for a moment. It soon subsided. There are too many dimensional worlds, and each world is too big. There will naturally be some that he is not familiar with. It is impossible for him to be familiar with every one of them. It's not like he moved the computer from his previous life here. There are always things you don't know. You two should have become official world conquerors. Which school is this from? Dean Li hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang Chen and the others curiously and asked. Hehe, my brother hasn't graduated yet. And Dean Li, don't you recognize me? Hearing the words, Zhang Xi spoke with a smile. You are. Dean Li's pupils contracted at first, but he quickly reacted. Are you classmate Zhang Xi? Dean Li spoke with surprise. He was of course familiar with Zhang Xi, as that was the first special admission student of the Daxia Academy in the past 30 years from their Shaoxan No. 1 middle school. I just didn't react for a moment. It's me, Dean Li. By the way, this is my brother. He is currently a student at Shaoxan City No. 8 middle school. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded, then spoke with a hint of evil humor. A student from No. 8 middle school. Dean Li was stunned for a moment. You are a student of our school. Dean Zhang's eyes widened and he spoke with heavy breathing. At this moment, even Xiang Kuowu who was standing next to him was shocked. All eyes gathered together. End of this chapter.